It's Ron Jackson, and oh, I see people watching already. Just so you know, I got a new guitar. Send me a chat if you have any questions, my Patreon friends. And right now, we're going to talk about rhythm and using a metronome, particularly. Oh, hey, Michelle. How are you watching? So I got a new guitar. I'd like to thank D'Angelico. Let me fix this a little bit. I don't know. I got to move this closer to make sure I look like I'm a seamless background. I got to work on this, actually, everybody. But I put a background behind me, but it doesn't look seamless. So let me move this over a little bit this way. And so let's get started here. I just got this D'Angelico. It's called the XL1 model with the cutaway throwback. It's a great guitar. Just I need to get set up. It's the first time I'm actually playing it on anything. So if you have any questions so far, everybody on Patreon or my friends who are watching, please let me know. Also, I have an announcement to make. So next Sunday, I'm actually doing a jazz improvisation workshop for Lively. I'm going to put it on the chat here in a minute. And so, a bunch of my students are attending already. And if you'd like to join me, that would be great. And today we'll just work on rhythm, but particularly practicing with the metronome. So I'm going to so everybody should have their metronome out and get ready if you're watching this. And so I use an app called Tempo. It's really a great app. And let me show you this. So look at this app. It's called Tempo. I got it on iPhone. You have to pay for it on iPhone. I think on Android you can still get it for free. And it's a really great app. You should practice with a metronome. Rhythm is the most important thing. Okay, that's the thing I need to work on the most all the time. When I first started studying, they talked about rhythm, but I didn't take it seriously like I should have. For years. I started really taking it even more seriously recently. You have to learn how to count. You have to know where your beats are. You have to look at notation and be able to read the notation to be able to subdivide. Okay. So you have to be able to subdivide every note into different. Well, there's different ways to subdivide notes. You could divide them into, when you hit a beat like this. Let me put a beat on. So this is a 4/4/90. I'm going to slow it down a little bit. So for example, I'm playing 4/4/90. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So when I'm counting that tempo, I'm actually, I can think of it so many different ways. So I can think of it just quarter notes and just trying to make sure I play along with those quarter notes. So I can go, and I can just go like this. Etc. So I'm actually playing with that click. Now, one thing I never thought about is you're just trying to hit each note and trying to hit it and trying to guess where the note is. One of the things I learned, I was studying with a drummer recently. I need to take some more lessons with him. I actually need to practice with his material. Is that when you're playing that note, when you're just playing quarter notes alone, there are so many ways to think about how to approach just hitting a quarter note. Okay. Now, please send me some questions if you have any questions. Okay, on the live chat here. Okay. Happy Saturday, Umir. It's Umir. Hey, say everybody to everybody. Umir is a great student of mine. Private student. He comes to my place We wear masks and everything. By the way, everybody, I'm fully vaccinated now, so I could talk to you through the camera without getting him sick or vice versa. I'm just kidding. So anyway, watch this. So when I'm actually playing with this, years ago, I mean, one of my great friends, he's a great flute player, plays on Broadway shows here in New York. He was at Berkeley with me, and he told me, "Look, Ron, one way you can play more accurately with a click is to be able to subdivide each note. So when I'm playing each note, I can go like this. I can go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3." So what happens is when I'm actually playing a note like that, quarter notes, and thinking that the quarter note is actually divided into two parts, you start to play more accurately because you're actually playing what's the word you're dividing the note in half, so your accuracy, your brain, you'll be able to hit that note on time more accurately, right on the beat. Now if you're recording that kind of program like Logic that I use a lot, you could see on the grid when you're playing with a metronome if your beat is ahead or behind, and people always are a little bit ahead or ahead, So when I've been starting to think like this more accurately, subdividing each beat, I've actually been playing more accurate on the beat because I'm subdividing. So I just subdivided into two parts. Of course, there's more subdivisions. You could just play one beat per measure per click, or two, or dividing into 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and the next possible thing in that realm of dividing in two is I could do it in 16 notes. I can go 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E. So all I'm doing is counting each click now, dividing the beat into four exact parts into 16 notes, which is 1 E and So you know. Remember, the eighth note is 1 and. So you're putting the E, 1 E and You're putting the E and between the 1 and now. So my drum teacher I'm studying with right now, has me tapping my foot like this, 1 E and a 2, and then making sure I sing every 16th note with that click, okay? So I'm going 2, 3, 4. 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a, so when you do it that way, this makes it seem like in your mind that the click is slower than it actually is, because you're playing like 4 notes on each beat, okay? So 1 E and 2, 3. I'm starting on the beat. So 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and so it actually makes the beat, makes you play more accurate because you're thinking the note is slower than it is because if you're thinking just one beat each, 1, 2, your brain doesn't play that as accurate as 1 E and because you're actually making every beat into 4 equal parts. So this gets into reading. So when I'm reading like a 16th note melody or 8th note melody, he has me actually doing the if I'm playing an 8th note, I had to sing it at the same time. So if I'm going 1 and 2, 1 and 2, if I'm going 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and, so I'm hitting each and singing them at the same time, so I know I'm accurately playing the note. Okay, 1, and same with 16th notes. So if I'm going 1 E and like I'm going 2, 3, 4, 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and 1 E and 2 E and 3 E, and I'm making sure I'm saying the right timing. So if it's in 4/4, I'm going 1 E and the 2 E and the. I'm making sure I'm doing the count. 1 E and the 2 E and the 4 E and the 1 E and the 2 E and the 3 E, etc. Okay. Anybody have any questions so far? Please send me a text. A live chat. That's what you're here for, to ask me during the live lesson. And thank everybody who's a patron. I appreciate you guys. I'm trying to make sure I give you at least a couple of lessons a week. I used to just do one, but people are saying that wasn't not enough. So I'm trying to keep you, at least 8 10 lessons a month. Put more videos up. If there's any questions, please send them to me. Email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. Okay, about anything that you want to learn. I have so much material that I have to gather still and put into like tabs and everything to put for you guys, including this kind of stuff I'm teaching you about timing, etc. Okay, so I'm trying my new guitar today that I got from D'Angelico. They gave me this guitar because of all the followers I have now. I appreciate them. So I'm going to be doing an unboxing soon. I already filmed it. And I'm going to have to edit it, and I'll be putting that up soon. And so when I'm doing timing, okay, so we just divided into like one count per beat, for example. Now we're just doing quarter notes, and then I divided into 2, like 1 and 2 and. Then I divide into 4, 1 E and a 2 E and a. Now you can divide in 3. Okay, so you can go like this: 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and etc. So if I'm playing, I'll go like this: 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. Oh, sorry, I'm off now. 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and. So when you're playing the guitar, particularly because everybody's watching on guitar, you could use in any exercise you can use your pick as a metronome too. So let me slow it down because it's kind of fast. It's at 80. You should be doing this slow anyway when you practice the beginning. Look at this. Oh yeah, so someone has a comment on the Patreon page. So let me go to Patreon too. I hope they can still see me. Yes, I can. Yeah. So let me. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm trying to make a comment. Oh, Sean, my student I just had earlier, Sean said the first way to learn was to enunciate the word triplet. You could do it that way too. Actually, the only thing is when you're doing triplet, you're not saying the numbers. Okay, so you can go 1 pillet. Actually, my drum teacher taught me this. You can go 1 pillet, 2 pillet, 3 pillet, 4 pillet, 1 pillet, 2 pillet. Make sure you have the beats in there, okay? So you know what beat you're on. Because it's very important to know where your beat is so you don't get lost. Like you should always know where 1 is. Okay, 1 bit. So I go 1 and that. So that there's a couple of ways to do this. So the way Sean is saying is you can go triplet, 1 pillet, 2 pillet, 3 pillet, 4 pillet. You can go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and you can do that too when you're counting these rhythms. Okay. Now remember, people who just got here, rhythm is the most important thing. I want to see what someone said on Patreon while I'm doing this, because I have to look. I might have to look on my phone. Let me get my other phone here. Hold on, everybody. I don't want to look at my Patreon while I'm on the computer at the same time. So someone had a question on Patreon. Let me get my other phone and go to my Patreon right now. So yeah, Sean, that's a great great comment. Let me go to my Patreon and see what this person said, whoever that was. Okay. Hold on. So let me go to my home here. Ooh, something's on my phone here. It's acting weird. So anyway, I'll skip that for now. So if you have any questions, just please send them to me right here on oh yeah, Reggie. Reggie has a question here. Would you practice your scales like that? Yes. So Reggie, so if I'm practicing my scales, he asked me actually doing these exercises like this. I particularly practice my melodies like that, but you can practice your scales like that. So if I'm playing, let's play this out here. I can go one and two and three and four and one and two and three and four and one and two and I can do it that way. One and three and oh, sorry. One and two and three and four and one and two and three and four and one. Now it's hard to do all this. I'm trying to count, play the notes, tap my foot. But you know what? The reason why I'm learning this, and it's making me more accurate in general with my timing, and it makes me think. When you start counting the notes and saying the notes, it's very important because what happens is you start really internalizing like a drummer does. A drummer, all he does is count all the time. He's just playing count one, two, three, one, and two. He has no rhythm or harmony. I mean, he has no harmony, excuse me. He has no harmony or melodic instrument to play. So it's all about time. They're counting all kinds of stuff. They're counting with one hand and another hand's counting something else, the offbeats and stuff. So if you can apply that to your playing, it makes you even a better musician to be able to count one and two and if I'm playing 16 notes, one and then the two E and the three and sorry. It's hard to do. One E and the two E and the three E and the four E and the four E and the two E and the three E and the four E and the one E and the two E and the three E and the four E and the one E and the two. Plus, I'm running out of breath when I do that. When I'm practicing my rhythms, I'm actually trying to think of every note, especially when I'm reading now. I know a lot of guitar players are not great readers, but you should work on your reading and notation because that's how you really know about rhythm too. When you know what notes are written. So if I'm looking at like any kind of real book thing here like this, I'm actually doing the same thing when I'm reading now, and I'm actually thinking more about what I'm reading now. If I pick a hard song like with some 16th notes in it, like then I'm really thinking much more accurately about what I'm doing. You know. I'm trying to think of some cool songs that might have 16 notes in here that are kind of complicated. So let's take this song has a few 16 notes in it. Conception. Yeah, it has some 16 note triplets, some jazz stuff. Jazz has mostly 8 notes, just so you know. So a lot of jazz musicians, just so you know, another pro tip is that jazz musicians are really good at. Particularly, I'm thinking about myself more as a jazz musician than like a horn player. But like a horn player would probably play more like, what's the word? Are much more accurate with the reading because that's how they start. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And Ymir said Aerogen. Aerogen. So Aerogen is just it's a jazz tune, but it doesn't have that many rhythmically. It doesn't have that many notes in it. Rhythmic wise, let me see. Let me pull that out for him. Aerogen. Do I have it in this book? I know the song. I don't know if I have it in this book. Oh, here it is. So Aerogen has a triplet in the beginning. Like it goes like one, triple. So I would go one, triplet, or you do it one, triplet, or one, two, and then I would go 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. So what I do is this. If I'm playing with the metronome, I want to learn a melody. I want to play the rhythm exactly perfect. I play it real slow like this, and make sure I have the clicks on 1, 2, 3, 4. I will go like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. So I would go 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 2. It's so hard to plan. 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 4 and 1 keep the count and sing and do everything at the same time because I'm doing it pretty fast to do that. But what I'm doing is when you start really counting every note and thinking about well, thinking about each rhythm of the note, that's the point I'm trying to make is you're actually internalizing the rhythm better, and deep down inside subconsciously your mind plays with better rhythm. That's the whole point of this class today. So practice with your metronome like that. Um, counting and make sure you know your subdivisions of the beats. So I can actually read pretty good. So I wouldn't be when I'm actually playing like a regular fast tempo. Like let's say I'm playing faster. Let's put this up to like 90. I'm not playing that fast. I'm gonna put it on 100. 2, 3, 4, 1. 2, 3, 4, 1. 4, 1. So what I'm doing is I'm just reading it like I would normally read it, but I'm actually more conscious about the rhythm because I'm thinking about the subdivisions in general. So I try to play more accurately. And a lot of people don't think about that when they're actually reading. They're just trying to read the notes and read the rhythms, but they don't think about the rhythms really deep in their soul. Like like now I'm looking at music a different way when I'm counting. So when I'm just reading, I'll just read, but I'm subconsciously I'm thinking more about the timing to each note, like the accuracy of each note and also the deep rhythm of each note. Because like a whole note, someone asked, my drum teacher asked me, "What's a whole note?" I say, "Well, whole note's 4 beats." But what is a whole note too? It's 4 quarter notes tied together, for example. Okay, so when you think of it that way, it's like instead of going one, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So those are whole notes. So, but if I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, I'm thinking of the whole note as 4 quarter notes. Your mind thinks differently that it's actually 4 quarter notes tied together, or it could be eight notes tied together, or 16 notes tied together. So you play that really accurately in your brain, and drummers think like that because also that's all they have is rhythm. Okay, so it's very important to be able to feel rhythms and also have them internalized by counting. And drummers, ever since I've been studying drum with drum teachers, I've been checking out drummers. I think musicians should do that. I mean, I've been checking out the drummer Vinny Caliuta because he's a big, I never knew how much a monster this guy is. He plays with everybody. Herbie Hancock, Chick Corea, Sting. He played with Frank Zappa in the beginning, and and he mentioned the same thing. When he's a drummer, he counts everything, and all kinds of things that goes in his mind about counting. Permutations, odd meters. I mean, but everything is mathematical and it's logical. That's the whole point. It's all logical and it all works. It's all mathematical. It's nothing like some kind of weird rocket science where you think that he's playing some weird stuff at the time. No, it's all counted actually. So if you want to get deeply into rhythm, I think you should study with a drum teacher and check out drummers. So a couple more topics. I'm doing a short live lesson today, but um, one thing I like to do is so this metronome. You should practice in odd meters, which I need to practice more in too. I mean, we shouldn't get to odd meters too much today, but so this metronome, I don't know if you can see this, but it can go into like 3/8, 6/8, 9/8, 12/8, 5/8, 3+2, or 5/8, 2+3. I mean, all kinds of stuff. 4/4, 7/4, 11/2. I mean, just all kinds of stuff. But another thing you should practice when you're playing jazz is actually just play on one, like half notes. Let me show you. So I'm gonna. I have to turn my phone down because I'm just trying to see who's texting me, just in case there's a problem going live with people here. I had that problem before. Yeah. So hold on. Let me turn this down a little bit. So, for example, everybody, look at this. So if I'm playing, I like to change my metronome to like 1/4. So it's just one click. This is the first thing I like to do is just practice with my metronome. Just click, click, No, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I like to practice with my metronome on 2 and 4 when I'm doing jazz, particularly. So when I'm counting, this is another way to practice with the metronome too, just so you know. So when I'm counting, I like to go like 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 2 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There might be a latency. My hand looks slower. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. So that's a very common thing to do with jazz. To jazz with the metronome is practice on 2 and 4. So I'll practice the same way like I do with my other stuff rhythmically. I'll go 1, 2, a 1, 2, aerogin. See, I'm playing it. Now you notice I'm playing like a bass line. Now the reason why I do 2 and 4. If there's any questions, please send them to me. Let me just see if someone else sent me a question real quick. Reggie just sent one question. So look at this. Um, so if I'm playing, when you're playing in a jazz band, the 2 and 4 is really important because the hi hat does this and the drummer does it. The hi hat. The drummer plays a hi hat like 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. So they hit the 2 and 4 just like that. Okay, and the bass player emphasizes that too. He'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. I'm kind of exaggerating. So you hear the 2 and 4 and really emphasize. So that's a very common way to practice with your metronome is to emphasize 2 and 4. So let me put that on for a second so you get an idea. 1, 2, a 1. So and you notice people will go like this. 1, 1, 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4. So they're saying the 2 and 4 like this. 1, 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4. Uh, So you know what I'm doing too? I'm trying to think in my head when I'm doing the bass. I'm going 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2, so I can lock in better with the metronome. So if you start thinking like that, but you also there's a lot of things to think about. So I'm trying to think of the notes and the bass line. So I'm going 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. I'm going 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. 1 and 2. Oh, so I'm going. I saw I messed up there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 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 1. 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. So you notice too, we talked about the rhythms like 1, 1 and 2. What I'm doing too, I'm making these into swing eighth notes. I forgot to talk about that. So there's straight eighth notes and there's swing eighth notes. Also, there's swing 16th notes and straight 16th notes. So you can go like this with the eighth note, like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. So I'm doing swing eighth notes right now. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and so that comes from the triplet actually. That we mentioned earlier. Sean mentioned like the triplet, or you can go 1 and 2 and 3 and but now you're taking the 1 and or trip and putting it into one note and go triplet, triplet, triplet. You're holding the note over. So if I'm playing straight eighth notes, it would sound like this. Here's the difference. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. It's the same tempo. Same tempo. 1, 2, 3. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Those are swing eighth notes. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Now I'm going to do straight. Okay, someone has a question. For newer musicians, what do you advise for someone just starting to play with others in terms of concentrating on downbeats with other instruments playing right next to you? Oh, that's a good question. So when I'm in a band, it's really, really important to lock in with everybody in the band. So the best way to lock in with other band members is to actually listen to them more than yourself. I tell my students all this time, tell this to them all the time. You have to be able to lock in to other musicians. So when I'm actually playing, let's say I'm playing with the bass player and he's going, and I'm playing the chords. So what I'll do is I'll listen to his bass line to make sure my chord fits right in there. So kind of like me copying myself and playing the bass line, I try to fit my chords right where he's playing the bass line. Okay, also, I listen to the drummer. I gotta learn that song, Ymir. I gotta learn a million songs actually. But anyway, Ymir said that sounds like Jen. I gotta learn that one. Jen Krishna. Who's that by? Send me that, Ymir. Send me who the composer for that is. I'm gonna take a screenshot of the live lesson at the end. But yeah, so when you're playing in a band, I learned this from Rufus Reed, the bass player who lives right here in Joe Henderson. Thank you. And when I say Rufus Reed, he told me that's one of his things that he teaches. Like when you're a band, you got to think of it like a pie. I'm hungry now. I want pie. I'm just kidding. So let's say you're playing in a band. You're in a pie. You have the piano, bass, drums, and guitar. So you got to think of yourself as 1/4 of that pie in a 4-piece band, and your focus. You're a part of that pie, but your focus is around the whole band actually. So when I'm in a band, I listen to everybody else more than myself actually, because what happens is when you listen to yourself, you actually lock in better in many ways, not only with timing, but with like harmony, caller response, everything that has to do with playing in a band. So I'm doing everything in that fashion when I'm actually doing when I'm in a band. So that's how you lock your groove in, and that's part of timing too. Like when someone's playing an off rhythm in the band and you're playing on the beat, it's better you follow them, and so you're playing with them in time as well. So it's very important. So remember, so we were talking about. I have a few more things before I finish up here, but look. So for example, when I'm doing 16th notes too, let me make this into a straight 4/4. So if I'm doing 16 notes, so what I'm doing is I'm doing straight 16 notes right now. So I'll count in my head to 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and 1 E. This is kind of fast, 70, 1 E and 2 E, especially be counting out loud. 1 E and 2 E and so those are straight 16 notes. But what I like to do, in a lot of funk and rap music, they do swing 60 notes. So it's like this. 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and 1. Hear the difference? Straight. So they're like 8 notes, swing 8 notes, but put into 16 16 note context. So rap is a lot of swing 16 to 8 notes actually. You know. Let me put that slow. Oh, that's too slow. So I'll do that song 8 Mile like this. So what I'm doing is I'll swing at that those notes, the B flat, G. I'm hitting a D drum. So what I'm doing is I'm doing swing 16 notes there. That's a great example. You know, so a lot of rap and pop, you know, a lot of rap music is actually from jazz. The swing aspect of it, even the rapping and the syllables they use is like scatting in jazz. Now, if you hear a rap guy go, it sounds terrible because there's no groove to it if you play it straight. So you know, so there's you know one interesting thing that I'm learning about. I need to work more myself on polyrhythms, like 3/4. But we're gonna get into that in a different lesson. But so I just gave you guys a few different ways to practice with the metronome. You know, about rhythm and timing, etc., like that. So you know, please watch the video. Yeah, thank you, Michelle. Great point. Rap derived from bebop. It is. I mean, I've heard that for years, and it is derived from bebop. Rap is derived from bebop and the swing, etc. Okay. Is you know the rap swing, the six swing 16 notes, is from jazz. Actually, everything's from jazz and blues in America. So even rock. So 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 this is you know this is a basic thing about rhythm, a basic live lesson about rhythm. So come back and watch this. Also, I want to let you know, whoever is watching, I'm doing a live workshop on Lively next Sunday, 2 p.m. It's It's you know, jazz improv workshop. So we're gonna you know, and this time you know because in these live lessons you can't really like interact with anybody. You're just kind of like talking into the camera here, and so I'm doing a Lively lesson. I'm gonna put that. It's called lively.com. What I'll do is I'm gonna give you the link right now to watch. I'll put it on my Patreon too. But if you want to attend my Lively workshop, I'm gonna put the link right here. That's next week, next Sunday at 2 p.m. Okay, I have a bunch of people signed up already. Another person just signed up today, and I work for this organization called Lively, and they present like live workshops. No, I present lessons through them, private and you know workshops. But they also have yogis, you know, cooks, a lot of people from well-known rock, funk, and R&B bands, you know, jam bands, all kinds of stuff. And tomorrow night, my Sunday evening jazz show, I'm going to have Mark Brownstein from the Disco Biscuits band. You know, they this band tours around. They do like you know, they do a lot of theaters and stuff, you know, all over the country. They're pretty known. You know, they do big festivals, and he's the guy that actually runs the program. So he's going to be on my show talking about it and talking about me as a teacher. And he loves my stuff, and so he has me on this. You know, he's and as a teacher there too. So I'm happy to be there. You know, one of the only few jazz guys in the website called Lively. So if you could join my workshop, that would be great. You know, you my friends from here on Patreon, and there's going to be a live playback on this. You can watch the link after this and watch it, and I'm going to make this public in a few weeks. Okay. But thanks for watching. So this is just a basic introduction to rhythm on the guitar and the rhythm in general that you should be practicing on any instrument. Okay. And I'll see you guys very soon. It's Ron Jackson on Patreon. I'm on all these websites. And I appreciate you guys watching. And I'll see you guys very soon, okay? If you have any questions, just send me a message on Patreon. or at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And I'll see you guys very soon for another live lesson next month on the second Saturday. And have a great weekend, okay? And I'll see you on social media or on Patreon. Otherwise, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can anybody guess the name of that song? I know some people know already, but people who don't have my album, but anybody know that name of that song?
Randy.
Yeah. Good. This young man This young man here wins free air because he got the name right.
Hey everybody. Okay, I'm actually live now, and I'm just gonna fix a couple of things here because I had a problem. This is actually going to be public now. I had to change it because of some settings I had. So I'm going to actually fix my stand here. It's Ron Jackson. Send me anything, a video chat. Let me know that you can actually see me properly. Okay. If there's a problem seeing me, let me know. I'm going to actually have to put this camera down a little bit. And probably move this back a little bit. So I'm going to start a little bit late because I had an issue with my camera and my settings, so which was kind of stupid, but anyway. Technology. Let me see if I can fix this thing to make it look better. I might have to lower this a little bit. I'm going to have to get my guitar out here. I have to lower this a little bit so you can see me. Oh, see? A little high. That's a problem with YouTube. I can't figure this out. I have to lower this. Let me do this now. I'm setting up, everybody, so don't worry. We'll be good in a second. Send me a video chat in the stream here. Good. Patrick, how are you, man? And Devonite. Oh, cool. I finally caught you. Good. I'm going to fix this computer up a little bit here. I'm going to put a different thing on the floor here. So, guys, I had to actually, make this a public video because I've never done it before for my early access stuff. If you have a problem getting on, just go to my YouTube. I'm live now, and I had to resend an email with all this, and hopefully people will get it because I couldn't use the other link. So you can see me okay, I guess, huh? Let me fix this camera a little bit. So that's cool. I'm just fixing it up and starting, guys. It's supposed to be my background, and I'm gonna actually start in a minute. I'm waiting for some more people to show up here, but I had to resend an email and get so it can get this live. But I'm actually live, and I've never done a public live on YouTube, but I had to change it today. Might as well do it once in a while. Hey, good. Hi, Brittany. Hello, I'm a new subscriber. Appreciate your videos. I'm self-taught for 10 years. Okay, good. Thank you. Everybody, this was supposed to be a private live link, but I had to change it because YouTube is really hard to set up, with the camera and stuff. So I'm going to pull my guitar out. You can see that okay, yes? I'll move back a little bit. I'll put this back a little bit. And, we're going to be talking about chord melody today. So I'm just setting up right now. And if you have any questions, please send me a message. I'll start with my 7-string guitar today. We're going to talk about chord melody and how to do that. So please send me questions here through the live chat, okay? Let me just change this a little bit. I'm going to pull my 7-string out right now. Let me just check a couple things here. If you have any questions, just send them to me already. Thank you. Thanks, Pat. I'll reply to you by talking to you guys. Okay.
so that you can hear me. You know what I mean? And hopefully everybody got my new link because I had to change it up. I couldn't get my camera to work when I went live a minute ago from my private link, so I had to resend all the everybody everything. So I'm going to tune my guitar real quick, and then we'll get started. And if there's any questions, let me know. We're going to talk about chord melody and how to construct chord melody, so we can go through some songs, things like that. I got 7 strings here, so well, I got a nice crowd for like a public live. I had to go live today public because I had an issue with my camera and my connection on YouTube. Seems like it's so hard to do things on YouTube sometimes. So I have 7 strings here. Oh, True 5-1. So Emir is my student. He's gonna be coming over later. Great guy. I'm the half Filipino brother, and we're gonna talk about different things here. But he said a 2-5. So if you do a D minor, well, I mean I have my 7 string, so it might confuse everybody. But if I do 2-5, let's say regular 2-5. So if you do using tritone substitution, you just go. Okay, I'm just putting a D minor 7 to a D dominant 7 to a C major 7. So that's just a tritone substitution is actually when you get to the G7. Okay, the G7 is a G note right here, and it's a flat 5 away. Okay, what happened is the tritones right here, the flat 7 and the 3rd, and this is common with the D flat on the G. So look, the 3rd and 7 is on top, and the D flat 7 has a 3rd and 7, but it switches around. So this is the 3rd now on the D flat, and this is the flat 7 on the D flat. So they interchange. So that's how you make a tritone substitution. So instead of going C minor, D minor to G7, I can go D minor, D flat 7 to the C major 7. Okay. So that's a very common, substitution. And we can really get into this some more. But the thing is, that's cool about this. This helps you learn how to play stuff that's in altered. It makes you think about something different. And let me see who else is there. Liam. Hey, good morning, Liam. What toner brand do you use? Okay, Joe. So Joe, someone's asking me about changing my link for today, but I'm live now. So look, this is my Peterson tuner. Look at this. Let me show you on the camera here. It's a strobe tuner, but they don't make these anymore. I endorse Peterson, and they make great tuners. Okay, but these Peterson tuners are strobe. They're the most accurate tuner you could buy. The military uses these things. Through the Peterson, they make these huge tuners that are like $3,000 that you can actually get. I would never need that. I just use the clip-ons, but they have a better version that I have that I use when I go do gigs. I leave this at home. This is kind of fragile, but this is very accurate for a clip-on. Now, you should know how to tune your guitar without a tuner too. I was doing a thing like that on TikTok. I have a bunch of fans on TikTok, and I've been doing that. So this is actually a live lesson that's actually live for the public today. Usually I release these later. These are for my Patreons and and people I invite that I have through a contest on Instagram. And today, it's all public because I had an issue with my Instagram. Oh, well, actually with YouTube, I'm trying to get on. So hopefully people will be there. You want to be a good jazz guitarist? What do you want to say to me? I like this guy. Well, practice, get a good teacher. Don't look at YouTube videos all the time. I'm telling you, it's only going to help you so far. Looking at videos is only could take you so far. You need someone to look at you and say, look, you're not doing this right. You're not doing this. You need to work on this. I've always had teachers. I'm actually studying right now. I'm studying with a drummer about time and rhythm. So before we keep going, everybody, let me play you something because, this is chord melody. Today's about chord melody. So let me play you a couple of chord melody arrangements that I've worked out on the guitar that are, that aren't hard, that are fairly simple. I'm going to play it on 7-string. Now, this is one of my favorite tunes. This is called Time After Time. Okay. Everybody, how you doing? Hey, no problem, guys. You know what? This is actually public today because I messed up earlier, and when you work with YouTube, you gotta have your webcam set up like before you go live, and I hit the live button, So now I had to make this public. So I had to let everybody know that I had a different link that I'm going public, and hopefully, hey, hey, thank you, Reggie. So let me respond to some of these comments. I'm going to respond out loud, so you could actually text me here, okay, and then I'll respond out loud to whoever's responding. So Reggie, Reggie says I'm a great guitar teacher. Thank you, Reggie. Reggie's been my student for like 2 years. He's learned a lot. He's a great student. You know, he's retired. He practices guitar all day, which I wish I could do. Hey, don't worry about being late. You're not late. I was late. And Patrick says, shh. Okay, just amazing. Thank you, Patrick. One man band. Thank you, Kevin. Thanks, everybody. This is public now today because I've never done anything public, but today I had to because I messed up. So it's supposed to be a private link, but it's okay. So thanks for sharing such a great teaching content on YouTube. Greetings from the UK. Yeah, thank you, everybody. If you like what you see here on YouTube, I'm going to get my little announcement thing here, wherever that thing is. Here it is. Hold on one second. Let me grab it. And please, definitely, this is the right way today. Please subscribe to me here, of course. And also, a lot of my Patreon fans are on here. So if you want to be on my Patreon account, please let me know, and I'll do. You can join that and get some music lessons pretty cheap for me. It's right here, Ron Jackson Music. I'm gonna put this on the camera. Oh, this is backwards here. Okay, I need to use this. Hold on, let me find this real quick. I'll get it. Here's my Patreon thing. Here it is. If you want to join my Patreon, this is what my students are on now. You can join for like starting at $3 at www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. Okay, so that's my Patreon. This is cool. I've never gone live on YouTube before, so this is great. So there's a question here. Thanks for sharing such great. Okay, sounds great. Thoughts on blues, rock, and fusion? Okay, guys, just so you know, I started off playing rock. So I used to be into Led Zeppelin. I used to see all kinds of bands. Yes, Van Halen I saw 7 times, just so you know. I was a big fan of Eddie Van Halen. I'm into rock. I just started getting into jazz when I was like about 11, 12, through high school, actually. Then I started getting into jazz in high school. That's why I went to Berklee College of Music and studied jazz composition and arranging. But I love jazz, and I love rock too. So no, if you want to start okay, so so thoughts on blues and fusion. Okay. So did you go through different phases? So you know what? I started playing rock, and I used to listen to records and learn all the rock guitar solos, everything like that. Okay, and songs. So that's what you have to do with any style of music. You actually have to be able to learn the music by ear, get together with friends and play. And if you can afford to get a teacher, because teachers, I didn't have a teacher when I was a kid, so I was growing up, I was learning everything by ear, and you can only go so far by ear. There's always a great teacher that can help you. A good example of someone like that is when I was at Berklee, he was before me, is Steve Vai. Steve Vai is a highly trained guitar player, play with everybody. He's rich from playing just his own music. He started with Frank Zappa. He went to Berklee. He was a really well-trained guitar player, could play all kinds of rock styles and jazz, everything. This guy could read. He studied with Joe Satriani as a kid. He's from Long Island. I live here in New York City area. He's from Long Island, and he, studied with Joe Satriani, who's a great guitar player. These guys can read. These guys play rock. They play all kinds of styles. Fusion. They play with everybody. Yngwie Malmsteen. They play with everybody. They're just like amazing musicians, but they're really well trained. So you should be trained. You should get a teacher and study, because teachers, Steve Vai always compliments Joe Satriani for all the help he's done for being his teacher. So it's important to have a teacher, everybody. So, okay, let's talk about chord melody. And, so if you want to study with me, let me know. I have some students on here that are actually watching. And, they're great students. They're great guys. And, you can only go so far with looking at me playing here. YouTube videos. Okay. So anyway, let's get started here. So let's talk about chord melody. So the subject today from my patrons, and I hope everybody on Patreon got my link, is that is chord melody is very important. So That it means that. So let's say you take a melody like let's think of an easy melody. Someone pick a melody if you want me to pick one, but it has to be not too fast. It can't be really a bebop melody because it's hard to harmonize a bebop melody to chord melody because there's so many notes. So usually do melodies with like like with whole notes. Like let's say a song like Cherokee. This is a song called Cherokee. It's a jazz standard. It's kind of fairly easy to do a chord melody with it. So it's like. Now I would take a real book. I want to get the real book out, okay, and actually take a real book and just look at the melody, make sure you're playing it correctly, because it's easy to play these melodies wrong. So I would go. So that's the melody to Cherokee. So it starts with a B flat major 7 chord. So I mean, an easy way to play that is just put the melody on top of the B flat major chord, major 7 chord. Actually, so if the melody's D, so I just put those 3 notes. Now if I'm making, so I'm just playing a regular old major 7. Now if I'm playing on the 6th string, I'm going to actually switch guitars so you can see better, everybody. Let me get off my 7th string. Hold on. Let me get my 7th string here. Take it out because I want to get my 6th string out so you guys can understand me. It's not easy. Let me get my 6th string. If you have any questions about that, Nardis. Oh, that's a nice song. You can look at that for chord melody. Okay, thank you, Patrick. Hold up. So here's my 6th string. So let me tune this up real quick, and then we're gonna actually we're gonna work on Cherokee right now, just as a melody. We can look at Nardis too. Actually, Pat, that's a great idea. I love that song. I've done that chord melody too. I'll tune it up real quick. The guitar's a little sharp today. In my room, I've had the humidifier going. Maybe changed it with the cold. It's been cold here. So look. So here's Cherokee. So I can play the chord like that with the melody D there. So I can do inversions. What I did was I did a major 7. Then I did the inversion, first inversion. Then there's a 6th note on there. Actually, it says play F7 sharp 5. I can go like this. It says in the music good. I did that. So it's F7 with the sharp 5. Oh, actually, I would have to do that way to put the flat 7 in there. I would do that. Okay, so the beginning of Cherokee is like this. So I'll go like this. 4 7. So then I went to major. Now this is F minor 7. It has an 11 on top. So you have to know the chord scale relationship to the the melody according to the chord. So that's a B flat against a F minor chord. So that's an 11. So I would do this. Or I could do it this way. Or this, so many ways. This. So that's go. So this is the melody so far. Now you can see this after it's a replay, everybody. I can go. Now I would play that B flat 7. Now the B flat 7 has a 13 on top. So I would do it that way, okay? Or you could do it this way. So many ways. I like that one. That voicing of the B flat 7 13. Okay. I've never done this song this fancy before. I just make it. I don't have an arrangement for this, so we're kind of making an arrangement up right now. This is how you do chord melody. You do an arrangement like this. You find each note and try to find the chord for it. So let's start from the beginning. So I went like this. So I just chord melody that whole thing. Now I'm using block chords basically. Okay, there's so many ways you could actually do this. I could do thirds. I just did 2 notes at a time. You have to know your chord scales, guys. And now it changes when you get to a different chord too. So this is just in the key of B flat, and then when they get to the F7 sharp 5, that's a whole different chord scale. Okay, and I'm having the flat 7 missing, so it's not really dominant when I'm doing it this way. I'm just doing F5 sharp 5 actually with a 9. This is actually a 9. I guess the chord, you should know the chord melody against the chord, okay? So like this. So start from the beginning. Okay, now this melody has a lot of tensions on top. So when I get to the next part, it has an F on the top. So that's an F on top, which is a major 9 against an E flat major 7 chord. This is an F. Now it goes to the 7th. I can just go thirds. Then it goes to a D over an A flat 9. So this is actually a sharp 11. So you could play the chord like this actually to add the 9. Okay. So let's start from the beginning one more time. So here's chord melody, Cherokee. You have to memorize it. Okay. And then it goes to A to actually a C. So I'll just go down, do thirds there. And then it goes to a B flat on the chord with a 6. So you can play it like this. I actually play it this way. That's a 6 like this, okay? See that? And then I went to it says a 6 chord, so I can just make it all 6. You have to know your inversions, guys. So these are all B flat 6 inversions. So you have to know your 6th and 7th inversions of your chords. So that takes a lot of practice. I have like a lot of charts like that. Actually, I'm going to put on my Patreon account. If you study with me, I'll give you these things. And then it goes D minor, then C7. So 9 on top. So you have to know the note against the chord, and then the flat 7. Okay. And then it goes to C minor 7 with the G on top. And then D minor 7 flat 5 with an F on top. And then a G7 with a flat 9. So I'm going to do this. Watch it. Put my thumb here to play the G7. I put the flat 9 in. And then it goes to C minor 7, I think. Yep. With the C. And then F7, sharp 5. Okay, with the sharp 5 in the melody. So let's start from the top. Okay, so this is Cherokee. So this is 1A section now. You just learned 1A section of a song. You know, so we're just doing the first section. This is like really basic drop 2 voicings, closed voicings on the guitar, we call them. We call them closed voicings. I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, and we call these closed voicings for the guitar because they're easier to play than spread out like a piano. Like if I try to play B flat 6, it would be like this. You know, spreading out like this. I can reach pretty good. This guitar is easier to play than my 7-string. This is an easy guitar. So, so watch this. Here's the arrangement. Watch this. It starts like this. You guys can learn this too. You can watch back the video if you want. Just B flat, major 7, really simple one that you guys know. Then inversion, then sharp 5, then F minor 7 with a 9 and 11, and then B flat 13, then E flat major 7 with a 9, and then I'm just doing thirds. Then I did an A flat 9 with a sharp 11 because that's the melody note. Then third, which is the a C and A flat, and then I'm doing B flat 6 like this. Sorry. And then I'm doing inversion. Then D minor 7, C7, the 9 on top, and then I'm doing the flat 7 on top. And then I'm doing C minor 7 like this. I can do it like this. Then D minor 7 flat 5. Then G7 flat 9. Then C minor 7. See? That's not that hard. No, I mean, I can make this even hipper. You know, let me see some of the questions here before I keep going. Thoughts on the blues? Okay, so Patrick, any advice for someone who's wanting to start gigging? Oh, Patrick, so I want to answer these questions before we keep going. So, Patrick, to get gigs, the best way actually is to know as many people as you can. You know, I know a lot of people, but you have to keep in contact with them all the time. Sometimes I don't. I'm kind of like not introverted, but like to hang out by myself and just do things myself. Independent DIY they call it. But yeah, meet people. Get friends, and try to get a lot of contacts. People are the best way to get gigs. Actually, I get gigs from people all the time. But right now with social media, I've been actually finding a lot of students, new people that I've never met before. This is really great, and it's actually a good way to meet people too. It's also on social media, you know. And a teacher can recommend you, like I could try to recommend students for gigs and stuff like that. And just get out there and meet people. Study with people. Your guitar teacher can recommend you a lot of you know things like that. Just meet people. That's the most important thing. And go hustle, get your name out there. Develop your following and everything else. Now let me see. Okay, JD, good. Patrick, Nardis, we'll go over that in a minute. No problem. I've been trying to learn the tune for a bit. This is kind of advanced, but trying to get it. Okay, Odette. Can you play any Chick Corea licks? Chick Corea licks. Oh, like this. Okay, that's about. I gotta practice that one still. So anyway, that was "Got a Match" by Chick Corea. I mean, I worked on his stuff for years, so yeah. So I love Chick Corea, man. He just passed away. I had a bunch of friends that played in his band. I wish I could have played with them, but you can't always get everything you want. So, okay, so let's continue now. So someone asked about. So this is all about chord melody. We'll do about Chick Corea another day. Um, so chord melody, everybody. So we just did Cherokee. So you have to know your chord, the melody against the chord, and you actually have to know. Um, you have to know your scales. You have to know chord scale relationships. But there's different techniques you could use for chord melody. You don't have to play like the chords that are written either. If I did a song like Cherokee, I don't have to play the chords that are written. I can go like this. I just play the same chord. All I did was just one chord. That's constant structures. See what I just did? I just played the same chord with using under the melody, and that sounds hip too. You know what I mean? See, that's all I did. Something really simple like that. Also, I could do seconds. I mean, I like to do all kinds of stuff. You should be able to voice your chords in different ways, like fourths, thirds. I mean, the easiest way on the guitar is thirds. I can go. I just did thirds, basically. I wasn't looking at the music, so I was trying to figure out thirds. Now you could do fourths, fourths. See, these are things that people don't think about. I just did fourths, okay? So these are basic things you could do that people don't think about when they're doing chord melody. I'm only doing two notes. Remember, a chord is what? What is the definition of a chord? The definition of a chord is two or melody notes played at the same time, or two or more notes played at the same time. So a chord can be just two notes. It doesn't have to be like some fancy chord let me see, or no crazy chord like that or like this. With a sharp 5 and major 7. You don't have to do a fancy chord to make a chord melody. You can just do a regular chord melody. I just did fourths. You can do fifths too. I mean, it's kind of weird. You can go. Let me see. How's that? I don't want it to be. Has that kind of Asian sound. Another easy one is 6. It really fits well on the guitar and they sound very good. Like Monk used to do them. Like Monk used to do that a lot. 6 are really good on the guitar. See, I did it. 6 are really nice. Now it gets really weird when you start doing 7s. So like this. So I like to go like a. I mean, it doesn't always work with the 7s. Okay, octaves. Okay, and there's just so many ways to do it. But it sounds much different if you start doing things like this, like seconds. I use reharmonizations. I did a tritone substitution on the B flat now. Second. See, I did a tritone substitution there instead of the tritone substitution. Ymir mentioned that before. Yeah. So Odette said they understand. He or she, I think Odette. I don't know who you are, but Odette said, I like the third. You understand that better with less notes. Yeah. I mean, it depends on your knowledge too, everybody. Some people are like, want to do really fancy, like crazy harmonies on this stuff, but you can make it simple. It sounds good too. Let me see if there's any questions here. Hello, Nathaniel. Alucard Tapes, can you play a tune to tell us what what's through your mind as you play this? Yeah. Hey, thank you, Amir. I'll see you, Amir, later. He's coming to take a lesson soon. So, can you play a tune and tell us what's passing through your mind? Like, you know what? When I'm playing, guys, there's all kinds of things I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about getting some lunch. No, I'm just kidding. There's all kinds of things I'm thinking about. But the most important thing. Oh, let me see. Oh, someone's asking me if they have any written material about this. So look, guys, and girls and everybody else who's watching. If you if there's some books. So here's a book I want to recommend to you. Please go to Amazon right now or Hal Leonard or wherever you buy your books. And I actually have a book that's out called Chords at Your Fingertips. If you can see that, that's actually backwards. Okay. I'm going to write it down on the thing, but it's Chords at Your Fingertips. And there's a bunch of lessons I have here about harmonizing. Okay. Some of my lessons are spicing up your playing. Jazz reharmonization is in this book. Okay. That I wrote. There's some great players in here like Sean McGowan and Adam Levy that are great teachers too. Jane Miller that are teachers that work for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. This is a book through my where I work for. I'm a writer for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. And I've written a lot of articles about chord melody and all kinds of other stuff. I actually have a new article out right now in Acoustic Guitar Magazine. It's all about the harmonic minor and melodic minor scale. That's a hip scale. It's all about the chord voicings. Okay, so you should know your chord voicings not only in major but in a melodic minor and harmonic minor. And I've been working on that too. I still work. I still practice. I still need to learn new things. I still study. So this book has a lot of things about Chet Atkins style of playing, reharmonization I do in this book. So definitely pick this up if you're interested in doing that. Um, also how to do chord melodies in this book too, actually. So things we're working on today. So pick up this book. Oh yeah, this doesn't look backwards. Oh sorry. Okay, maybe I'm seeing it backward. Okay, so that's the book. Okay, everybody. Uh, okay, I mean, actually, guys, I teach online. If you want to study with me, just you can reach me by email. I'm going to put my email here. So that book is I'm going to write it down right now. It's called Chords at Your Fingertips. And then I'm going to keep playing here in a second. That's the book. And then my email, I'm going to put it here, ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And you could actually study with me there. You could actually email me and take a lesson. I have tons of students I'm getting from YouTube and Instagram and everything else. So let's continue with the subject of chord melody. So someone asked about doing Nardis. Oh yeah. So when I'm playing, there's all kinds of things going on my mind. This about the changes, the timing, the chords, the melody I'm going to be using. But it's hard when I'm playing. I'm just playing. You can't think too much when you're playing. Okay, you got to be practice. You got to practice so much that you're not thinking when you're playing, that you're just playing. Okay, unless it's something like you're reading and you don't know what's going on. Okay, so look at this, Lewis Carter. Okay, sounds great. Thank you, Lewis. So let me go to Nardis. Someone was asking about that. He won a seat to this live lesson. So let me get out Nardis. And now Nardis is tricky. So we just did Cherokee. So we did a partial arrangement. The bridge is easy on Cherokee actually, and we'll go back to that in a minute. Let me just go back. Let me answer this question. I'm going to get Nardis out in my book just so I can look at the melody. So Nardis is like this. It's a Miles Davis tune. You should know the melody separate also, everybody, if you're doing chord melody. To the song. So look at this. So I like this song. It goes. Okay, it does this. There's a counter. Okay, and then it goes. Now this implies a Phrygian scale. I love that scale. Okay. So that's the third mode of the major scale. Okay. Now, so it starts with the E minor chord. It's really easy on the guitar. It's like, and then goes up to F major 7. And then you can go, the melody's written down an octave lower. So I suggest guitar players always play the melody up an octave higher than it's written in most cases, okay? Go look at the range. So I would go like this. I would play the harmonic. I love harmonics. Then it has that melody here. Now there's a line in between, so I would put that line in my chord. So, okay, while that melody's going. See how I held that note on top? Okay, and then this is for Patrick. Okay, and this is an A minor 7 with a 9 on top. So I would go like this. Okay, and so I'm gonna keep going here, and then so that repeats. Okay, so that's the cool thing about jazz. You can actually repeat over and over this. It's AABA. So this form is AABA. So the same melody again. So let's go over that one more time. minor 9, the F major 7. Now this part, you can play. I can harmonize it third. Now the 2-5, D minor 7. This is not too hard to harmonize. Okay. I'm just messing around there. So look at this. Nathaniel Nelson, how many hours do you practice every day? Well, yesterday I couldn't practice at all because I was too busy. So it depends on the day, but recently I've been practicing 1 or 2 hours. But at one time in my life, when I had more time, and it seems like weird, I don't have much time now because I've been doing a lot of videos for YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and just stuff for my Patreon. It's just so much. It takes so many hours. And usually I used to practice 5 to 8 hours a day. Now you could hurt yourself by doing that, but you see, there's a note here. Okay. Oh, okay. So you want to go? So you know what? Let me see. We're gonna fix the lighting here a little bit. The guitar's a little too light. So everybody, look at this now. So we're talking about chord master. So that was an artist. So you can practice that one. That's easier than than most people think. Okay. That song doesn't have too many chords in it. Let's pick another song. If you want to send me a request about a song to chord melody, oh yeah. So Lewis, I'm sorry, Lewis. Lewis asked me where am I located. So I'm in the Jersey area, okay. And also, what was I gonna say? I do everything online, and sometimes I have people come over, or I can go over to your place, but it's a lot more expensive. So if you want to email me about lessons, just email me and we'll talk about, their preferences. I'm in town. Oh, Sean's here. Yay. My student. I'm teaching Sean at noon today. Hi, Sean. How you doing? Sean has a question. Autumn leaves. So this is a great idea. So I'm going to do autumn leaves. I'm going to actually, I know this song by heart. So let's take autumn leaves. Let's do autumn leaves here. So remember, you got to play the melody. So this is C minor. I'm going to do it in G minor. So I would go like this. I'll do it like this. Now, it's a little easier to do this when there's a lot of melody notes in the beginning. See how I did that? Also, you can do it like this. You can do the melody note single. See, I don't like the chord is too thin up there like this, so I like to do this. See, I don't like this corny. So I'm doing these stretchy chords. So what I did basically, you could do either just a single line for the pickup note, and then play a chord under it. Use your finger like this to do that kind of stuff. Reharmonization, major 7, D over E flat, major 7 sharp 5, flat 5, flat 9, sharp 9 actually. bridge. Reharmonization. I'm using minor thirds there. So I'm using really basic. Wow, someone says, "Wow, that song is making me quiver in my boots." I like that. So you know what? So that's Autumn Leaves. So that's a really common song, but with more melody notes like that, you have to be able to be more creative. So I can do all kinds of things like that. So I'm using thirds there to use single lines to do the pickup note. A pickup note is the note before the melody comes in. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. That's the pickup note. So I'm going. So that song is a nice song to do chord melody with. Okay, that's a really basic one, but you can make it fancier and hipper. See what I did? I did a bunch of thirds there, for example. Now, you don't have to play the roots all the time in the chords. You can use inversions, reharmonizations, all kinds of stuff that I'm doing right now. So now I'm going to go. No thirds, no roots. Okay, so that's another song. Oh, cool. That sounds like a church song. Okay, what church song? Um, do I have perfect pitch? No. Someone's asking me if I have perfect. I like some. There's always these guys that always ask these funny questions when I'm doing these shows. Do I have perfect pitch? Play Chick Corea? Do all this? So yeah, no. You know what? No. Now I'll tell you something, everybody. Perfect pitch does not make you a good musician. I bet people with perfect pitch. I'm like, you have perfect pitch? What? You have to, to be a good musician. Of course, you have to have good ears, but you don't have to have perfect pitch. Most people don't have perfect pitch, and I know people who do have perfect pitch. So, and some are good and some aren't. Some aren't. You have to have good rhythm. You have to have good ears. You have to go have good timing. Timing is the most important thing. You have to have good technique. You have to be able to listen to people around you. Perfect pitch is just identifying notes. So people are really good at identifying colors, and that's what perfect pitch is: identifying notes. So if you're good at identifying colors, doesn't mean you're good at, like, I don't know, architecture or something, or whatever that has to do with colors. You know what I mean? So perfect pitch is just a skill. Having a good ear is a skill. Being able to pick up things by ear, by being able to listen to music and just. So those are very important skills. You have to have basic skills to be a good musician. To be a good jazz musician, if we're talking about jazz here in general, you have to know how to play over changes. That's the most important thing. Now, to be able to play over chord changes takes a lot of basic skills. Like, it's hard to be a good jazz musician because you have to be able to play this stuff exactly at the right time with the right notes, with the right feel, right timing. Everything is just and to play simple stuff. If you're good at that, just simple stuff, you're a good musician. But it's hard to get to that point because it takes a lot of time, and you have to have really good timing to do that and being able to hear things. And so perfect pitch has nothing to do with anything, I think. So anyway, and so those are skills. These people don't tell you this stuff, but perfect pitch doesn't mean anything. Okay, so Now I want to learn perfect pitch just because it's a good skill to have, but it doesn't really matter for my playing. So anyway, I'll give you a good example. I'll try to teach my granddaughter perfect pitch because she's below 5. So you learn below 5. If you're before 5 and you start telling everybody like a color, that's orange. You go A, that's that. No, you go A. That's A, okay, whatever. C, and you tell them that. That's how you learn how to get perfect pitch. And then when you get older, you just go, oh, that's an A, like a color. That's white or whatever. So these are skills that you should learn as a musician. But now let me keep going. I wish I could get better at rhythm. So you know what, Patrick? So I'm studying with a drummer for rhythm. There's some good exercises that I'm learning about doing timing. Okay, so he has me doing timing while I'm tapping my foot 2, 3, 4. He's a great drummer named Jay Finishel. Okay, and I'm taking online lessons with him. He's an old friend of mine. He lived in New York a long time ago. He lives in Georgia now, but I'm just taking lessons on rhythm. Yeah, yeah, and he's on TikTok, so follow him. It's called the Drummer's Almanac, and follow me. I forgot to tell everybody, follow me everywhere. I know you guys are following me here on YouTube, and I appreciate all the followers, man. I have 7,000 subscribers now on YouTube, but also, I have tons of fans on TikTok because I do a lot of videos about all this stuff, and I have tons of fans on Instagram and Facebook. So all Ron Jackson Music, okay? You could go all those pages and follow me, and also Twitter as well too. I don't use that as much, but on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, it's all Ron Jackson Music. One word. Okay. And when we get back to gigs, hopefully I'll see you in person. I'll see some people later on lessons. But let me see. This with some other questions here. I wish I could. Okay, Patrick. Well, at some point I will be a lot of work. Yeah, I just found you on Instagram. Yeah, I look hard. I got to check out all you people. Now let me see. So let's get back into chord melody. Thank you for all the people watching. There's a lot of people watching. I appreciate it. So if you want to pick another song, I can do. Let's get back to Cherokee, okay? Just for 1 minute. We didn't do the bridge. So remember we did Cherokee in the beginning. So I memorized the arrangement that I did earlier. So it's like this. You gotta memorize this stuff as fast as possible. Cherokee. Okay. Then. So I'll do a different way. Now the bridge is interesting. Okay, the bridge goes like this. So I'm looking at this melody. So just so you guys know, I read notation. So guitarists should learn how to read notes. This is hard to do. Okay, and not use tabs. And now of course I know how to use tabs, but I only do that just to help people learn how I'm playing the guitar. Okay, but learn how to read notation. So I'm doing this all by looking at the melody and knowing what my relationship of the melody is to the chord. So that's called chord scale relationships. Okay, and chord melody, they're very important. So I'm playing on the bridge of Cherokee. It's C sharp minor 9. You should look this up on your real books or wherever you have. And the top note is a 9. It's a D sharp. So that's a 9. So I would play a chord like that. Then change to the F7. Now it goes to the 9 and to the B major 7. Okay, and then goes to the 11 to the 5th. I mean to the 7 to the 5th. So it goes like this. And then goes to the 9 of the B minor 7. See what I did? See what I did? Change the fingering. Seconds. Oh, sorry. got a whole chord arrangement now for Cherokee. So remember, in jazz, it's pretty easy. There's the form for a jazz song is usually A, which means like the melody is played one time as A, and then repeated as A. Then B is a bridge, then A again. So there's two A's, and so once you learn an A, you learn 3/4 of the song. Basically, usually at the end of the A, it resolves or does something different to go back to the top. Okay, so Cherokee is like this now. So if I'm gonna play the band, I'm gonna go. Okay, so I'm just messing around, but so when you do these arrangements, you don't have to play exactly the way it's written. You could just change them up. So I just kind of like made that arrangement. Then I started doing like an arrangement, like I'm going to be playing by myself because I've been playing a lot of gigs by myself recently because I haven't, it's hard to do gigs with people and so there's some questions here. Hey Dave, man, great to see you, man. Dave's one of my patrons. I have a few of my patrons watching. Sorry, I had to change the link, everybody. But what happened was I got live and I couldn't turn the camera on, so I had to make it public. It's public right now, but it's good to be public because a lot more people are watching now. But so if you're watching, everybody, this is for my patrons usually. So if you want to join my Patreon, I'm going to be doing these kind of lessons, and I have these lessons I'm giving out. I'm trying to put more stuff on Patreon, like more than usual. Like I usually try to post once a week. I'm going to try to post at least once or twice a week if I can. I have tons of material that I have to get through, and I have a lot of sites that I'm on now. So I'm just trying the best I can. Thank you, everybody, Patreon, for being so patient with me. Some people have said that I haven't posted enough on there. I'm trying to post more. Don't worry. I have a lot of stuff, so it's coming. It's coming. So thank you, Dave, for being a Patreon. So, and also for Reggie and a bunch of other people on here. Someone said, I look, I said, wow, you are jazz. Thank you. So Patrick, so nice to watch and listen to someone who knows exactly what to do. And I can make it sound and make it sound beautiful. You're an inspiration. Thank you, Patrick. Patrick just won a seat to watch this to know about what's going on. Now it's public, so it doesn't matter, but it's great, And if you want to study with me, let me know. Remember, all this watching doesn't help your playing. It's someone who helps you. That's how I got better. I had a bunch of great teachers. I studied with Pat Martino, Bucky Pizzarelli got me to 7th string, Ted Dunbar, who taught a lot of great guitar players. Like, man, he taught Bobby Broom. Ted Dunbar was a great teacher. Peter Bernstein. He taught Kevin Eubanks from The Tonight Show. He taught, man, so many great people. Ted Dunbar was a great teacher, man. And he was one of the best. Pat Martino is a great teacher too, man. I learned a lot of my stuff from him. Who else? Melvin Sparks is another great guy. He was one of my mentors, you know, and I mentor a couple of people too to be guitar players and jazz guitar players. So, you know, you have to pass it down. And, you know, usually your mentors were your teachers. So, so my mentors were like Bucky and all these other guys. But anyway, so let me see who else is up here. Come on to Atlanta so you can get a lesson in person. Yeah, I do online, so don't worry. Yeah, also, guys, next week I'll be in Minneapolis. If I don't know if anybody's near there, if you want a lesson, I'll be there just for a few days this week until Friday. So if you're watching, let me know. Okay. What was I gonna say? I do online lessons, so if you can't, it's easier for everybody if you're like living in the country. I have students all over the country actually, and I've had students in Europe and in Australia and stuff too. So Asia. So if you want to take a lesson in person, do online too. It works really well today. And I have some, even famous people studying with me. I can't mention. So anyway, so let me see who else is up here. Yeah, I was Nathaniel. I was in Atlanta a few years ago playing at this place called. I played in Atlanta a few times at the Atlanta Arts Festival, and there's also this club called the Velvet Note in Alfreda. I played there a few years ago with this great singer from England. So I play different places. So now, does anybody have any more questions about chord melody? Because I'm going to be finishing actually in about 5 minutes because I have a student. One of my students that's watching is going to be taking an online lesson with me in a minute. So I need a break before. But please, everybody, please follow me at Ron Jackson Music everywhere else. Sign up for my Patreon if you can. Is this the right way? Okay, this is the right way now. See, look, everything was backwards when I looked at the camera. So that's my Patreon. If you want to join, yeah, because on my let me see. Oh, it's backwards. That's weird. Oh, so it's like this then. Okay. Sorry, guys. That's weird. Yeah, that's my Patreon. If you want to join it, you can watch the playback of this too. Okay. You can watch the playback. If you want to watch this video, I didn't really play much today. I talked a lot about chord melody and answer your questions, which is just as important. Oh, someone's from Guinea. Sorry. Oh, let me see. I'm just looking through the comments here. Yeah. So everybody, so today this is recap about what we did. So I did chord melody. So remember, you can put a melody. You can put any chord under a melody anyway. You can put any chord actually, just your imagination. But basic skills are just like harmonizing in the key you're in, knowing the melody note, what the melody note is against the chord. If it's a third, a 9, a sharp 11, whatever it is, flat 13, against the bass note or the chord you're playing, and it's chord scale relationship. These are basic skills I learned in college, which is arranging through arranging. So if you have any questions, please send me an email at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And you can send it, in this live feed today if you want. It's a comment. And I'll be putting up more. Actually, I have some more workshop lessons I'm going to be putting up on YouTube in general because they don't like short videos on YouTube. They like long form videos, and you don't get any credit for that for your hours, for watch hours on YouTube for the short videos. Only of the long videos. So I'm going to be putting more long videos, performance and lesson videos. So I have a lot of things to talk about, tons of stuff, but I don't have all the time in the world to do all these videos. So the editing takes longer. That's why I don't practice as much because I'm doing these videos so much. So, and I'm trying to help everybody else, and so I have a lot of stuff to talk about in my playing that could help you. And hopefully, this workshop helped you today. And I'd like to thank everybody for watching, and I'll see you guys soon. I'm Ron Jackson, and appreciate you watching and have a great day. My website is www.ronjacksonmusic.com. That's ronjacksonmusic.com. And I'll talk to you guys very soon. Thank you. Bye-bye. You're welcome, everybody. I'm just looking at the comments. You're welcome, Reggie. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. You can make a comment after too, okay? Write in comments after if you have any questions. Thank you. See you soon, Sean. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for watching my video. And if you enjoyed it, please subscribe and also turn on notifications. And if you really love my video, please support me by joining my Patreon and become a patron. That way you can get some cool lessons, some live lessons as well, cool perks, and you're going to have a great time in watching my videos as well. So please support me there, and I hope to see you on Patreon. Wow. Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson on YouTube. I'm doing like an impromptu video on how to practice and how I practice. You can see me practice and how I warm up, what I usually do. Trying to get the background good. I'm gonna go live now also on TikTok and on Instagram. So everybody, just so you know, I wanted to go live when I'm practicing a little bit, so you can see how I actually practice and what I do. Now, what's interesting is if you have any questions, please let me know. This is kind of an interesting live that I'm doing because I usually do lives, and I'm actually what's the word? I'm actually just performing for you, but you never see me practicing or doing something. What normal people do when they're at home, like just playing, trying to learn new things. When I'm practicing, actually, and everybody should know this, I'm always I'm trying to make sure I practice things I don't know how to do at all. I play. This is a 7-string guitar, okay, and what's happening is I'm still learning how to use the 7th string, which is the lowest string here, okay. So the 7th string is really to add it to my playing and my soloing is a whole different world. So that's one thing I like to practice when I start warming up.
try to incorporate it in arpeggios. So this is like a practice session. Me practicing, actually. I haven't touched the guitar all day. You know, I was trying to touch it earlier. I got up like around 9:30. I was doing all kinds of business and whatever. That's what happens when you're a musician. So, you know, I wanted to do something really different for a live stream for once. And I'm actually streaming to 3 different places, everybody. I'm streaming to my TikTok fans, YouTube, and Instagram. And I have a lot of fans on everything now. I just got past 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. I appreciate that, you guys. On YouTube, I'm going to be doing longer videos. This is going to be a longer video, so you can watch the playback about this. And if you have any questions, please send me some questions. Okay. Can you play Minor Swing by Django Reinhardt? Already someone asked me a question. Could you do the hardest scale you know? See, that's some TikTok people for me. That's pretty funny. So when I start warming up first, guys, everybody, I mean, I usually practice with a metronome a lot, you know, and I've been taking drum lessons recently to help my timing. My metronome is actually on my phone right now, and I don't have an old one. So I'll usually warm up and do a little tremolo like this with my pick. You see that? Just get warmed up. You know, my arm's kind of stiff right now, believe it or not. So I'll do the tremolo to warm up with the dynamics. Play it soft, loud, fast as possible. This is a warm up. Because remember, this is my practice session. Now, if you have any questions, let me know. Someone say, yo, can I play the hardest scale I know? Do I know any hard scales? All the scales are hard, I think. So this is just warming up my right hand, you know, my picking hand, everybody. Now play the 7th string. Now you notice, I'm actually going to be, I'm using the George Benson picking technique, which is like a sideways kind of picking, like this. If you look carefully, my pick is not straight, so I'm going like this. So when I'm playing, you can only do that on flat wound strings. So my guitar has flat wound strings, my 7th string, okay? All 6 strings except for the low A. I tune to low A's. E, A, D, G, B, E. And it's a low A. So there is a wound string. So I can't go sideways on that when I'm picking. I have to go straight. So I have to adjust. You hear the difference? You hear the difference? So there's a lot of questions you guys are asking already. Can't see my pick? Here it is. I use different kinds of picks, everybody, just so you know. I have these Jim Dunlop picks. Also, I use these Pick World picks. They're like this, so you can see that. Okay? They're kind of cool. They're made out of Delrin as well. Different kind of Delrin. It's a little heavier than I'm used to, but these are pretty heavy picks, actually. These are really good. When I'm warming up, so that's one warm-up I do. The tremolo warm-up. And I actually have on my TikTok for people on TikTok. And actually on, it's also on my Instagram and my YouTube. That's one warm-up I do. And then I do this exercise I learned from Steve Vai. Like when he was in college, he used to write for Berkeley, you know, for Guitar Player magazine. You know, when I was in college, I stole this warm-up. So it's with your left hand. So I'm just practicing. I'm warming up and practicing for you guys. This is just a warm-up. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4 exercise. But what happens is I'll do it on the 7th string because I have my 7th string because I want to, you know, I want to practice the 7th string as much as possible. I'll go, and then I'm going to go 2, 3, 4, 1, then switch it 3, 4, 1, 2, then 4, 1, 2, 3. So that's the pattern I'm doing to warm up. Now, I mean, you have to do this slow to get used to it first. Oh. I learned this from Steve Vai. He's a great guitar player, that guy. Now, you see, when I place my fingers, I keep them close. I'm warming up, and I'm practicing for you guys today, just so you see how I practice. off the 7th string. So that's a good warm up. Remember to practice slow. Use a metronome. I don't have a metronome right now because I'm actually just it's on my phone actually and on my computer. I'm using 3 devices to stream to right now: TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. So please follow me if you don't already. Actually, just in case. Okay. So let me see. I'm just going to see if I can answer a couple of questions here. Someone was asking me what kind of guitar is this. This is an Eastman. I can never remember the name. It's an Eastman 7 string. It's an AR 810 CE 7 string. Okay. And if you want to get the 7 string and study with me, please, let me know and I'll do that for you. Now, this is really an impromptu, how I practice kind of workshop. Let me see if I can answer a question. Are there any neo jazz guitar players that you hold high respect? Who's that guy? I got to think about some neo soul guitar players. This is guy. What's his name? Sparky or something. Anyway, one of those guys is great. A lot of those guys are great. So, hello from Cincinnati. Hey, Cincinnati. That's great. I just did an interview with the great Dan Wilson from Akron over there, on my Sunday evening jazz. Someone was asking about giant steps. We'll get to that stuff later maybe. I'm just warming up, so I'm practicing. So that's an exercise that I actually do. Remember, when you practice, always practice things you cannot do. So this is a warm-up. This is actually a warm-up that I can do, but it's not easy because I have to think about it. Plus, I'm playing 7 string. The 7 string I'm not as good with as the 6 string. But so I'm going to go backwards this time. So this other warm-up when I warm up for practicing, I haven't touched the guitar all day. It's going 4, 2, 3, 1. And what I do is you place all your fingers down like that. Then I'm going to switch 4, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 4, 2, 1, 3, 4. Then 1, 3. I want 1, 4, 3, 2. Wow. So it's like this. Then I go up the neck. Then I keep going up the neck like that. It's a great warm-up. So what I'm doing is it's kind of hard to talk and play and concentrate, but that's a good warm-up for me to do. I do slow. Oh, whoops. Etc. Okay, that's a really great warm-up. So this is something I learned from Steve Vai, the amazing guitar player that did everything with Frank Zappa up to wherever. So that's a great warm-up. So remember, I'm practicing things as a warm-up and things I can't do very easily. So another thing I've been working on recently, I've been working a lot. I learn a lot from my students. So what happens is a lot of times I'll be doing a workshop and they'll be asking me all these crazy questions like play giant steps or whatever. Let me see. Someone's asking me, is there guitar players that don't play jazz I respect? Oh, I just said Steve Vai, Frank Zappa, Eddie Van Halen. There's a lot of great guitar players I like. Okay, let me see what other questions there are here. I was trying not to make this a question and answer kind of thing, but there's all kinds of guitar players I love, man. That don't play jazz. Tons, all kinds of. Someone was talking about the guitar player from Avenged Sevenfold. What's his name? Some kind of weird name, but I checked him out. He's great. There's all kinds of great guitar players I like that aren't jazz. So anyway, another thing I like to do is I'm practicing scales right now. I use one of the things I like to do is I'm trying to learn 7 string. So I like to do like a lot of exercises I can't do on the 7 string. Like I'm very good at doing arpeggios like this, 3 octaves. That's an E minor arpeggio. Okay, now that's out for a 6th string, but if I want to add the 7th string, I gotta go E, B, because I'm having a low A, so people don't know what I'm playing. So I'll add that note in there. So then if I'm gonna play major, so I work a lot of like strange, arpeggios like that. They're not strange. These are just real basic things. And I'll transpose them. So I'll go up another half step, F minor. Like that. It's hard to practice in front of people, actually. So if I'm going to play that on 7th string, I'm going to go. Okay. And then, so I'm doing this from the root position of the 6th string. Now, when I'm playing the 7th string, it gets tricky. But then I'm trying to learn how to play the 5th position, or the 5th string root. Voicing for these. Well, actually, the chords for this. So what's really hard is, I learned this from one of my students years ago. I have all these exercises. See, I'm a kind of a bookworm, so I have all kinds of exercises that I use, like this. You see that? And this is like arpeggio. These great arpeggios that I got from a student that he got from somebody years ago, and I've still been working on these things. And these are things I can't do. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Everybody's looking from over there on my computer's over there. So with YouTube. So these are things I can't do. Well, I can do some of these, but some of the arpeggios I can do are like this. Let me take my 6th string guitar now so you can see. So I practice the 6th string too. Some things I can't do on the 6th string. So I have another one. This is my other Eastman, and I use a different pick for this because I use heavy string. Okay. Someone said play some gypsy jazz. So I was just doing a little bit of a minor swing. So anyway, I was just messing around there. The 6th string is much easier to play than the 7th string, just so you know, because my strings here are much lighter. The 7th string, I have 12s on the top here, and I don't know what the low note is. These are all flat wounds, and my 7th string have 14 on top to a 79 on the low A string. Okay, so that's kind of interesting. Okay, so what's happening is this. So when I'm doing those arpeggios, they're different on the 6th string now. So I'm doing the E minor arpeggio was like this. So that's kind of easy on the 6th string. Okay, because first I don't have that 7th string to get in my way when I play. So I'll be practicing these exercises like this, going up in half step. Go up in half step. Etc. Etc. I mean, you should do them slower than I'm doing. But the ones that I don't know as well, I'm still getting warmed up here, is the ones that go like this. So if I'm playing a C major arpeggio, starting on the 5th, so I'm going to add that note there, the 5th string root, but I'm going to have to go from the 5th to the 6th string to get the full arpeggio. With the low note, I would go. Now this is not a full. This is actually a full 2 octaves from the 5th note of the C arpeggio. Now there's a certain fingering that's written out in this book. You have to go like this. I'm going like this. So this is one I don't know as well. And I think the goal is to be able to play this in different keys. Oops. See, I don't know that. When you're practicing, it should not sound good, because that's what practice is all about. When you're playing, it should sound good, but when you're practicing, you're not. So I'm actually doing a practice session for you guys. So these are things I don't know how to do as well. So I'm doing a B arpeggio, but this B arpeggio is actually 3 octaves from the 5th. So this is the B, and the 5th is F sharp here. Okay, so when I'm playing that, I'm going. Okay, there's another octave. Another octave. So those are the octaves. So that's 3 octaves, okay, all together. And I'm doing that up and down the fingerboard. Oh, Joe. I went to B for a second. I'm in B flat now. Okay, now these exercises my student gave me a long time ago are in minor as well, so I'll be practicing that in minor, so I'll go like this. So I'm in C, back to C minor. See, these are just things I practice that I don't know how to do, and you should be able to do that yourself. Let me see some of the questions here. Oh yeah, okay. Let me answer. Devontae. Oh, Devontae. I think I talked to him earlier. Someone on YouTube is watching my live stream right now. Can you teach us how to approach jazz reharmonization? Oh, okay. So this is like a practice warm up, but I have actually, guys. So just so you know, Jose, Leah, this is on YouTube. Jose, you can just go to my YouTube channel. I have a section about reharmonization there already. Okay. Do you know the 3-note per string scale? What do you prefer for major scale and others? K system or 3 NPS? What is 3 NPS? I don't know what that means, but let me see. I'm going to answer a question by Mefco 96. Now the 3-note per string scale, I guess, is something like this. Let's say I play a G major scale. You can do it that way. So G. And you know what's really good about that? So that's really kind of 3 notes per scale is actually for a scale is pretty easy. But when I'm playing major scales or any scale, when I'm especially when I'm improvising, and this is a practice session. I'm not even like doing any songs right now. I'm just doing scales, doing runs that I do when I practice. Now you could actually, you could play 3 notes per scale, but the most important thing about playing through a scale is this: you should be able to go play through the neck without getting lost. And one good exercise I like to use when I'm playing through chord changes is doing this thing called the continuous scale exercise, where like the chords are going through the whole song, but you can change your scale without stopping. So I don't know if I can. I don't have my backing track with me, but if I'm playing a song like There Will Never Be Another You. If I'm playing this solo through it, I'll be going. So what I just basically did was I'm just playing through the song without stopping. It's like kind of an exercise to see that you actually know your scales. So when I'm playing through a song with a lot of chords, and when you're soloing too, you should be able to hear. People should be able to hear the chords through your solo. You should be able to outline the harmony somehow in your soloing. What I'm just basically doing, I'm just playing through the changes, all the kind of jazz lines I know. Okay, but it's a scale exercise. I would just go 1, 2, 3, 4. This is down immediately. So what I'm doing, I'm just playing the scale through the chords, like it's quarter notes. So there's all kinds of things you could do to play your scales and your major scales. But the fingering that he talked about, things like that. Do you practice bebop and bebop like phrasing? Of course, all the time. Uh, so I play mostly bebop guitar actually. So yeah, I practice mostly bebop phrasing. I have a lot of exercises. Actually, I put a post on YouTube about the bebop scale. There's quite a few posts, and I study it all the time. So one of the things I like to do too is I need to, I'm always learning new tunes. So one of the things I work on a lot is like fingerings for bebop melodies. So I mean, I try to experiment. Like I used to play Donna Lee like this, like this. Okay, and that fingering is not very good. I've been doing that fingering for years. So when I started doing it, I started changing the fingering on that. So I have to relearn the melody because you got to get it up to tempo. So one thing I like to do is, I mean, one thing I did, I just started going. Decided to do that fingering instead, just because it's easier to lay on the guitar. So when you're learning new melodies, whenever you're practicing, this is a practice session for you guys. I'm trying to be able to play things that I can't do, and execute them. My fingers are kind of cold today. I don't know why, but it's cold out here in New York today. So when I do something like that, I had to change the fingering from this to this. So it's hard to change a bebop melody like that and change the fingering because I used to play this for years. That's kind of an awkward fingering. So that way it's a little bit easier. Okay, just a little bit easier. So I have to relearn all this stuff and practice it. The most important thing about practice, everybody, just so you know, is that let me see if I can answer some questions too while we're going here. Is to practice every day, just a little bit. Now, I mean, it's like sometimes it's impossible. Like I for a while, I've been taking drum lessons. I was telling people earlier, and sometimes like I have no time to practice. Sometimes, I mean, it's kind of a drag, and I'm doing so much stuff online on social media, like on TikTok, all these videos. This takes a lot of time. So and answering questions, from my fans and everything, my followers, and it's hard to keep up with this. I need to keep up with my playing too. So sometimes I get really pissed and I have to practice, and I stop, say I got to practice today or practice for a couple hours. But the most important thing is if you're learning something new, you got to practice it every day so it becomes embedded in your mind. I've been teaching for years, and I know it works because I do it myself. If I'm learning some new music, I'm always learning only new stuff, only new stuff I can't do, things I can't do, things I haven't been able to do. Now, how do you value good melodic phrasing? And an earworm is my fave to compose. Ooh, so when I'm doing melodic phrasing, that's someone asked that on TikTok. You develop that after a while from a lot of jazz playing and playing in general. I tell my students is trial and error. So you got to play over tapes and all kinds of stuff. Play with bands, play with other people, record yourself. The recording never lies about your playing, and that's one important thing I like to tell people is like when you record yourself, it's very important. I mean, it's a really important aspect of learning how to sound better because when you hear a recording, it doesn't lie. Only person that lies to you about your playing is yourself, actually. So I know when I'm playing something wrong, and it's really weird. I'll be playing something like I'll be doing sometimes I'll be performing. I said I think I played terrible, but everybody says you sound great, man. I'm like, yeah, come on. So but then I listen back and I say, wow, it sounds actually pretty good because I'm a big, your biggest judge of playing is yourself. And if you listen to your recording, you'll hear everything that you don't want to hear. And so record as much as you can. Like I watch my video playbacks all the time, and I go, oh man, I messed that up. But these little mistakes. I mean, I'll be recording sometimes in recording sessions, and one time I made a little mistake, and I was like, oh, I don't like that. I changed that. No, and the bass player, really great bass player, well-known bass player, said to me, that he was like, that was like to him it was nothing, but to me it was a big thing. It was like a little mistake. So I mean, you can get away with little mistakes. And when I'm recording and I do a record, I'm going to be doing a record at the end of the year. I'm going to be like, man, I'm going to fix this because I don't like the way I played. But for most people, they don't probably notice or care. So, but the thing is, the most important person to care is yourself. Okay, so let me see. There's some questions I want to ask. There's so many questions coming at me. How long have you been playing? I've been playing for years, man, since I was 11. Okay. I mean, I used to practice 5 to 8 hours a day, just so you guys know. Okay, so that was like a lot of work. And I switched to 7 string, which I have over here. About not switched. I play 7 string as well, exclusively. Because I'm one of the few guitarists who plays 7 string in jazz. For since like 2011, 2012, that's when I started. I'm still learning it. So, what do you think of Barry Harris method? So, someone just asked me about Barry Harris. I used to attend his class on and off for 20 years. So I love his stuff. So I do a lot of my thinking is Barry Harris. So one of the things I worked on recently that I'm working on right now is double time lines. So I'm practicing things that I need to work on. This is a practice session supposed to be. People are asking me a lot of questions. So I'm working on double time lines. Like I started writing a bunch of stuff out. It's actually on my computer. I got to look at it. So I'll be going like, if I'm playing a 1, 2, 1, 6, 2, 5. Let's change the key to A flat. Remember to play all keys. So I'll go. So one of my students was asking me, man, can you write out some double time lines? So I mean, I have a Patreon account, just in case you guys don't know, and there you can actually what's the word? You could actually check out some of the music I write and stuff like that. But he asked me to start writing some lines out, so I started thinking, man, when I'm doing double time, you got to have this stuff really worked out. So like I had to go. So I'm just doing a double time line on 1, 6, 2, 5. So to write that out was really hard. I mean, I was just playing a double time line I was making up like from my arsenal of vocabulary. So I had to think of all kinds of lines. So basically, I'm just practicing some double time lines over a 1, 6, 2, 5. But I'm also doing a lot of reharmonization. I'll go 1, like A flat major 7 to F minor 7, to B flat minor 7 to E flat 7. Okay, and I'll change it to dominant to make it to F7 to B flat 7, and then E flat 7 to change the lineup. So, but the thing is, you have to have these lines kind of worked out if you want to do double time playing.
So that's another thing I've been working on is when I'm practicing is figure out what lines I use to be able to do my double time lines because I take it for granted that I know how to play them. I got to show my students how to do that, and I want to show my students how to do that. So I'm starting to write some of these things off of my Patreon account. If you want to join that, it's at www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music, and there I'm starting to put all these kind of ideas and writing them down for my students to learn. And so another thing I like to do is I like to actually do a lot of stuff, learn stuff I don't know at all. So I use this book right here called the Jazz Theory book by Mark Levine. So there's a lot of concepts that I don't know about. Like first thing I like to work on is like I did an article for Acoustic Guitar Magazine actually that came out in the January-February issue. It was on the harmonic and melodic minor. No, I think that's out now, actually. It's in the current issue. So the harmonic and melodic minor scale, the chord voicings, I know some of them, but I need to practice all the voicings still. So I'm always practicing things I don't know. So if I'm playing let's say I'm playing a harmonic minor. Okay, so that's an A harmonic minor. Now you got to figure out the chords for all that. So you got to be able to play that in thirds. Etc. So I'll be practicing that, and I'm saying, wow, I don't know that as well. So I'll be like, I got to practice that. You know, I can play. I mean, people know I can play, and I want to show everybody how to play these things too. But if I'm playing, I got to figure out how I'm going to do that in thirds next. So you got to figure out what the chords are. So let's say I'm playing, this is A minor, this is B diminished, then C augmented, D minor, then this is an E chord, F, and then, F chord, then F sharp diminished. So you got to be able to play that. I mean, you know, if you really want to know the scale, you got to really get into it. So I don't know this as well. So I'm practicing this stuff. Okay, so those are just the triads. Now you have to do the seventh chord. So I'll go. Oh, my guitar feedback. These are dominants for the chord. The first chord now is A minor, major 7. You got to play it everywhere too. Then B minor 7 flat 5. And then, C major 7, sharp 5. Now, I just did an article about this. I still need to work on it. D minor 7, E7, F7. Oh, sorry, F major 7, sorry. See? And then G sharp diminished. You go backwards. It's a great harmony. I use this scale a lot, but knowing all the harmony for this is a whole different world for me. Okay. Then I was doing the melodic minor too. So let's do a different key. Let's do F minor. See, I want to make sure I do different keys. I'll go across to D minor actually, so I can change this whole thing up. So these are things I actually practice. So you can do the melodic. Now we haven't gotten to the modes yet. So these are things I actually practice, and things I don't know. So I just start playing through all this stuff and making sure I learn all this stuff. Now let me see if I can answer a few more questions. I'm only going to go through this for like an hour. Then you can watch the playback about how I practice. Okay. So remember, practice things you cannot do. That's the most important thing about this section. Let me see. Let me see what my friends on TikTok. I've been ignoring you guys on TikTok. I'm sorry, I don't go live enough on TikTok. And I need to. I have a lot of followers up there. I have almost 25,000 followers. Now, let's see. How often do you use distortion? I use distortion sometimes. Actually, I have a bunch of pedals. So someone was asking that. Oh, you still blow my mind. Okay. I'm getting into ragtime. Is there any artists that you recommend? Ragtime. So someone's asking me about ragtime. So I play a little bit of everything on guitar. So I do a little bit of fingerstyle guitar playing.
like I used to be involved, into like Leo Cocky and Chet Atkins and all the guys. So I'll do things like. So this is one of my songs actually. When I play this on YouTube, I get flagged sometimes on my own stuff because it sounds exactly like the record. But that's just one of my old kind of ragtime songs. So I mean, I have different influences. I got to think about who. But over the years, I've been into fingerstyle guitar playing, and I use all kinds of styles of playing. So I'm going to do a video about that as far as using pick style. So because I've done a few articles on an acoustic guitar magazine about that too. So I do I do mostly pick style, but I do a lot of hybrid picking. Okay, and I do fingerstyle too completely, but I never use any nails. It's just too much work, and or finger picks or anything like that. And actually, I have these slides that someone sent me, like finger slides that I gotta actually open up and do like a unboxing and review for my social media fans here. So that's a good question. Let me see. Hey, Amir, my student Amir is online. It says, "Nice surprise for lunch break." Yeah, I'm just doing an impromptu like a practice workshop. Like I never go live enough on TikTok and on YouTube, so it's great to do this. Um, Now, someone's asking me about the Bear Harris. So I use the Bear Harris method all the time. Part of the Bear Harris method is actually that you should be using a lot of passing tones during your scales. That's what it's all about. And approach notes and rhythms, all bebop. So let's say we're playing. Let's go to a different key. Let's go to D flat. First, you got to know your scales really well in every position, every key. Someone's asking me about three fingering scales. I never think about that, but I guess I do that sometimes. So it's easy to play just a major scale like that fast, but that's not musical to me. Or playing fast cannot be musical sometimes. It just sounds fast. So and I can play fast, but what does that mean? I usually play what I hear. So if I'm playing like bebop, like Barry Harris's method is like it's basically it's the bebop cats method, and I used to go to this class all the time. It's putting half steps between the whole notes. Now that doesn't mean a chromatic scale. So people say if you put a half step between all the whole notes, you can do a chromatic scale. No, because remember in the major scale you got to know that it's whole, whole, half, whole, half. Now, if you go up the neck, you'll see that. So if you're playing like a passing tone, you'll go like this. So I'm going up, I'm passing to the second. So this note in between is not a tension, it's called a passing tone. Because it's off the beat. So if I'm counting, I'm going 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. So what these passing tones do, it helps you create cool melodic lines. It also keeps the rhythm steady and even when you're playing eighth notes, particularly, which is like the basic rhythm for the most common rhythm for jazz actually is the eighth note. So I like to. I mean, but this is a whole class or whole lifetime of work to work on too. So that's the concept, and also doing approach notes. So if I'm playing a D flat major chord, to be able to do approach notes like approaching each chord step. This is a real basic one, the half step, and mixing up those approach notes with the half step. So what I just did was I mixed up the approach notes with passing tones, and there's like endless possibilities, and you can go up and down the scale. It's easier to ascend down the scale than go up a scale, just so you know, and even playing phrases up. So that's a good thing for people to know about. So these are things I'm always working on because I mean, there's so much to work on. It's like never ending, and whenever I pick up the guitar, I'm like, man, I play like crap. So so I have to practice. Now, if you start thinking you're a master, then you might as well just give up the guitar or any instrument that you're playing. Just you should always find something you cannot do. So that's what this was what this whole live stream is about: practicing things I can't do. So there's another thing I like to do is I like to read a lot.
And I've been using a lot. You know, I don't have. Where's that book at? I don't have it in front of me. Oh, oh. I like to, you know, read like hard music, like you know, I take these saxophone books and stuff and read through them. You know, with the metronome. You know, I've been trying to do this kind of stuff really, and you know, counting. My drum teacher has me counting, tapping my foot like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, reading and saying out loud 1E and 2E and 3E and 4E and 1E and 2E. And that's for 16 note stuff. For jazz, I'll go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And then you have to play the rhythm or play the melodic line and still keep counting and tapping your foot. And then he has me tapping my foot on. This is the guy from. This is my friend Jay from the Drummer's Almanac. He's a great teacher. So if you want to check him out, he has his TikTok took off, and he has tons of followers on YouTube. It's called the Drummer's Almanac, and he also, you know, he does a lot of great things, and he's a great guy. So definitely check him out. So he also has me tapping my foot as eighth notes, like 1, 2. So I'm tapping my foot like this in eighth notes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I'm going 1E and 2E and 3E and 4E and 1E and 2E and so what I'm doing is eighth notes on my foot, 16 notes when I'm talking and playing whatever I'm playing. Then he has me doing exercise where I'm doing I'm doing the offbeat 1 and 2 and 3 and then saying 1E and 2E and 3. It's like really hard. Then playing. So these are really great exercises if you want to get into like your rhythm, because that's my most important thing that I need to work on, I think, is my rhythm and timing. You know, especially when I'm recording with a click in the studio and stuff, it's like, you know, nailing it, you know, on time or ahead or, you know, behind, any kind of timing. So I'm starting to work on that with polyrhythms and all that kind of stuff. So let me see what else is this. Monty Craig. Hey, Ron, who's this guy? Now, someone had, you know what, Jimmy, any advice about improvising on jazz blues? You know what I suggest is you should learn how to play over the changes of every chord scale. Like, so when I like one of my exercises I get students is I say I'm playing Afro blues. Oh, so I was in a different key. I was in a different key. So what I did was I did the Barry Harris method where I just did all dominant instead of all the minor 2/5s, etc. The minor, you know, the 2/5s. I just did straight dominant for all the 2/5s. So that's a great approach. I actually have that on my YouTube as an exercise. Okay, so look at one of my YouTube videos, Jimmy, and you'll find that. Practice alternate tip picking. So someone's asking about alternate picking. I actually did that as a warm up today. I did. That's one good way of doing it. Also, just practice trying to play up, down, and up all the time if you want to do alternate picking. There's a lot of, you know what? Actually, guys, I want to do some videos about some of the questions you have here. I'm going to try. Let me do a couple of things here. I'm going to screenshot a couple of these questions so I can actually answer them later on that's on that's on actually on YouTube, because I need to answer some questions that students always ask. Remember, everybody, all the videos that you watch is not going to help your playing. You know, you got to record yourself. You've got to actually play with other people. You've got to get a teacher. You know, videos can only take you so far. I have so many students who like watch videos and they'll take lessons with me. Then they'll say, "Oh, I'm going to go on YouTube and start watching again." Then they come back and they say, "Man, you know, it's great watching these YouTube videos, but I mean, I'm not learning anything because when I play, I still can't play or whatever. You know, I still can't do that." So what the most important thing is actually just, you know, is to be, you know, have someone judge how you play and by playing with other people. So there's a lot of questions here, but I'm going to try to answer these later. Let me go to my TikTok and say a couple of things too. Let me see who else is on Instagram here as well. I'm just trying to see who else here. There's 8 new messages on TikTok. On TikTok, you know, I can't save the video, unfortunately, because they don't let you do that. But on YouTube, you can watch this after if there's any questions. I'm actually getting tired, guys. So I was supposed to be practicing for you guys, but I'm answering a lot of questions. Um, I didn't know you were left-handed. Someone's saying I look like I'm left-handed. No, you're sometimes when you live stream, sometimes there's like a mirror image. So I'm right-handed. So I think on Instagram, looks like and on TikTok I'm left-handed, but I'm not. Okay, I'm actually what's the word? I'm right-handed. It's just the way it films. Okay, so so anyway, guys. So this is how I practice. I practice things I don't do. I mean, I have a lot of books I work on. Um, a lot of things about harmony theory. I'm particularly working on the harmonic and melodic minor scales recently. Arpeggios, using the 7-string guitar. Let me get my 7-string back out. Learning how to use the notes. I'm trying to learn how to use the notes without getting lost all the time. So things like that, not getting lost when I'm actually playing, is a great thing to do. And also using my 7-string as a melodic note is another thing I'm trying to work on really hard. So if I'm playing a solo, it's easy to play a solo on the first string. So I'm going. So I'm trying to use that 7-string as much as I can. See, I'm trying to use that 7-string. It's really hard. So, because what happens is when you're playing the 7-string on the 7-string guitar, you usually use mostly as an accompaniment note, but I want to be able to use it as part of my solos now. Sometimes it gets into the bass register with the bass player, but hopefully I can throw it in there sometimes so it doesn't get them pissed off. Because sometimes bass players get mad if you start playing in the register. I've had that. B flat. So I'm trying to use how that 7-string down there as much as I can. And 7th. See, I'm trying to use that 7-string and as an arpeggio on a major 7th chord, and that's something I'm practicing that I don't know how to do that well. So remember, I'm practicing, so I'm not sounding amazing, or I'm not sounding clean as I should because I'm practicing things I don't know how to do. That's what this is all about. How to practice. Practice things you can't do. You're not supposed to sound good. You're supposed to sound like you're practicing and trying to learn something. And practicing is just that. Learning how to do things you can't do, and you do it every day for a little bit. So I'm trying to make everybody know that. And the most important thing is consistency. So what I'm doing is I'm just working on the 7-string and really trying to get under my finger so I can actually solo on it when I'm taking a solo.
because you know what? Right now I'm practicing, but when I'm actually trying to play a song and I start trying to do that, I get lost because what happens is I'm like, man, you know, you're at the moment, people are watching or whatever. I'm doing a live stream recently, and you throw that note in, you're like, oh, how am I going to do this? I've been practicing, but this doesn't mean you can play it. Practicing is something that makes you get better with time. You know, you have to repeat it over and over, and when you come out and actually play, you'll be able to do it without thinking about it. That's what practice does to your playing. You know, so the most important thing is get a lot of practice in, and practice the right way. Don't practice things you already know. Practice things you can't do. You know, improve a melody, chord changes, whatever. Let me see. There's a lot of well, there's a lot of oh, sorry. I like this guy. Someone said to me, I gotta screenshot this. Someone said to me, practice playing bad to get good. That's great, Ron. What the hell? You know what? I used to have roommates with some great. I used to be roommates with some great musicians in New York. I don't have roommates anymore. So these guys used to practice, man. They be practicing the same crap. I'm like, oh man. But you know, when they play their butts off. Because when you practice, you're not supposed to sound good. You're supposed to practice things you can't do. That's what you're supposed to do. If you practice things you know all the time, when you get out of the gig, you're never gonna get any better. So that's what I'm trying to say. Jazz and Blues fans, me. Hey, there's a lot of great comments here, guys. Thank you for watching. I have a lot of people watching on. I've never had this many people following on YouTube either. So everybody, I'm going to get going in a second because I'm kind of like tired. Wait a second. Let me see if there's any question. What extra notes are you given? The extra note on my 7th string. Sorry, guys, on TikTok. This is a low A. I think that's what they mean. So this is a low A note. So this is a standard tuning guitar. Okay, E, A, D, G, B, E, and low A. Okay. Now in rock, they tune to a low B on the 7th string. And in Brazilian music, they tune to a low A. I mean, low C, excuse me. Now, the reason why this is tuned to a low A is because of George Van Epps used to do this tuning, okay? So, you know, I'm trying to practice today. I guess I won't practice much because I'm doing this for you guys. This is supposed to be a practice session trying to show you what I do when I practice, but, you know, I get a lot of questions, and it's great. I got to actually. But if you want to study with me, you know, please, you know, it's all on my links here on my Instagram, on my link tree. If you want to donate, you know, always need donations. You can just go to my link tree on my profile, or any video that I have. You can join my Patreon to learn how to study with me for real. You know, I can put that in the comments, but anyway, just, you know, PayPal, all that. Everything is Ron Jackson Music, just so you know. Everything is Ron Jackson Music. So if you want to donate or anything, if you learn something new today, you know, and if you want to take lessons with me, just go to my contact on Instagram or, you know, on my link tree. It's all there, all my contact information. I'm getting new students all the time, especially since I have all these followers now, and I appreciate you guys watching me. And thank you. I got to do this is like a celebration too. I have 10,000 subscribers now on YouTube as well, 24,000 on TikTok and on Instagram. So, you know, I appreciate you guys watching. So this is how I practice. I'm going to try to take a break after this and practice by myself this time. so I can get something done. But thank you, everybody. Let me see if there's any questions. My guitar is an Eastman, just so you guys know. So look at this. It's an Eastman. Oh, shoot. I have that covered up, guys. Sorry. I put a GoPro on here. When I'm filming a lot of my lives, I didn't do it today. I use a GoPro camera. This one, a GoPro 9. And I get some great videos, like looking at the guitar like this while I'm playing. It's a really great thing to use. And I usually reshare my videos with the GoPro camera because the live streams, the sound is not as good, or the you know, and the video is not as good. So I actually do that. And so, you know, I have a tuner on here and I have an instrument attachment. So it's kind of cool. You know, I try to make my live streams interesting and fun and informative. You know, you know, I'd like to thank everybody for watching, and you know, and keep watching my videos. Please follow me. Please share with everybody, and hopefully, you know, you can watch the playback now on Instagram and on YouTube, but you can't on TikTok. They should do that, you know. So let me see. You
You're welcome, everybody. You know, if you want to donate or anything, let me know. Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, um, Cash App, Venmo is all the same. Okay, and I hope you learned something new today. And I hope I answered most people's questions. Let me see. There's a lot of questions. How's your day? Everybody asks me a funny question. What kind of guitar is that? I already answered that. What is the most effective pentatonic scales to practice? Just your your regular minor and major pentatonics. You could use them on different things. I miss performing. Yes, my day is great. Eric Clapton, I love him. I love everybody. Everybody plays great. So, okay, everybody. I'll see you. It's time to go. I gotta eat. I gotta eat. Take a break. Get some coffee. Thanks, everybody, and I'll see you guys soon. Okay, let me end on YouTube first. Bye bye. You can watch the playback after. Okay, bye YouTube. And this guy starts off with my 7th string. This song is another original composition of mine called "From Dusk to Dawn." I'll start off. Yeah. Thank you very much. I need a coffee after that one. Let's give a big hand again for Coca-Cola and a hand over. This is Corey Rouse on the drums. And I'm Ron Jackson on the 7-string guitar. Thank you. Yeah. Ron Jackson here, and I'm going live on YouTube and Instagram, and trying to adjust the cameras here. Hey everybody, how's it going? So let me just fix the cameras here, because it's kind of weird. I have to adjust this for Instagram and for YouTube, and the crowds will start coming in. Just so you guys know, on Instagram, I have YouTube. Actually, Instagram. They tell me, play giant steps. Okay, I'll take a request. So, just so you know, Instagram says to let you guys know that I take badges now. If you'd like to give me a badge, like I said, I play giant steps. You like it, you can give me a badge for $1 or $1.99 or $4.99. Okay. Today's Miles Davis's birthday, so I'm just up here, going to talk about him a little bit. I've never met him, but I've seen him play a few times, and he was incredible. The first time I saw him, I was in high school, and it was great. I lived in the Boston area. And he had this great band. He had Mike Stern on guitar. He had Marcus Miller on bass. Al Foster on drums. A really incredible band. And sorry, I'm fixing my camera for my YouTube too. So he was really incredible, this guy. And he played he played all that stuff like. It was really a great band, man. Al Foster was really kicking it, and it was funny because actually the warm-up band was, guess who? Out of all people, Pat Metheny. And he was big then too. So that was in the late '70s or something. And recently, about a year or two ago, I was at a gig, and in Manhattan, just a little gig with a singer and a trumpet player. I was playing my 7-string guitar, and what happened was Miles. I saw this. I saw somebody in the crowd. It was like a little bar. Like a bar, like a real dark bar, where there's little rooms with little curtains and stuff. And I see this guy hang out with some friends, and I said, "This guy looks like Marcus Miller." And guess who it was? It was Marcus Miller. I was like, "Wow," He said, "Wow, man." He liked my playing and stuff, and he was really cool. And I exchanged numbers with him and talked to him a little bit. He told me about that. He remembered that concert in Boston because he said that time Miles Davis was making a comeback. And I think that was an album called "We Want Miles," and it was a really great band. So if you have any questions for me, let me know. I'm just going here on my computer so I can make sure I answer comments. From people on YouTube while I'm watching, because it's hard to actually talk and play and answer all these questions. So let me see. Let me go right here on my YouTube channel here, and make sure I'm answering people's questions here. Let me go look here. So I'm live now. And thank you, everybody on YouTube. I went past 23,000 subscribers. I'm going to look right now at the live and see if there's any questions here I can answer while we're talking here. So let me move this speaker over here. Yeah, so happy birthday, Miles. So let me play you a little song first. Let me fix this camera here because the background looks cool. And if there's any questions, let me know. It looks kind of weird here, but I'm going to turn my camera on. So I'm going to play a song that I really love from Miles. I'll start with a ballad today a little bit to get warmed up, because I wanted to go live and and earlier, and I got distracted with too many things. Here's a nice song. Ready? Okay, everybody, that's a great song. Hey, everybody. When people ask who influenced me now, I mentioned Ron Jackson. Hey, Shine, thanks. Shine Dog, thank you. Thanks for the video. So hey everybody, how's it going? Let me answer some questions here on Facebook. If there's any, sorry, on Instagram. And is there any questions? Let me see what's going on here. Someone clearly changed their low string before recording. Hey, so just so you know, Richard, I'm playing a 7-string guitar. If you have any comments about that. So yep, that's a 7-string guitar. So if you're not used to it, Ron has a distortion pedal and some long hair. Someone needs to give me a distortion pedal and long hair. That would be great, everybody. But I'm just gonna answer some of these questions. So anyway, today is Miles Davis's birthday. Someone's asking me when did I start playing jazz guitar? I started really playing jazz guitar in high school. Just so you know. Let me fix this camera a little bit here for YouTube, and let me move over here a little bit so that people can see me here better on Instagram. That's better. So, hey, Danny Cruz, New York. How are you doing? Okay, good. Yeah, so everybody, yeah, I started playing jazz guitar when I was about 15, 16 years old. I'm still working on it. So, you know, there's a lot of stuff to work on. But Miles was one of my favorite musicians. I mean, you know, he was really an innovator. So I told everybody earlier that I actually saw him play 3 times. So the first band he had, it was really great. He had Marcus Miller, Mike Stern, Al Foster, Bill Evans, and somebody else. You know, playing with him. Maybe a keyboard player, maybe not. And a Pat Metheny was a warm-up band. So it was a really great gig. So and I told you earlier that I met Marcus Miller, and he told me that he was making a comeback. And, you know, he really was incredible. It was funny, like all the things you say, he would, like, actually be playing and, you know, and then put his head back and turn his back to the audience and all kinds of crazy stuff. And you know, that was his personality. I mean, you know, he was like a really incredible dude. So, yeah, so if you have any questions about him, I mean, you know, it was kind of funny. Hey, oh, yeah, someone's asking some questions here about my amp. Oh, Dario, I heard your music. Sounds good on guitar. Would you play a Strat through a Hendrickson amp? You could play a Strat through a Hendrickson amp. You know, it's more of like a thing. I love Hendrickson amps, so everybody knows I'm a Hendrickson endorser. So for people who don't know and who want to get an amp from Hendrickson, I actually in Hendrickson what you call influencer. So Hendrickson makes these great amps, and if you want to get one of them, I'm just letting people know this because sometimes I forget to tell them. You can go to Hendrickson.com and get an amp off for 5% using my code HendricksonAmplifiers.com. Use my code Ron Jackson. Okay, so you can just go up there and pick one up. You can share this code to everybody. This is a code that doesn't expire. I have codes for Skull Shaver. If they get to a third-party website, they cancel my code. So this is for the oh, sorry, that's backwards for you guys. Sorry about that. So if you want to get my amp, it's this is for YouTube. It's code Ron Jackson. For Instagram, it's because it's backwards on Instagram. Otherwise, it's Ron Jackson like this. Okay, you can use my code and save 5% on HendricksonAmps.com. They're not cheap amps, so that's why you save a lot of money just using my code. Okay, so I'd like to play another song. What is my favorite Miles Davis composition? Ooh, let me see. See if I can remember this. That's the one. Oh, right. So that was called "So What." Does anybody know that song? That was called "So What." Just so someone just asked me that question. That was called "So What." That's a really great Miles Davis song. Let me see what's going on here on Instagram. Oh yeah, thank you everybody for watching. Uh, you're a master. Good to hear you play. Have you ever heard the seven-string guitar from Brazil playing a show Corino? Of course. That's a great question. That's seven beds. Yes, of course I have. I love seven-string guitar from Brazil. So anyway, guys. So I'm just celebrating Miles Davis's birthday today, and if you have any questions, please let me know. And that was Miles Davis's song called Miles. So what? So let me play a little blues that he does. This is another great Miles Davis song. These are a lot of the early Miles Davis songs. Um, Luke Artist, thank you. Trying my best. I'm getting warmed up here. Hope to become as good as you one day. I'm a fellow jazz guitarist. Pleased to meet you, Luke Artist. And everybody on Instagram, thank you for watching and supporting my channel. My Instagram page, and also here on YouTube. I'm just celebrating Miles Davis. I'm just going live just for fun. There's some songs I haven't played in a while from Miles Davis, and actually in general. So let me play this song right now that I used to actually play a lot. One, two. All right. Solo 7-string guitar, singing at home. Now I know there's some people I know are actually out of town playing gigs now, but I'm still sitting at home playing gigs here. But it's great because I'm actually getting a lot of material together for my fan base here on Instagram and YouTube and everywhere else. So thank you for supporting me, everybody. And and if you're enjoying the show, um, you can actually. People have been doing this already, but if you would like to donate on Instagram, you can go right here to my PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, Venmo, and Cash App if you're enjoying that, and also at Zelle at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And for YouTube, it's this one because it's backwards. If you want to donate, to help me while I'm sitting at home, practicing and doing all kinds of stuff for my social media channels, you can donate $1 or more if you like. It's not required, but at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. Now let me answer some questions here. There's some people that joined. I'm just trying to see. Super, thank you. You're welcome. Oh, Leonid, Yana, and Leonid. Hey, how's it going, guys? Leonid's a great piano player, and Yana's his wife or girlfriend. I can't remember. And all the way from Israel. I played in Israel with those guys. Thank you guys for watching on Instagram. I'm just doing solo guitar stuff right now, but I hope to come back to Israel, Yana, and play with you guys. I appreciate you guys. I love Leonid's piano playing. I went to play with him in Belarus too. Right next to Russia, the country. That was a really great time. It was 2 years ago exactly. So thank you, Leonid. Happy something, and I'm glad everything's better in Israel right now for you guys too. Okay, so great to hear from you guys. Oh, cool. Let me see something here. Someone's making some comments here on YouTube. Let me see. Let me answer some questions. It's my birthday too. Hey, Josh, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Josh. On YouTube, Josh Weigel, I think. I can't say your name properly. So someone asked me my favorite Miles Davis composition. There's so many. Someone was asking, when did I start learning jazz? I was about, someone asked that question on YouTube, on Instagram, actually. I saw it was when I was about 16. So that song was called Freddie the Freeloader. And someone's saying, 7-string nice. Shout out to my cousin Vince Wilbur. Oh, Paul Scott. That's your cousin? Wow. Oh, great. Miles Davis's legacy will always stay alive, everybody, just so you know. Someone mentioned that just now. Paul Scott mentioned that. And, so anyway, have you ever listened to Julian Lodge? Oh, he's amazing, man. You should check him out. Of course I've heard of Julian Lodge. Actually, he was like, I remember when he was like 13, someone was talking about Julian Lodge. He was already a child prodigy. That means someone who could play like an adult when you're a kid. That's what child prodigy basically means. So he's a great guitar player, and and I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, so they've done some features about him there. And just so you guys know, if you're enjoying this and you like my chord work, I do have a book out on acoustic guitar. Actually, it's on my website if you want to go pick up one of my books at ronjacksonmusic.com. I actually have to ship one out today. Just go to my website. You'll get an autographed version of this book. This magazine also featured Julian Lodge and a bunch of guitar players, but not on this book, actually. There's some other great guitar players on this book, too, if you want to learn more about chord voicings and stuff like that. So check it out. It's a great book. I've sold many copies of this book to a lot of my fans on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. So thank you, everybody. You'll get an autographed copy. Let me continue. There's a few more songs I might want to play from Miles. If you have any questions about him, so I just want to let you know my little Miles story. So I saw him 3 times. The second time I saw him, I was actually in France, hanging out in the south of France. Jean Le Pen, they would call it. It's like near Nice and Cannes and all that stuff. And he had a great band then, man. That band had the late Bob Berg in it. He was really incredible, Bob Berg. And I knew him too. He was a really nice guy. John Schofield, he was in that band. I think it might have been Vince Wilbur. I forget. This is John? This guy was talking about Vince Wilbur. I think it was Vince Wilbur on drums. And I can't remember who the bass player was. Oh, what's his name? Daryl Jones on bass. The guy who plays with the Rolling Stones. So that was a really great band too, man. and he had some great melodies and great stuff happening. Miles Davis, and that was a really great gig. Right in the middle, open air, out the French Riviera right over there. Well, actually, the French coast. Yeah, the French Riviera they call it. So it was really nice, man. Really great band. So that was the second time I saw him. I'll talk about the third time in a minute. Let me play another Miles Davis song. Hey, where do you get my book? Okay, sorry guys. Someone's asking. You go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. Do I have it here somewhere? And you can pick up my book. Let me see if I have a little thing to show you. Go to ronjacksonmusic.com. Someone's asking where our book is. Oh yeah, you can go here, ronjacksonmusic.com, to pick up my book if you want this book. Okay, and I'll send you an autographed copy. I shipped all over the world. I've sold books to Europe and Australia, so you can pick it up there if you'd like a copy of this book. Okay, it's a great book. It's called Chords at Your Fingertips. So my lessons are like walking bass lines. I do a whole thing about walking bass lines. This is my lesson right here. No, there's 3 of my lessons though, and another thing is about harmonizing like Chet Atkins. And also, I do this whole thing about chord melody, developing a chord melody into like one chord, taking a melody and developing it into making it into a real chord melody piece. So it's a really great book by Hal Leonard Music and Acoustic Guitar Magazine, who I write for. The first 2 articles of this year in Acoustic Guitar Magazine, 2 of my articles are in that book, in those magazines this year. Oh, cool. Oh, that bass player was Daryl Jones. Someone's asking who that bass player is that played with Miles Davis. Actually, that was his first big gig, and then he does a lot of pop acts now. He does the Rolling Stones, and he replaced Ron Wood, I think, on bass. I guess no. Who's the bass player that was in the Rolling Stones? I forget his name, but he actually replaced this bass player in the Rolling Stones. So he's really a great bass player. So whenever the Stones go on the road, which is not right now, he plays the bass, and he's been doing that for quite a while. So let me play a couple more songs that are Miles Davis, and I'm looking at the song list here. He did a lot of great songs, but one of my songs, the songs I like to play a lot from him is let me see which one is this. I just posted this on Instagram yesterday. Is my version of Tune-Up. That's some hard work, man. I didn't really warm up before this, so I got to get my hands back into gear. But thank you everybody for watching. So that was my little tribute to Miles Davis. Hey Elizabeth, I've been playing guitar for a long time. I still need to practice. And this is a 7-string, so sometimes it's tricky to play this thing. You know, to just sometimes if I don't play it, like I start playing 6-string for a while, and I get back to my 7-string, it really kind of messes with you a little bit here. But let me see. Let me answer a couple more questions. Yeah, Bill Wyman. Thank you. That was his name, Bill Wyman. Everybody. That was the bass player that with the Rolling Stones that Daryl Jones took over for. Let me see. Could you elaborate the effect of switching from minor to major in blues? The effect of switching from minor to major in the blues. The minor just has a more sad sound. That's all. Here's a blues like this. If I'm playing a minor blues in C minor, the chords are simply. Major blues. So the minor blues has slightly different changes, okay? But it's in minor, so you have the minor cadences. Like you're gonna go minor, and you're gonna go F minor now, and you're gonna go F minor. Now I said that when you do a 2/5, the minor blues. So this is a jazz blues, just so you know. The minor blues in minor blues and regular blues in blues bands, it's more like Thriller's Gone. Thriller's Gone. So that's a minor blues, like a more of a poppy rock minor blues. And jazz, it's basically the same thing where we just switch around the chords a little bit. I mean, we're making more in jazz. Everything is made more complicated. That's basically what I'm trying to say. So, just so you guys know, on Instagram, if you're enjoying this, I'm taking badges. Instagram told me to announce this. Since I have all these followers, I can actually get badges. If you're enjoying the show, you could donate 1 heart, 2 hearts, or 3 hearts to help support me and my channel. And for YouTube, you could just go to my PayPal if you're enjoying this, and you could just donate there at Ron Jackson Music. This is all for YouTube and for Instagram too. You can just donate there if you like this. And someone was asking about my book earlier. So if you want my book, I have a book about chords that's on my website that you could buy, ronjacksonmusic.com. And I have this book called Chords at Your Fingertips. And it's all about chord melody, all kinds of things you can do with chords. Walking bass lines, harmonizing like Chet Atkins, all kinds of cool things, I'm not the only writer. There's also 4 other writers in this book. It's a really great book. So I'm going to take 1 or 2 more questions. I'm going to take a break. I have things to do today during my afternoon. And, there's going to be another IGTV video coming up very soon on my Instagram channel. And I'm going to be putting up some more videos on YouTube as well. And I have a couple of new lesson videos coming up soon, guys. So so the relationship between 5, 2, 1 are inversions of each other. Oh, that's a complicated question. 5, 2, 1 are 2, 5, 1, you mean? No, they're not inversions actually in that progression. It's just a progression. Let me see. What gauge is the lowest string you're playing on the walking bass line? So this is someone's asking what gauge this string is. This is a 7 string. Okay, this is actually a 79. This is a 14. So it's a 14 to 79. Let me show you the string pack, because people are always asking me about my strings that I play on my guitar. Let me show you real quick. I have them handy. Usually I have them handy. Where are they? So I can't. Oh yeah, here's the strings right here. This is what I use for my guitar strings. You can find this on my Amazon store, everybody. Labella Strings. Go to amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music. I'll show you the thing right now. And these are the type of strings I use. They're 14 to 79 wound. Otherwise, they're nylon tape strings, okay? Black tape strings. If you look, they're black tape, okay? Really nice strings. And if you want to go to my Amazon store, I need to let people know about that more often. You could actually get my strings there, everybody. So that's my Amazon store for YouTube, okay? And for Instagram, it's a little different. For Instagram, you can actually see it here. You can go to my Amazon store and pick up my strings there, or check them out. That's my shop on Amazon. I'm an Amazon influencer, so you can just go to my Amazon store right there and pick up the strings at shop/Ron Jackson Music. Yeah, so everybody, so that was my tribute to Miles Davis. Thank you for watching. Let me see what other questions there are. Do guitar solo. Someone said, do guitar solo. You're welcome. I did a solo earlier. Let me see if I can play something for you. I gotta get warmed up here. Okay, everybody, thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys soon. And, what was I going to say? Please follow me everywhere on Ron Jackson Music, and go check out my website, check out my music on Spotify. Just let everybody know how to find me. So my name is universal, Ron Jackson Music or Ron Jackson. You can find me everywhere on all those channels. Thank you, everybody, and I appreciate you guys. And happy birthday to Miles Davis. My last story is this. I saw Miles Davis 3 times. The 3rd time I saw him was in Paris actually at an arena. And it was another great band. He had Kenny Garrett on saxophone. He had somebody that played like this bass guitar kind of thing. I forget the name. And he was really amazing. And, I forget who the drummer was, but they were kind of far away at this time. It was like a real concert. Miles used to do these big concerts all the time, especially in Europe. And even here. So, and then he passed away quite a while ago. And he was really amazing. Okay. So, we'll talk, everybody, and thank you. And have a great day. And great seeing you guys on Instagram and YouTube everywhere. I really appreciate you guys. I try to do my best for you with my lessons and my lives. And we'll talk soon. Okay. Have a great day. Thank you, guys. Today I'm going to talk about practicing things that you don't know. Like one of the things I've been practicing recently is actually the harmonic minor scale. And I'm going to be doing a lesson about this very soon. And, about going, using the harmonic minor scale in jazz particularly. So, I mean, I've been working a lot with the harmonic minor, and trying to use it more in my jazz playing. It's funny, I was doing one of these workshops on Patreon, and actually what happened was on Patreon, I actually had to, one of my students there wanted, to know about, was asking these questions about the harmonic minor. So do you use a lot of harmonic minor harmony? I was like, oh, really? Harmonic minor, harmony in my playing? I was thinking, I do, but I don't use it as much as I'd like to. So what's happening is, so I started working on that kind of stuff. And if you have any comments or questions, please send them to me right now. I'm going to be taking them during the live stream, as I usually do, okay? And let me see if I can see any comments here. You can ask about my new guitar here, which is my new D'Angelico XL1, where I just actually got this from D'Angelico. I'm a D'Angelico ambassador now. And basically that means I promote the guitars. And hey, hello, Jose. How are you? So you know what? Let's get back. Let's get into this now. So I like to use the harmonic minor scale. So look at this. So I'm going to keep A harmonic minor. So you know what? I'm using the A harmonic minor scale, but it's just a scale. But if you want to use it in jazz, you have to really know how to use this scale. Hey, Kevin, how are you? Great to see everybody here. I'm going to be doing this live workshop right now because I'm practicing. So when I practice, basically, I only practice things I cannot do. Like if I forget a melody or I'm working on a scale or all kinds of stuff, I only practice things I don't know. So one thing I don't know is most advanced scale in jazz, but I use a lot of scales. I know the melodic minor modes really well. I mean, pretty good. And of course the major ones, but the harmonic minor modes, I'm going to be doing a video, like a real, lesson about it. But in general, I need to work on the harmonic minor. Hey, Reynold Alexander. So if you guys have any questions, please send them to me. I see a bunch of people showing up right now, and it's funny. What I wanted to say was, I write for Acoustic Guitar magazine, and this magazine right here, and I actually did a whole lesson about a harmonic and melodic minor in the March-April issue of this magazine. And it was just mainly chords. I did some exercises and mixed up the harmonic and melodic minors, but only the harmony. So, the harmony is tricky on the harmonic minor. So if you start doing thirds, so I'm working on this as a practice thing. So I practice things I don't know. So if you have any questions about that, please send them to me. So I didn't know that, like, the harmonic minor harmony as well as I like to. So you have to know the triads. So the harmonic minor scale is basically 1, 2, 3, flat 3, 4, 5, flat 7, natural 7. So it's actually A, B, C, D, E, F, G sharp. So, I can play this all over the neck and, in different keys. So I practice that scale like that, but the thing is, the tricky part is actually, hey Dario, oh yeah, Dario, I always see you up here. How you doing? Not much. I'm trying to cook the guitar neck. So so what I'm trying to do actually is just try to learn make sure I know the chords of the harmonic minor. So if you play just the triads, I just practice these things. So I try to play them through like this without naming them. And play them down the scale. See that? So that's the harmonic minor in triads. Okay, now, if I'm playing this, we're only in the key of A. Yeah, very good, Grant. Very good. So, yeah, you would go 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, flat 6, 7. Okay? The thing is to know the harmony about this on these chords. So what I've been doing is I've been practicing these things I don't know as well as I should. I can play these over. I use this on my jazz playing a lot, but to get really deep into this, I have to really practice this stuff. So now, thank you, Palmer. What it is like now I try to name the triads. So it's A minor. Now it's B diminished, and then now it's C augmented, D minor. Okay, then I have E triad, F triad, and then F diminished triad. So, that's great. So, I know how to play this. Now, you have to be able to play this when you're actually taking a solo or doing chord melody. And play it all over the neck, just like I'm doing. Now, when you're practicing the guitar, you should be able to play up and down the neck and across the neck. Things you cannot do, you should always practice. Don't practice the same stuff you do know. You have to practice things you don't know. So that's why I'm playing real slow, because I need to practice this. So I'm going up the strings now. Watch this. Watch this. I'm trying that this way. And then I'm going to try from here, maybe backwards. So let's go backwards. Yeah. What's this? here's some cool comments here. Watching you made me want to buy a guitar. Oh, I'm so glad about that, everybody. That's great. Your gears has a lovely sound. Thank you very much. I'm playing soft too. Playing that descending diminished SpongeBob progression. Oh, that's what that is? Oh, cool. So I guess it's harmonic minor SpongeBob. Yeah, so I'm practicing these things like this. I'm only in the key of A minor, but I try to practice these things in keys I don't know. See what I'm doing right now? So you have to know that if you're going to practice a scale really well, you're going to have to know how to how to harmonize the scale in thirds. Also, you know, things you cannot do. So when I'm practicing this scale, I'll do things like this. I'll do triads now. So I went up the scale like this. Now what I'm gonna do now. Hope your night has been nice. Yeah, thank you, Tool. So what's happening is now, let me go to a key of D minor instead. So I'll do a different key. So I practice everything in different keys. I played all kinds of keys. I'm playing the D harmonic minor now in the key of D. So what I'll do now, instead of playing up and down the scale, like a lot of guitar players just play up and down the scale, if you're a beginner especially, the most important thing to do is like to do, like, for example, thirds now. I'm doing the harmonic minor because that's practicing something I don't know as well. I know how to play the harmonic minor scale, but the thing I don't know how to do, and this lesson's all about doing things you can't do. That's what you're supposed to do when you practice, is playing the scale in a deeper level. So I'm going to go up like the harmonic minor scale now in thirds. See what I do? Now you're supposed to practice slow. Oh yeah, someone's asking a question here. How do you do that transition? Does it have a formula? No. What I'm doing is I memorize the neck pretty good, so I know what the intervals and the shapes are on my fingers. You have to memorize one of the most important things, everybody, when you want to play guitar in general, or any, you know, particularly the guitar, is seeing the pattern on the fingerboard, you know, and then knowing what you're actually playing. So I'm actually, I know all the notation, the names. I don't need tabs to find this. But when I need to show somebody my finger, I use tabs as a guide to find the notes. But the problem with tabs is you have to know what it sounds like to be able to play it. If you don't know what it sounds like, you can't play the rhythm or timing or anything. So that's the problem with tabs. It's important to know how to read first, then add tabs later, like I do in Acoustic Guitar Magazine when I write for them. So, for example, when I'm playing these patterns, what I'm doing is I practice much slower. When you practice something you don't know, you practice slow. I'm playing kind of fast. What I'm doing is I know the neck so well that I need to just basically just make sure I don't miss. What I'm doing is I'm playing up and down across the neck, and I make sure when you practice that you practice up the neck, like play me on, for example, on the same strings. Watch this. See what I'm going up the scale? You should be able to play up and down the neck like that. I'm practicing warming. Okay, and across. I'll do it across the neck now. So I'm missing the notes. So that's what I'm actually doing when I practice the harmonic minor. So I'm just playing the scale in thirds. So you should be able to do any interval when you're practicing. You should be able to do fourths. It's much harder. Watch this. That's really weird. So I'm doing fourths now going down the scale. You should be able to do fifths. Oops, I dropped my pick. I dropped my pick of the guitar. Can you believe it? I'll get it out later. So watch this. I'm gonna go up like this. Now you can do fifths. So that gets really weird on harmonic minor. That's it. Now I'm going to E. Now, when I play something like this, everybody, just so you know, I'm trying to use my ear and find the fingering. But then if I have to think about it, I know what the notes are too. I just have to think about it and stop. So it's a lot of stuff. Yeah, you'll find all that stuff in drills with G. Oh, yeah, you know what? G. Bruce is a great guitar player. Thank you, Grant Harris. Are you related to Grant Green? I'm just kidding. So, yeah. So, what do you mean the harmonic minor scale sounds like the blues mixed in? How would it sound? Would it sound more like a chromatic scale? The harmonic minor scale, everybody, is just basically, it's a regular minor scale, the natural minor. So I'm playing a D nat. Let's say I'm playing a D natural minor. So that has 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, flat 6, flat 7, 1. All you do is raise the 7. It's a real exotic sound. Okay? I use it a lot in jazz for certain chords. Particularly altered chords. You'll hear Wes Montgomery. Barry Harris was showing me when I studied with him a lot, where you use it on like a dominant 7, flat 9 chord like this. So let's say I'm playing A7 chord with a flat 9 and flat 13 like this. If I want, I could, when I play over that chord, I'm going to a D minor chord. So it's a 5, 1, D, A7, flat 13, flat 9 to a D minor 7. I'll use harmonic minor here, but a D harmonic minor. Watch this. And resolve it to the D minor, you see? So when I play that A7 like this, I go to that chord just like this, okay? So it has an exotic sound, but it's not bluesy, just so you know, Palmer. It's more like, it's more exotic sounding to me, okay? Yeah, harmonic, oh yeah, let me see. So Grant says there's some, I'm trying to see that new comment. Harmonic minor maintains a half step between the 7th and the tonic, which is a stronger resolution than a flat 7. Yeah, good, Grant. Yeah, Grant Harris music. Good to know you. I'm Ron Jackson music. So, I'm actually, what I'm doing, Grant, and everybody else who's watching. I need coffee at 8 o'clock at night. Okay. Is that I'm actually what's the word? I'm actually just showing you things I need to practice myself and incorporate more in my playing, but not particularly that I don't know the harmonic minor, but I need to know more about how to use it more adventurously, at a higher level. That's all. So, for example, another thing I need to do, you should learn when you're doing the harmonic minor, when I'm practicing, because I'm still learning this harmonic minor. So I remember I just did thirds. I'm going to go into key G minor this time. So remember to play your scales all over the neck. In any position, any kind of interval. Everywhere on the fingerboard. So you have to really practice hours and hours to get this together. What's really hard is me playing this and talking to you at the same time. That's the hard part. And concentrate, you know what I mean? And be accurate, because it's hard to actually talk and play like I'm doing and teach you guys at the same time. So I'm practicing things I don't know. So what I'm doing is actually I'm going. So the next thing I would do, I did everything in thirds. I went from the key A minor to D minor, now I'm in G minor. So I practice things in all keys. Oh, you're welcome, Palmer. Thanks for all your lessons. I keep watching your videos as I practice on my new guitar. Good. Just so you guys know, I don't know where this little booklet is. Um, of course, when I'm doing the live stream, I can't find anything. but oh, yeah, here it is. Let me get you something, guys. Let me show you something. Um, so what I'm, if you want to learn more stuff from me, definitely go to my website at Ron Jackson Music. But I have a lot of stuff about chords in this book. You can go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and this book is really good for all kinds of chord stuff. I do bass lines and everything. It's a book I wrote with a bunch of different writers for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, for who I write for, and it's called Chords at Your Fingertips. Okay, and it's published by Acoustic Guitar Magazine and Hal Leonard Music. And get your copy on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com slash shop. Okay, and you can get the book here, and I can send an autographed copy. And it comes with video and everything, video lessons and all kinds of stuff. So it's a great book to learn about all kinds of chord voicing, bass lines. I teach you everything, harmonizing, melodies, all kinds of stuff, reharmonizing, doing jazz, chord melody, and everything. Okay? So anyway, if you want to study with me, let me know during this lesson. I'll show you some other stuff in a minute. So let's get back to the lesson here. So the workshop's all about practicing things you don't know. Okay. Oh, someone's asking, what's the best thing to get better at the blues? The best thing to do in anything, Vide Sharma, Vide Sharma, is to actually, learn blues solos off of records, just like jazz or anything else. Learn things by ear, learn the solos, learn the blues scale, and make sure you know what the, what key you're in, etc. And you start transcribing. Those are great ways of getting anything together, and also get a good teacher to help you in the beginning. When I was a kid, I didn't have any help, so when I got to Berkeley, there was a lot of things I had missing in my playing. There's some other things. This may be a stupid question. What's the difference between a hollow body and solid body guitars? Hollow body guitars, you can't play them acoustically. I mean, solid bodies you can, because they're made out of solid wood. So if you play with no amp, there's no sound. And they're made out of solid block of wood. Hollow bodies like this is completely hollow in between. You see that? I can put my finger in here. It's like an acoustic guitar. And this one's called an arch top. The back is arched and everything. This is a D'Angelico XL1 that I got from D'Angelico. And I can play this with no amp. You still can hear it. Watch. You can hear that pretty good. So it sounds acoustic. You see that? So that's the difference. With a solid body, I have a solid body over there, but I'm not going to take it out right now because it's too much work. So that's the difference. Have you ever heard of Christian Van Hammer? He's a very controversial jazz guitar method, which you don't play to scales or modes or anything like that. No, I don't know him, but that's cool too. I used to hang out with so Pablo Cordano said, have you heard of Christian Van Helmer? No, I've never heard of him, but you know what? I'll tell you something. Another person that's like that, Pablo, is James Blood Ulmer. And, he played with Ornette Coleman, and I used to hang out with him. His whole thing was not that either. So I'm kind of used to hearing that. How are you playing Coltrane changes? I'm okay at that, So I mean, I play Coltrane changes. I could do all those. Yeah, so I play Coltrane changes. Of course, I need to practice them more, like everybody else. So I mean, I'm practicing things like that, like the. So I'm doing a bunch of Coltrane changes right now. So I use Coltrane reharmonizations in my soloing sometimes. So if I'm playing, let's say I'm playing an F, I'll go through the cycles of the Coltrane changes. I'll go like this. And I'll use that in my solo. I'll go. So I'm using chord chain changes right there. Okay, so yeah, I practiced them somewhat. What's this? So that was beans. Okay, good. Coach just learns phrases from good souls and moves them around the fretboard to apply to different chordal changes. That's what basically, just actually Pablo. That's what basically great players do. They basically take the phrase and move them up and down the fingerboard. What I do is I move them up and down and across the fingerboard. So just so you know, I studied with Pat Martino, and he had me doing these exercises like this. So you should be able to take a phrase. Let's take harmonic minor, for example. So if I go like this. So that phrase, this is G minor. I'm just going to seventh. I'm going 7, 1, 2, flat 3. Now, your goal, one of the things you have to learn as a guitar player to master the guitar is to be able to take that phrase and play it so many ways. That's what Pat Martino had me do. See what I'm doing? Watch me. See what I just did, everybody? I basically played the same phrase. How many times did I do that? I mean, I could do it so many different. I could do it on the same string. I can only get up to there now in that register. If I put it up an octave, you have to be able to do that too. So let me do it. See what I just did? So you have to be able to do that with any phrase, though. So like you have to be able to find every possible fingering in the same register to really master the guitar neck. That's one thing to do. Hold on. Let me see some of these questions. Yeah, Pablo. The timbre changes, but it's not only the timbre that changes when you do these different phrases. It's also, you really master the fingerboard when you practice this way. So if I'm practicing any kind of phrase like this, let's say, let me see. So let's just take a more complicated phrase. There's more ways, I'm sure, to do that phrase. So when I was studying with Pat Martino, he would just take a phrase like this. He would do that phrase, for example. That's a very common Pat Martino phrase. So you would practice every possible fingering. Now, you could do it, actually on the guitar, you could do it. You can do it on the same string. That's how hard the guitar is. You can go. Now, I did open strings that time. I could do it on the same string. Simple cross string. What I did, I'm trying to reach all the. That's really hard to reach up there, but I'm reaching up there. So what I'm doing is I'm taking the same phrase, playing it every possible way. You can play it on the same string, across the strings, skip this. You know, I mean, you don't skip the strings when you're playing the same phrase. So that's how you really master the fingerboard. Let me see. There's some questions here. Ron, I'm a kind of a beginner to jazz, but I really want to learn more, mainly chords, probably rhythm stuff. Maybe you would you could play some rhythm guitar on Cantaloupe Island. I could play that a little bit. Oh, Mark, you're an inspiration to me. Thank you. So rhythm guitar. So if you're doing Cantaloupe Island, I'll do that real quick for you guys. So that if you want to learn like rhythm parts, listen to the original recordings of rhythm guitar. I've learned a lot of funk rhythm guitars, for example. So like Cantaloupe Island is like this. I think that's what Herbie does. But it's always good to go back and listen to the original recordings, everybody, and listen to what people are actually playing and then learn it. I think Herbie was doing this. That's the basic rhythm. So that he's playing on the record, you can also go like this. I mean, there's all kinds of rhythms you can do. You got to make sure the rhythm matches the bass line. Now, I don't quite remember if that bass line was actually that bass line, but that's the basic copy rhythm he was actually doing in that song. Then you have to change that phrase to go to D flat. So that's the basic rhythm they were using, actually, everybody. So that's Cantaloupe Island by Herbie Hancock. Someone was asking about that. So this is an arch top right here, actually. Ruben, just making sure. Do you learn this by learning all the notes on the strings, all the frets by learning shapes, regardless of knowing which note you're playing or not? Oh, Pablo, really great question. Okay, so Pablo's asking. What I'm doing is I know the notes of the guitar neck already. So when I'm doing these shapes, I'm learning the patterns and not necessarily the fingerings. Remember, everybody, this is something no one ever tells you. Whenever you're learning a song or anything, even chords, they lock you into these fingerings. Let's say play a C chord like this. This is a really important thing to learn about. Now remember, this C chord, you don't have to play with these three fingers. You can play with these three fingers. But they make you learn it like this. So it's not only the chord, it's the shape. Okay. Oh, someone's asked me if I ever studied with Howland Holdsworth. I wish I could have. When he came to Berkeley years ago and gave lessons, and I was stupid enough not to take a lesson with him. There's a lot of people I should study with. But anyway, it's a long story. But I've studied with a lot of people, but I would have loved to study with Howland Holdsworth. Okay. So here's the thing. When you're playing, it's not only the notes. You have to know the notes, but you have to know the shapes and patterns. Because I could do everything with just one finger. A good example is Django Reinhardt. So let's say I'm playing. Remember this phrase I was doing earlier? Let me see. All the ways I can play that. I'll go like this. Now watch me. I'm doing it one finger. You have to know your fingerboard from the patterns. Your fingers don't matter eventually, because you're going to try to find it when you're actually playing. So I can use my fourth finger. See, I can jump around. It's kind of hard with your fourth finger, but anyway. You get the point? So your fingers don't matter. It's the patterns. You have to know how to find the notes. And I know the names of the notes, of course. I mean, to know the names of the fingerboard, notes on the fingerboard is tricky. B flat, B flat, E flat, A flat. Or it could be A flat or G sharp. There's all kinds of things. You have to learn your fingerboard, and you have to learn the basics of the guitar. So when I'm actually playing, and I'm going up the neck. When I get past the 12th fret, I know the notes double, okay? But also I know I can read pretty good the notation above the 12th fret. It gets kind of weird when you get past the third ledger line above the staff. But you should know where the notes are on the guitar. If I'm up here, I know that's a B flat. I know it's a C. That's a D. So you see that? You should be able to find the note. See what I'm doing? You should know the neck that. Oh, tricky. You should be able to jump around the neck without getting lost like that, everybody. I mean, so your fingering is less important, and knowing the notes is not that important, because when you're actually playing, there's no time to even think when you're actually executing. You just have to play. You know, and a great example like that is George Benson, or I don't even think Django Reinhardt knew how to read. They knew how to play, and the most important thing is not knowing how to read; it's knowing how to play. At the end, if you're jamming with anybody, you have to know how to play, and it's really important to know where your notes are. And the fingerings don't matter at the end; it's your timing, your feel, finding the notes. Let me see. Oh wow, there's so much stuff here. Yeah, I would love to say any software to score guitar parts over every song. You know what? I use Sibelius. So Sibelius actually does. There's a guitar program I heard. I forget the name. If someone knows it, just send me a comment. There's a guitar program that scores, but I've been using Sibelius because I don't only score for guitar. I score for all instruments. Saxophone, guitars, pianos, basses, everything, drums. I use Sibelius, and there's good tabs there and everything. So but it's an expensive program. So all my lessons like this, I have a lesson like this that I put up on my website. If you go to my website, I have all kinds of lessons about all the stuff I'm talking about. I use this and I use tabs. Yeah, Guitar Tab Pro, that's the one. I don't use it, but I heard it's a good program. I don't just do guitar. So I do 6-string and my 7-string guitar stuff here, that I use. Because I play 7-string too. I'm actually known as a 7-string guitar player now. So if you want to get into 7-string, we can talk about that in a minute. So, what's the difference between A flat and G sharp? It's the same note. But, I heard years ago it was slightly different because of tempered tuning. Equal tempered tuning had changed and they just named the notes the same. So that's what I heard. So it's the same note. It's called enharmonic spelling, okay, in music theory. So let me keep going here. Yeah, so if you're in the key of A flat, and A flat, it's an A flat. If you're in the key of G sharp is G sharp. It's the same note. Okay. Let me see. Do you think sight reading is essential for guitar players? Oh yes. Okay, sight reading, everybody. This is the thing guitar players are terrible at. You know what? I don't want to joke about it, but it's really true. When you put what's the joke that I put on my I put it on my TikTok and my Instagram reels. How do you stop a guitar player from reading? Put some John Coltrane music in front of them. No, it's true. The only way you learn how to read is by practicing your reading, everybody. And I use this book over here. Let me show you the book. This is how I learned how to read, everybody. This book, A Modern Method for Guitar by William Levitt. It's a really great book to learn how to read out of. Starts you from the very top. You could be just like a beginner guitar player. Well, or you could be a beginner guitar player or advanced. You'll learn how to read out of this book. It's position playing. It's called a modern method because the modern method is not the classical method, okay? And that way, the classical method has a very, very, I don't want to say rigid way of learning how to read. This book really teaches you the whole neck, okay? So, I mean, remember, reading has nothing to do with playing, everybody. Just so you know. Reading is just a skill. You have to know how to play. And, and people, I know some great readers on Broadway shows. I've done a lot of Broadway shows. And these guys can read all the stuff in the world, but then you put them to play jazz or something, they'll be like, huh? Songs? I've had Broadway musicians come to like my jazz gigs in New York, and they say, wow, you're a real musician, man. You can read and you can improvise. No, you can play, songs, and you can improvise. So reading is important, but it doesn't teach you how to play jazz or improvise or other things, other skills about guitar playing. So, but reading is great because you learn the notes on the guitar neck, which is very important. So let me keep answering some questions here. So how do you visualize the chords under your single note playing? Oh, that's a great question. Oh, you know what? Yeah. How do you practice sight reading? So sight reading, Pablo, just so you know, just start reading music. That's what you have to do. You got to practice reading music all the time to get into it. Okay. There's no no cutting corners. Just put some music in front of you. Start reading. You know, it's gonna take time. You know, you gotta study a little bit. You gotta get a teacher to help you. Maybe I'm a good teacher, so if you need anybody, I'll help you read. And you know what? I'll tell you something. I wasn't a good reader when I was 18 years old. When I went to Berkeley, I got my butt kicked. But I started practicing, and the only way you can get into good reading is to practice every day. You're reading and just do it a little bit. You know, and after a while, it really helped me when I started really doing Broadway shows. All the reading you have to do, it's like really hard. And it was really funny. I gotta tell the story later, but let me keep going now. So do you know how to do rhythm technique for a song, Culture? I don't know that one. We'll have to skip that one. So how do you visualize chords under single note playing? So I want to tell you, everybody, I have this lesson on my website. Go to my website, www.ronjacksonmusic.com, and I have printable lessons there. Okay, I'm going to show you the website in a minute. But what you have to do is if you want to really learn how to read notes and everything else, everybody, you have to actually, to be able to play chords under scales, you have to be able to go like this. C major. I'm playing E major 7 sharp 5. Play the chord. You have to be able to play the chord and then know the scale right on top of it. That's how you practice your chords. So when I'm actually improvising, I'll go. I'm just giving you an example. I'm just trying to show you real quick. So when I'm playing a C major, that was a 1-6-2-5 in the key of C major. Let's make it B flat. I'll make it A flat. So let's say I want to keep A flat. I'll go A flat major 7, F minor 7, B flat minor 7, E flat 7 or dominant 9. So I'll just be able to play the scale. Dorian, A flat, F minor, natural minor, then B flat minor, B flat Dorian, then E flat dominant. So that's how you actually learn how to play your chord scales. You got to be able to play them everywhere too. See what I did? I did all possible fingering, and, for that scale particularly. Just like I showed you earlier, everybody, you have to be able to play these scales. So when you start learning how to match your chord scale to the chord, that's how you start really learning how to play over jazz changes. So right now I'm just practicing for you guys. That's how I would do it. Okay. So this is all about practicing things you don't know, but I know how to do that. So there's things I don't know, so I try to practice those things I don't know. So I have these kind of lessons on my website. If you go to my website right here, ronjacksonmusic.com. Let me show you. Oh, I have it here. Oh, I don't have it right here. It's okay. If you want to go to my Patreon and join, though, I have those lessons there too. So my Patreon is www.patreon.com/ronjacksonmusic. And you can get lessons there for $3 or less and become a patron at the same time. Help support me and my channel and everything I'm doing as a musician. Okay. And also on another announcement, I don't have it tonight. I'm playing a gig in New Jersey Friday. My first live performance as a leader in about a year, more than a year. It's going to be at, what was that place called? Oh my God. What's it called? Oh yeah, Brothers Smokehouse in what town? In Ramsey, New Jersey. Brothers Smokehouse in Ramsey, New Jersey. I'm playing my own first gig this Friday if you're in New Jersey. And it's going to be a great gig with one of the best drummers in New York City and bassists, and me on 7-string guitar. So come by this Friday. So I'm just going to make that announcement. But you're going to see me announce this on YouTube tomorrow. Okay, you're going to come out and watch it. Okay, so let me keep going here. So here's some other questions. Hey, from Indonesia. Oh yeah, thank you. Someone from Indonesia, thanks for thank you for liking my method. Melody lines in pop music are typically harmonized in thirds. Are there any other intervals you think that are sounding good for harmonic lines? So I use thirds a lot. Watch this. So let's say I play a scale. Let's go to key of G flat. I can go fourths. I like to use sixths. Do you get that sixth chord? That's a very common sixth thing. I'm from Jersey. I would like to see you play. If I can, I'm playing at Brothers Smokehouse on Friday, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. Can someone put it in the comments for me? And I'm playing there this Friday. It's in Ramsey, New Jersey. This Friday, May 14th, with my jazz trio. Okay, I just got the gig this weekend. I'm actually doing a big emailing tomorrow, and I'll be posting it on YouTube. Actually, I'll put a little post on it so you can see me. Get like a like an ad for my gig on Friday. But come on out, everybody. I know people have been dying to go see music, so come out and come die and see me play. No, I'm just kidding. Come by and see me play my trio this Friday. So let me keep going here. How do you explain the difference between Dorian and melodic minor? Oh, that's a big question. So let me keep going down the list. Oh, hold on here. I skipped a couple things. So I did harmonic lines for everybody. William Levin has got me so many gigs over the years. Great recommendation. Oh, William Levin got Grant Harris a lot of gigs. Oh, really? I didn't know that. You knew William Levin? How old are you, man? He died a while ago. Now, you tell me about that later. Please drop the download the link to download the book so I can start learning to read. Okay, what I'll do is I'll go to my Amazon store. Let me show you this. This is my Amazon store. You can get the book on my Amazon store. Okay, someone could write that in, like my friend over here. You can go to Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and there you can get the book on my Amazon store. Just look for books, okay? Go to Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music and pick up that book, okay? And that's how you can start learning how to read. It's a great book, okay? And you can pick up guitars like this D'Angelico. I have a D'Angelico store on my Amazon store, okay? So you can go there. You can get guitar straps like Moody straps, all kinds of Seymour Duncan pickups, everything that I endorse. Okay, let me keep going. What do you think of George Harrison's guitarist? I think he was great. George Harrison was great, Dave. Sebastian, how can you explain the difference between Dorian and melodic minor? So Dorian, let me just tell you, Dorian is basically, now Dorian has a 1, 2, so if you're playing D Dorian, it's E, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, okay, to D. So that's 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, flat 7, 1. Now here's the difference. So harmonic minor or melodic minor is, okay, what you do is you just raise a 7. There's one note difference between the melodic minor and the Dorian mode. So it's actually 1, 2, 3, 4. No, so 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. Natural 7 and natural 6. So I use this scales a lot. So you have to be able to play these everywhere on the neck of go. So I'm just messing around. I'm just practicing for you guys. I haven't practiced all day. So you have to be able to play those. So let me keep going. So Christian, I'm gonna be putting an ad up for the gig on Friday. So come on by. Bro, you're better than Eddie Van Halen. No, I'm not. I love Eddie Van Halen is one of my heroes, guys. Just so you know, when I was a kid, no one knows this. I was a rocker. So I saw Eddie Van Halen. I saw Van Halen 7 times when I was a kid. 7. He was one of my heroes. When he first came out, man, I was like, oh my God, this guy's amazing. You know, it's really sad that he actually passed away. He was a really amazing guitar. When he came out, there was no one that sounded like him. He just broke barriers. And he didn't know how to read, and he was self-taught. So that's a great example of not knowing how to read and you have to have good ears. You have to have all the skills, everybody. You have to have good ears. You have to be able to read. You have to know, how to play with people. There's a lot involved now with playing music. So let me keep going. Let me answer a few more questions. You guys have a lot of questions. So today was about practicing. So always practice things you can't do. So remember that. So we were working on a harmonic minor today, and I was working on that. So let me see. How do you improve your relative pitch? One way is just transcribing. You can so for example, let me see something. I like to use this tuner. So for example, I'm used to hearing like so that's the E note. I know that because I play guitar all the time. Oops, I dropped my tuner. So so I go like that. D A E. So so one good way is learning solfege, everybody. Do re mi fa sol la ti do. Now, being in tune is a whole different story when you're singing, but you have to be able to hear these pitches in your head. Now, when you're singing something, that's another skill. To sing in tune, you have to practice your singing. But to be able to hear pitches, that's a whole different story. You can be able to hear pitches and not be a good singer. You have to be able to find the notes on the guitar. And the best way is actually to learn, transcribe, take off solos from records. That's how I started playing. I didn't know how to read anything, but I was good at learning solos and stealing stuff off records. So I would learn whole solo, I would learn Jimmy Page solos, Jimi Hendrix. I was a rocker. So, and then you move up to jazz, you go to blues through jazz, and all the modern jazz stuff. And it's just a lot of practice. You have to basically spend hours and hours, guys. Remember, the guitar is not like on YouTube when you watch on YouTube and you listen to me on YouTube all the time and you look at videos. The thing is, all the work I put in is because I practice a lot and did it myself. Looking at YouTube videos only takes you so far. I just want to let you know that. And some of my students, like, they'll study with me for a while, then they go on YouTube and start trying to practice, and then they come back to me and say, Ron, I'm looking at all these YouTube videos, but I'm still not learning anything because I need your help because I don't even know what I'm doing. And you have to actually go, practice yourself and get a teacher to really help you. It's really important. I didn't have that help. And, in my case, I know how to judge myself. I've been teaching long enough. I can listen to myself. I record myself. I do all kinds of stuff to help myself improve. And I have had a lot of students who have gone through my, study with me and become professional musicians. So it's a lot involved. You got to do a lot of practicing. It's a lot of practice, guys. I used to practice 5-8 hours a day. So just so you know. So let me keep going here. Yes, lots of love. What do you mean by playing scale of thirds or fourths? So Dario's asking me how do you play scales of thirds or fourths. So basically, when you go up the scale, one note at a time, that's called a second. 1, 2, etc. Going up the scale. But when you go from, like, let's say if you're going from G to, so if I'm going from G to A, then A to B, they call it a second because it's one note to the second note. Now, if you go to thirds, you're going to go 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to go from G, A to B. I'm going to skip the A and go a third away, which is 1, 2, 3. So that's G, B. And then I go up the scale like that. So those are thirds, okay? I'm skipping every 3 notes. Now, fourths are skipping every 4 notes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 4. So I'm going to that note now. So these are fourths. And then fifth, sixth, seventh. This gets harder. Sorry. Those are 7. We could do it this way. So you have different ways of playing notes like that. 7, 6. So you can practice your notes like that. You can practice your chords like that. You can go like this. Watch. It gets weird. Those are 7. You hear that a lot in guitar playing now. So that's Brown Eyed Girl. Okay, so that's like that's a very common, easy thing to play on guitar. It gets weird when you get to sevenths. You could do like octave and second. So that's an octave and a second away. An octave. Okay, etc. So that's what I like to do. I like to mix them up like that. That's how you do little harmonies and stuff. So I'm gonna keep answering these questions. Dang, I was playing today and I wasn't feeling it. You know what I mean? Oh, that's too bad. Okay. What are some tips for connecting scales together when improvising? Oh, that's a great idea. That's a great question, Rocky. So when I'm playing through a song, you know, you got to be able to change your scale as soon as you get to the next chord, okay? Let me see if I can show you something. Like if I'm playing like, the only way I can really show you is if I play you something. You might not be able to hear it that well, but if I play through some chord changes like of a song, I'm going to try to play this through my computer. Oh, yeah. I'm going to try to play this through my computer. The problem is it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to do this. I can't do this really through my computer. So if, let's say I'm playing through a song like, let's say I'm playing from F major 7 to an E flat 7. So what I'm doing is, so that's four beats each. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I should have a loop pedal, but anyway. So if I'm playing through that, if I'm going to play that, I'm going to play an F major scale through that. When I get to the E flat, it'll be here. E flat dominant scale. So if I'm playing a solo, I'm not going to jump to the root. I'm going to go like this. What I did was I just switched the scale without actually, you know, changing my position to go to the root. So I'm actually doing something else different. I need my other phone. And so what I did was you have to be able to play through the chord without switching the scale. That's called the continuous scale exercise. I actually have that as an exercise. I'm going to be putting it on my website for sale as a lesson. It's called the continuous scale exercise. Basically, when you play through a song, you should be able to change the scale without having to jump to the next note. Just go continuously through the scale. Like if I'm playing the Days of Wine and Roses, it'll be like this. Oh, I need a charger. I need a charger for my computer. Can you get that for me? It's about to run out. Close. Don't worry about it. Okay, so that's what happens. I'm going to do that. Let me go back to the questions. So that's what you have to do. I'm going to go back here and look at what I'm talking about with you guys. What's your favorite Eddie Van Halen song solo? Someone's asking. That's a great question. So everybody, one of my favorite is I forgot it actually. Unchained, whatever you call that. Let me plug this in. Yeah, great. Is it? Oh yeah, great. My computer was about to die. So with all the comments, but there's so many songs. I don't have any distortion on this archtop guitar, guys. So anyway, even a harmonic minor or even a harmonic minor or melodic minor, Matthew's saying, that's actually a great way to practice. If you're going to afford it, get a loop pedal. Yeah, you know what? I have a loop pedal, everybody, actually. I have like tons of pedals in here, but I don't use them like I do. I try not to use loop pedals. I try to play everything myself if I can. Okay? So, you know, I mean, to demo something, I should get a loop pedal just to play some changes and then play them back. So I'm going to work on that. I need to get all this stuff out, actually. Light Up the Sky by Space Ted. So Toast Alcom was watching you. I got my first base today. Great, Mahan Lee. What electric guitar and amp would you recommend for a beginner who's been playing a cheap Fender acoustic for a year? You know what? Go to my Amazon store, Carlston, and you can get. I have some beginner guitars and amps in that store. Go to Ron Jackson Music, www.amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and I have a bunch of recommendations there for my beginner students or people who want to get into jazz guitar or better guitars than they're with. Okay, and you can get some decent guitars there already. Okay, so I would try that. Go to my store because there's a ton of them. I have them listed right there. Okay. Some are not in stock. If they're not in stock, I'm going to have to restock the store. But I have my own Amazon store, so check it out. Let me see if I can play this. I'm going to have to go out of this if I do this, though. Oh, yeah. I'm going to mute some. Where's that? Right here. No. This one. That's the mute. Oh, here. Oh, okay. So show me. You go ahead. So everybody, I'm going to actually play you an example of the. I have I'm going to actually play now. You need the cord. Where's it? No, it's not plugged in. This is not though. So so let me show you, everybody. I'm going to play you like an example of the. I'm going to do a little practicing right now for you guys. Let me show you. I'm going to show you that continuous scale exercise. Let me show you real quick. I'm going to put a song on. Is it on? It's not on, is it? It's not on. Okay, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to show you this continuous scale exercise with this song. Let me see if it's working. It's not on yet. Okay, so I'm going to show you this right now, everybody. Okay, let me see. Okay. It should be on. Let me see. Let me see. So here, I'm going to play you a song right now where I use the continuous scale exercise, The Days of Wine and Roses. So listen to this. I'm going to slow it down just a little bit so you can listen. Here's a good exercise. Watch this. See what I just did? So, I mean, it was kind of weird, but I'm not used to playing like that. But what I just tried to do, I was trying to play the scale all the way through the song. So, you know, so what happens is, let's start from the top. So when I get to the F major 7, I was playing this song called Days of Wine and Roses. I went from F major 7, to E flat 7 sharp 11, and then A minor 7, to D7 flat 9, then G minor, then E flat 7, then A minor, D minor, G minor, to G minor over F, and then E minor 7, A7, E minor 7 flat 5, G7. So if I'm playing through the scale through that, you have to be able to play over each chord without stopping the scale. So watch me from the top again. Watch this. Here we go. One more time. get into my jazz stuff there. So what I'm doing is actually, it's hard to play those scales all the way through and make them sound like musical. So what happens is I start resorting to my jazz guitar lines, which I'm much better at than just trying to play a scale all the way through. So let me see something here. Someone's making some comments. Let me go back to the comment stream here. But you get the idea, everybody. I'm just trying to, if you're learning how to improvise jazz, you got to learn how to be able to play the scale over the neck and not get lost and get through the changes. You know, it's kind of hard to do like that, but it's a good way of starting off. What's a good time to use melodic minor, and how would you practice that? So, for example, there's a whole lesson on my YouTube channel here. I just put up a couple of lessons, everybody. Jared Elks asked that question. So, Jared, I have a couple of melodic minor guitar lessons here already posted. So please go on my YouTube and search for melodic minor. I did a whole short lesson and a long lesson. So you usually use the melodic minor in jazz over an altered scale. For example, if I'm playing like let's say I'm playing a D7 sharp 9 flat 13. So in that scale, I use a D altered scale, which is actually E flat melodic minor. So that's what it sounds like. See? So that's an altered scale. So you have to play. Also on let's say on G7, 7 sharp 11. You get the Lydian dominant scale, which is actually D melodic minor. Also on the minor 7 flat 5. Let's do an F minor 7. F minor 7 flat 5 with a natural 9. So you use a Locrian natural 9, which is actually A flat melodic minor in this case. So it's an A flat melodic minor. So those are the most important cases, okay, for the melodic minor to use in jazz. Thank you. The bebop scale, oh man, that's a whole different lesson. I got tons. I know all the bebop scales too. So just so you know, there's a bunch of bebop scales. There's the major bebop. Let's do it in the key of A flat. Okay, and then you have the Dorian bebop, which comes from the dominant bebop. And then let's go to the key of G minor. Then there's the melodic minor bebop, which is a melodic minor, and you have the passing tones. So there's different passing tones for each chord. The major bebop has a passing tone between the 6th and the 5th. And the melodic minor is like the major scale, like the major bebop scale, but with a flatted 3. So if I'm doing G minor, G major scale, for example, then put the passing tone between the 5 and 6, and make it minor. So that's called the Dorian, that's called the melodic minor bebop. So that's a whole lesson. I have a lesson about that too on my YouTube channel. So everybody, there's a lot of questions, but I went through a lot of material tonight, and I'm getting tired and I have to eat dinner. So please, everybody, please follow me. Maybe you're doing this, but let me understand. You're playing a scale in thirds, for example, and fourths. Okay. Oh, let me see. Maybe you're doing this. Let me see, Dario. I'm going to answer a couple more questions, and I have to go eat dinner now. But of course, everybody, just in case, if you're enjoying this, please subscribe to me. And if you like my lessons and stuff, please go to my Patreon and join my Patreon. I have a lot of these lessons already on there. And you can start for $3 a month and become a patron, okay? And up to becoming like becoming a mentor to you. There's levels up to that high. And as little as $3 a month for one lesson, okay? And etc. on up. And also, if you're enjoying this and you learned a lot today, I'm also taking donations. You can just go to my PayPal, which is at Ron Jackson Music, and Venmo and Cash App are exactly the same. So just write this down if you'd like to. It's Ron Jackson Music. It's my PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. If you'd like to donate, $1 or more, that would be great. Yeah, yeah. Someone's trying to help my friend Dario here. If you read, go back to the video, Dario, you'll understand it better. So if you want to donate $1 or more, that would be great. You don't have to, but if you would like to, that'd be great. I'd be grateful. To these things. And I have a gig coming up this Friday here in New Jersey, here in New York City area. If you want to come by, I'm going to be playing at what's it called again? Yeah, Brothers Smokehouse in Ramsey, New Jersey this Friday. Brothers Smokehouse at 8 p.m. this Friday with my jazz trio with the best drummer in New York and the best bass player. And it starts at 8 p.m. And we do 2 sets, 8 p.m. and 9:45 p.m. It's free entry. You have to get a drink or eat or do both. Okay, and you listen to some great music. Please come on by. I'm gonna be posting something later on about it. Yeah, the link is in the comments, everybody. So check out the comments. The link is in the comments for my performance this Friday. I appreciate everybody. I was here just to practice and try to get my stuff better, and not take questions. But you guys had so much, And remember, all these videos I do for you guys is great, but the best thing to do is really study with a teacher. So I also teach, and you can contact me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And what else was I going to say to you? I have some other announcements. If you like all the stuff I'm playing, go to my Amazon store at Ron Jackson Music, and Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music. You can pick up any of the gear I'm using there. I don't know what I'm eating for dinner, but I'm going to try to eat something. There's rabbit running around over here. What was I going to say? Just in case some people, are wondering what amp I use, I've been using the Henriksen amp. And you can use my discount code to get a Henriksen amp, which are those smallest amps you can buy on the market. Okay, and you can use code Ron Jackson and save 5% on the amp. You can share this code everywhere. Share it to all your friends, everybody. Go to Henriksen Amplifiers, HenriksenAmps.com, and you can save 5% on anything on the website. Use my code Ron Jackson. Okay, that's HenriksenAmps.com and then use code Ron Jackson. Save 5% on any amp. Also, one more announcement. If you want to learn about all the chord stuff, and Dario's wondering about that, I have a book out. Go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. And right now, I was having a sale last week. I might start it up again. But you can get this book and also all my printable lessons. A lot of things I talked about today on my website. You can buy a lesson as little as $1.49, actually. You can just go there and download these printables. And thank you. I got this guitar from D'Angelico. I'm one of their artist ambassadors. So whenever I play 6-string, I use this guitar. When I play 7-string, I use my Eastman. Today I was playing 6-string because most people can't play 7-string. But I'll be playing my 7-string guitar on Friday at my performance. So you guys should have to come by. I'll probably do another live stream before that. But if you want to get my book, go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. I sell lessons there, printable lessons, downloadable lessons, actually. And you can print them out. And this book called Chords at Your Fingertips, that's released through Acoustic Guitar Magazine, who I write for, I'm a writer, and Hal Leonard Music. So you'll really enjoy this book. There's a lot of cool stuff, like you learn how to do walking bass lines, chord melody, all kinds of stuff that I teach. So thank you, everybody, for watching. I see you found out about my YouTube short videos. Big fan. Thank you, buddy. Ha ha. Someone said ha ha. Sebastian says ha ha. Thanks. Yeah, so Dario, I'm sorry I couldn't help you, man. So thirds and fourths are just basically skipping notes, just so you know. That's why you got to get a teacher to help you, because doing it online only takes you so far. Remember that. You got to have a really good teacher to show you, because that's how I learned. I went to Berklee College of Music, and I learned all this stuff when I was 18 years old. So I kind of understand it now. I learned all this stuff years ago. And after, I'm trying to be gifted. Thank you. What was this? Oh, man, that's a really nice comment. I love your taste in guitars. Thank you. Ron does it specifically gifted musician to be able to play proficiently at jazz. Or can you Could an old SRV clone convert? You know what? Anybody can learn any age. So you can learn how jazz at any age, everybody. You just gotta, all of this is really, there's no ifs, ands, and buts around. You gotta practice. Unless you're a genius, you need to practice. And it's that simple. And if you need help, get a teacher. If you're a genius like Wes Montgomery, who was completely self-taught, then you could do it. But the most important thing is getting a good teacher and practicing and listening to your teacher. Some of my students they'll study with me and they don't listen. So if you don't listen to your teacher and the teacher is good, then getting a guitar teacher, I teach, just so you know. So you contact me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. I'm gonna let me make a comment somehow. Let me make a comment. Can I make a comment? I don't know if I can, but go to my email is ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. It's Ron Jackson Music everywhere, everybody. So just follow me everywhere: YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. Subscribe here, and you can take lessons with me. You can contact me everywhere. Go to my website. You can actually send me an email there. It's ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. If you want to study with me and you're serious, I welcome you to be a student. So please contact me. You're welcome. Let me see. Can you explain this one? Let me see. Let me see. Yeah. So anyway, everybody, I'm gonna get going. I'll just look at the questions. Have a great night, and I'll see you guys soon. Okay. Thanks for watching. I'll have some new videos coming up. Actually, probably tomorrow too. Great. Okay. Thank you. Got it, metal fan. Okay, we'll talk, everybody. Keep in touch. Go to my email, Ron Jackson Music. Thank you for you're welcome, Brazil. Marcelo, you're welcome. And thank you for watching, everybody. It was a really great show. It's hard to talk and play the guitar and try to explain things and answer questions, but I'm trying to do more of these lives to help all my students out, help all my subscribers out. And if you want to study with me or or anything, or come to one of my gigs, that'll be great. Come by my gig Thursday, Jared. Brothers Smokehouse, Ramsey, New Jersey, Friday, 8 p.m. No cover. It's but you have to get a drink or eat or something. It should be fun. I'm a good guitar teacher, so someone keeps asking that question. So contact me. Hey, Jared. Oh, it's UK here, 2 p.m. Oh, really? Okay. So we'll talk, guys. Okay, we'll talk. See you guys. Bye-bye.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Jackson. Actually, I'm going live right now if you're watching. So let me just hit this link on my other page here. Hopefully you'll see this. Yeah, I'm live right now. I see 4 people up here. Thank you for watching. Now, definitely, if you're on YouTube, just definitely send me a chat and make sure you can see me. And if you're on Patreon, try to send me a chat through YouTube, okay? Just because it's easier than I'm navigating between both sites right now. And if you want to join the conversation, you can actually, click on here. Great. Hey, Todd. Great to see you, Todd. If you have any questions, please let me know. So today, I have some special guests from my people that bought my book called Chords at Your Fingertips. Okay? And we're going to go through this book a little bit today, most of the live lesson. Now, this book, I'd like to thank Acoustic Guitar Magazine. I write for the magazine called Acoustic Guitar, and I have about at least 20 articles out from them. The last 2 issues, the first 2 issues of the year, I have an article. This one is about sweet picking. In this article with Ben Harper on the cover. This came out in January, so you can check that out. But these 3 lessons in here are from acoustic guitar and from Hal Leonard Music, and I have. Okay, and we're going to be doing. We're going to go over some the first lesson here, which is about walking bass lines. So what I'm trying to do is I'm going to I'll talk a little bit about this stuff on here, but if you have your guitars ready, take them out. I know that we can't really do like a whole live Zoom kind of thing like I would do, but this is really good for you guys to see me and ask me some questions. So send me any questions or comments when you get a chance. Okay, let me see. This is a private link to unlisted link. So let me see all the messages if there's any. Okay, so let me get started. So the first lesson we're going to go over, just to go over briefly, we're going to go over all 3 of them. Is really just a lesson about walking bass lines, and it's a real mystery for a lot of guitar players to play bass lines, who want to play jazz. So we take this in this weekly workout. If you own the book, remember you have videos that go along with this book. Okay. It's just right here in the beginning. It tells you right at the beginning. You go right here. You'll see right at the beginning of the book. In the contents at the bottom where to go to find the videos to go with the book. Okay. And it's really cool. So you have all the videos. Actually, I play everything through these videos, all my lessons, and the other guys on the book too. They have some great lessons in this book too. We're going to go over my lessons particularly. So let me start with number 1. Let me see. Hi everyone. Oh, hi Michelle. So let me get started here. So when I was getting into bass lines. I was at Berklee College of Music. I saw Joe Pass play. He actually was like he was doing a clinic, a workshop, and he was like he's a real monster, that guy, with the walking bass lines and chords and soloing. So the hard part, one of the things one of the first things I learned at Berklee was to walk a bass line, and there's a couple ways you could do it. On the guitar, I do on this lesson particularly, I do a blues in G, and the most important thing I want you guys to know is to simplify it. Hey, Dan. Good to see you. Dan, one of my great students. Great to be here. Dan got the book, too. And so look at this. So when I'm walking a bass line, you should know how to do a bass line. And now doing a bass line is not even easy. You have to know how to connect chords at the right time, at the right place. So the easiest bass line, I start off in the lesson here. I talk about Freddie Green and comping and all kinds of stuff. It kind of comes from that. Comes with the comping. But the most important thing is to be able to do a bass line by itself. Okay. First, so I would go like this. So I'm doing a blues in G, like in this blues here in the key of G. It's just a typical jazz blues. A 4, 1 to 4 to C7 to G7, 1 bar, then D minor 7, G7, then C7, C diminished 7, C sharp diminished 7, excuse me, G7, B minor 7, E7, A minor 7, D7, G7, E7, A minor 7, D7. Now, for example, you should know this progression by heart. Never, when you're playing jazz or any style of music, you don't see like, some jazz bands you see a lot. Like you'll see them reading music, but in general, you don't see a rock band or any famous pop band play with music in front of them. It looks bad, and and people can't group to the music if they're looking at music. One of my friends who plays a lot of these famous bands like Bruce Springsteen said, one good thing is not to look at music when you're in the band. So you should memorize these songs. Memorize the blues, particularly in jazz, or any kind of jazz tune that you're learning. Now, this song is very common. I did it in the key of G just to make it a little bit easier. But the same chord progressions for songs like Billy's Bounce, Now's the Time, Sunny Moon, for all the typical jazz blues tunes, okay, that you find. So the hard part is playing just the bass line and quarter notes. Now, when I play the quarter note, see how I'm emphasizing the 2 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. So that's really hard to do, okay? And you should be able to go through that. And then the next thing to do is do root fifth when you're taking solos. For example, when you're playing a bass line, I'll go like this: root fifth, root fifth, root fifth. Now 2 beats each. You can't do it there. So I'm going through the blues. Sorry. I gotta think about this. Now, just to do that, it's really hard to do, okay? So what I do, the next important aspect, so that's a real simple bass line. That's a hard bass line to actually do and do it right. You see me, I was flubbing it up a little bit because I'm talking and playing at the same time, but so root fifth and root. Keep the steady beat though. Don't when you're playing a bass player, if you're a bass player, you go, and then you miss a beat, the whole band's gonna go down the tubes, So you gotta make sure you keep that bass line going, even if it's a mistake, just keep going. So the next thing is this, okay? If you have any questions, please send them. Let me see. I don't see any questions yet. I'm just trying to see. No, not yet. Okay. Just, checking in here. So the next thing is, I showed you here on the Acoustic Guitar Magazine Week 1 article that you're going to play the 3rd and 7th of each chord. So the 3rd and 7th is very important in 7th chords harmony in jazz. So what I mean by the 3rd and 7th is that the root is 1. So in this case, if it's a G7, it's a G. Then the 3rd is B, and then the 5th is D, and the 7th, or flat 7th in this case, is a F. Okay. So what we do is we use those 2 notes together. So. Okay, so what I did was, when you play bass line, you walk a bass line on the guitar, or when you're comping in general, like the Freddie Green style. I didn't get to Freddie Green too much. There's an intro about him here, but in this article, in this lesson, but I did talk about him. He did a lot of comping with just the root and 3rd and 7th. He did that kind of stuff like this. Okay, so that's very important to know that voicing the 3rd and 7th over the bass line. That's why I had you start like that, because if you want to walk a bass line, you should really know the 3rd and 7th separately from the root of the chord. Okay, because then you'll get the bass line under that chord. That's what I actually do in this lesson. So Freddie Green's comp like that, actually. Okay, and that's a hard thing to do actually too. Things like that, okay? Okay, that's that exercise actually, but the point is you should know where your third and seventh is in the chord separately. That's what I'm trying to say. If you're going to comp a blues, you should do like this. First, you do the bass line like I told you. Then you would just do the third and seventh by itself. Like that. You see that? That's what I have written out here in week 1 of this the Pass It On, which is page 35, everybody, just in case. Sorry about that. I forgot to tell you the page number. That's the walking bass line. It's the first lesson in the book. Pass It On, page 35. I do it this way. Right now, I'm not playing the bass that's written because you should know that separately. And when we do these articles, there's not enough space to write all this stuff. Okay, so what I did was I separated. I just played the third and seventh of the chord. Now, you should know how to play the third and seventh of all your chords in general in diatonic, in diatonic major, for example. If I'm playing in the key of G, G major 7, A minor 7, B minor 7, C major 7, D7, E minor 7 flat 5, E minor 7 sorry, F sharp minor 7 flat 5. So I should be able to play the third and seventh. Now usually you can play the third and seventh this low if you want, but I put it up an octave and play the third and seventh up like that. See what I did? Now I put the bass there. So you have the fifth missing, and it makes it easier to play actually, to play it like that. So you should know your diatonic thirds and sevenths. Now, what's really cool is I have an exercise for this actually, and I'm going to put on my Patreon because some of the people are watching who are on my Patreon. Just in case people on the book are watching, from the book are watching my Patreon. You're actually streaming. I'm streaming live to my Patreon patrons as well as you guys. You know who get these lessons all the time because they're patron. Okay, different kinds of lessons, not the same as this book, of course. So what's really cool is when you play that third and seventh and that bass note, you can actually do. See that? I can go like that. Then I can do root fifth. See how I'm stopping the bass or the chord? So to be able to do a bass like that root fifth, you have to adjust your fingers. So remember the common chords that you play and the fingerings that you learned don't apply anymore. You just got to know where to put your fingers. Watch this. See, I'm adjusting my fingers. So that's how you come up with bass lines on that kind of, with the third and seventh and root. Now, so when I'm doing this exercise with the blues in B flat and in G, excuse me, like the blues is like this. So that's so this is a blues in G that we're going over. So when I put that bass line in, I'm going to be doing this. I'm going to go. I'll hold that chord out to do a separate bass line. See how that third and seventh is easier now? I mean, that bass line is easier with that third and seventh. Like that. Okay. Any comments or questions yet so far? Nothing? Okay. Let me see if anybody's live chatting with me right now. Nobody? Okay. So, what's happening is this. Let me see if there's any questions or comments so far. Nothing yet. Loud and clear. Someone, Todd, said loud and clear. Dan Alvo. Oh, what bass line can you play over G major? Oh, sorry, I missed Reggie's comment. What bass line can you play if G major 7 is 2 measures? Oh, that's a good question. What you could do is just walk around walk up the scale. So I'm doing approach note. Now that's the hard part. Walking a bass line over the same chord is really hard if it's just the same chord over and over. It's easier if you have a bunch of chords because you can just kind of walk through all the chords. When it's just one chord, you gotta kind of make up the bass line. See what I'm doing? See, I'm kind of like walking around. So I can actually go even fancier. Now, I'm doing a lot of fancy stuff now. I'm doing passing tones, approach notes. Those are part of bass lines, but you know, it's hard to put those in if you can't just walk a very basic bass line first. You got to start throwing all the other stuff in later. So that's what I would do if I'm walking. Sometimes I'll reharmonize. See, I'm just trying to stay on the G, but I'll just maybe throw a 2/5 in there. So that's how I would actually throw something like that in there. So you know that's a really hard thing to do. Then I'm just staying in one position, but I can actually go. So see, I'm kind of mixing it up now when I'm doing the G major 7. So that's a great question, Reggie. That's the hard thing, to do a walking bass line over the same chord and making it creative. Okay. Now bass player we'll just go. He'll just do something like that. Now they don't also end on the root, everybody. So that's another tricky thing about doing bass lines. You don't want to just end on the root all the time. They might end on the 3rd or the 5th, or 7th or something, and not very common. Like Ron Carter, if you listen to that guy, he does a lot of great bass lines. So it's very important to check out bass players and learn real bass lines from them. So let's get back to this exercise, weekly workout number 1 out of the book. So if you have the book, this is a great opportunity for you to get, to check it out. If you don't have the book, go check it out. It's on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. So watch this. So I'll do that bass line like this. And what I started doing is, I actually have it written like this in the lesson. You should be able to do both ways. Okay, I have that written first, so you get the Freddie Green thing. Then I started doing the bass line like this. To do this is hard. That's the next part. All roots, etc. I'll go through the whole thing. Yeah, so let me see something here. I'm going to check someone's making a comment, just to make sure everything's going okay. So, does anybody know how to walk the bass line already? Now for the book, let me know. Please let me know. Send me a message. Does anybody have any questions about how you place the 3rd and 7th and how you do the fingerings? No? Please send me a message, everybody, if you do. Okay. Let me see what else is going on here. I don't see any more messages. So good. So so let's get to the next part. Please send me more messages and questions if you have any. I'm gonna I'm just looking at some. So the next part of this lesson here, just to do a walking bass line like this. I have this written out. I'm just playing it separately. Sorry. Like that, okay? So what I'm going to do next is that's the baseline I wrote on week 3 of the weekly workout. Can anybody play that already? Yes. Okay. If you can, let me know. And if you have a problem playing that baseline, so what I did was you got to separate the baseline from these third and sevens, and you have to be able to play them separately. Okay. And so watch me. Now you got to put that third and seventh in there. Now what happens is, if you look carefully if you look at between week 2 and week 3, you notice that the third and seventh is only for 2 beats now. Why? Because you don't need to hold that chord that long, actually. Because when you're comping a baseline, you're not going to go and hold it that long. Usually guys will go like this. They do different kinds of comping behind that. And that's another goal you have to get to, is not to just play these whole notes and half notes, but to do actual comping rhythms. And if you're a Patreon on my account, there's a whole lesson at the, like from last year. If you go to archives, if you just go back and, in the posts, I have this thing of all these different kinds of comping patterns from the Charleston, okay, which is very common in jazz. The Charleston comping pattern, which actually I show here in week 4. So if I'm going to play that bass line, I would do it real slow right now. So I'm going to play the week 3 bass line. Watch it. See, now I'm only playing for 2 beats. So what I did was, now I started doing these bass lines that connect. They do. Actually, I stole these from different bass players that I've transcribed. So what I did was I just played a bass line, going up the scale, then I went up chromatically to get to the C. These are almost like chromatic approach notes, but they're on bass lines. Okay, and I have a whole lesson about chromatic approach notes in my Patreon, all 16 of them. Then I went back down. I went back down to the C, to the B flat, which is the flat 7, and then went back chromatically back to the G. And then I went up the scale, root 5th, then root 3rd, then I went to the C7, flat 7, and then I did C diminished. Then I did an approach note to the G. Then I did a chromatic notes going up to the B, to the E. Then a chromatic approach note to the E7. Then a chromatic approach note from above to the A minor. Then connect to the A minor to the D7. Then down the scale, back to G7. Chromatic approach to the E7. Then a chromatic approach from above to the A minor. The chromatic approach from below to the D7. Does anybody have any questions about chromatic approach notes? Now, if you don't know what that is, I'll talk about it for a minute. You can approach a chord tone like a G. Let's say you're playing a G chord. An approach note would be actually playing a note above each chord tone. So I'm playing a half step below each chord tone. So G, I'm playing the note right below F sharp. Then on the B, on the arpeggio, I would play A sharp. On the D, a C sharp. And then back to G, F sharp. So it sounds like this. You should be able to do that over any chord, actually. Usually you do it on the root 5th, root 3rd and 5th on most chords, not on the 7th, but you can. it gets kind of weird when you play the seventh, but it's possible because I do. When you're a jazz musician, you kind of do everything once you know how to do it the right way. Okay, so you have to learn these rules and then break them eventually. Okay, let me move this camera down just a little tiny bit. Okay, so you can see my guitar better, and my head's cut off a little bit. Okay, so yeah, so that's the next bass line. So what's happening on week 4? Because I don't want to spend too much time on this because we have a couple more weeks to go, a couple of more lessons. So the last lesson is basically a Charleston rhythm. It's actually like that. Sorry, I phrase these things so differently sometimes. I'll go. I might make it short. It's the same rhythm, but I'll go. This is a dotted quarter note to an eighth note. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. So what I'm actually doing is I'm doing a walking bass line under that. So that's hard to do. You got to go. Oh, someone had a question. Oh, I want to get this question. What's this person saying? Oh, no questions? Let me see. Let me see who's saying a question here real quick. Looks good. Someone said looks good. Okay. Okay. So what basically you're doing a Charleston rhythm. So you got to learn how to do what I also. If you have any questions about how to pick and hit the notes with your fingers, please ask me. I'm using hybrid picking. Okay, you can actually do with this picking with this bass lines. You can actually even do just all picking if you want. It's harder. You could use hybrid picking, which is pick and fingers, or you could use your fingers. Sometimes I use my fingers too. Actually, the easiest way to play this is probably with your fingers altogether. I mean, in my case, I'm switching when I'm actually performing or recording whatever I'm doing. It's good to have my pick handy. So I usually use hybrid picking, but you could actually go. Watch. It's actually easier. So now I want to show you guys something, just so you know. You'll notice how the chord, when I actually go from the D minor 7, now you go. What happens is when you change a chord, to a chord, let's say you're going to D minor 7 to G7 for 2 beats each, and you're hitting a syncopation, you've got to hit the syncopation note before you hit the chord because it's actually approaching the next note. So I'm going instead of going 1, 2, 3, it's 4. Instead of going, I have to go to get to that G7 note chord. Okay. So that rhythm, whenever you do a syncopation and it's syncopated up, you've got to play the next chord before you get to the next. You got to play that syncopation before you get to the next chord. So it sounds like this. It's hard to do. I have to do it slower. See how I'm anticipating that? So I anticipated those chords just like that. So that's how you actually do the walking bass lines in the weekly workout for Pass It On page 35 of my book right here that we're going over, called Chords at Your Fingertips. So this is actually for my patrons so they can learn bass lines. And if you don't have the book, please pick it up on my website. And these are for the people who already bought my book. They're invited guests today. I have guests from all over who are private students sometimes on my live lesson, not on my Patreon account itself, where they get all the free lessons they want that I put out in videos, etc. So just want to let you guys know if you, all my patrons and everybody, whoever's a patron, I started a new thing. I'm going to give you shout outs on Instagram and YouTube on my YouTube end cards. I'm listing you on all my new videos, all my current patrons, okay? And of course, when you join, it might take a week or two just to get your name at the end card because I got to put your name on the end card and then then edit it into video and everything. But, I'll include you and definitely give you a shout out within a week. So thank you for watching if you're a new patron, okay? And if you want to join, just let me know, people who are, just go to my Patreon at patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music, and you can just join. Now, watch this. So the next lesson that I have in here is called Spicing Up Your Playing. It's out of my book, okay? And so jazz is, it talks about jazz is full of harmonies and all that kind of stuff, okay? That sound foreign to most people. Oh, yeah. So someone was mentioning about the new benefits I'm going to be offering through Patreon. I'm going to try to feature some patrons, for example, things like that. Do more interactive stuff with my patrons. So I'm going to be announcing that very soon on my Patreon and in public. On my Instagram and TikTok and everywhere everybody follows me, subscribes to me. And if you don't subscribe to me on YouTube already, please do. Thank you for 20,000 subscribers on YouTube. I appreciate that. I just passed that, getting close to 21,000 soon. Okay, and so I'm going to have some new benefits coming up with Patreon. Okay, because my Patreon's starting to get bigger and bigger. So now let's get back to the playing here. So in this weekly workout lesson, okay. So each lesson lasts for a week here, and we start talking about how to spice up your playing in jazz. So we start off with knowing your diatonic chords. I talked about a little bit about it on a minute ago. You should be able to play like a C major a chord progression in thirds. So that's what I basically do in this first exercise. So this is something that's very common that all students should know how to do. So the diatonic chords in C are just C, D, E minor, F, G, A minor, B diminished, C, okay? You should know that if you want to play music in general, okay? And then I see how I played it across the neck. You can do it that way, or up and down the neck like this. And from any root on the string too, like etc. Now, the next thing to do is learn your major sevenths. Like this.
1 sec.
Okay. So what I did was I just went up the scale like this. These are closed voicings, we call them, or drop twos. Now I have them written out like this on Acoustic Guitar Magazine, the book here. I mean, kind of like, you should be able to do any kind of fingering from any root on the string. So you should be able to do from here. See how I just went right to the 4-string root? And from here too. I'm going to go backwards. So those are the diatonic seventh chords. You should be able to play those. Let me know if you know how to play these, and if you don't, if you have any questions about it, I'll show you how to use the fingerings. A lot of this stuff is trial and error, so you need to really practice this, just like I'm doing it right now. Like I haven't done it in a while. It's a real basic technique, and it's not easy. It's kind of tricky. Now the fingerings change, of course, according to the string you're using, of course. So the next part, I start showing like a typical 1-4, 1-4, 1-5 progression, okay? So it's like this. I'll do it fast. So, that's a lot of jazz tunes, just so you guys know, or just a very basic progression is just reharmonized. So a lot of jazz musicians like myself, we just like to reharmonize everything. You got to do it in taste. Sometimes if you over reharmonize a song, it just starts to sound like it's like an exercise or something. So your goal is to be able to like reharmonize like this. Just instead of going straight from a C to an F, you could just go throw in that C7. That's what I did in this exercise. Then make the F to a minor, 4 minor, 1, 4, 1, back to G7. Okay, so that's example 4 number in week 1 of this exercise. So that you have to start working on this and doing different keys and different exercises and try experiment with that. And then the next thing to do is to reharmonize this. This is all about reharmonization, adding flavor to your chords and progressions. I can go like C. Instead of hitting the C7 with just the root, I can go to the and add the third. See what I did? Then I went to F minor. Then I went to the C. And then what I went to C over G, then C7 over G, then I went to F over A, and then I went to F minor over A flat, and I went like this: C over G to G7 back to C. Or you can do it this way too. I have it written out like this. So when I read the chord symbols too, I can translate it to different things. What's written here is like this. I can do it this way. See what I did? I did exactly the same progression, but I started doing all the reharmonizations. And then the next example, week 2. So this is a great exercise. All these exercises take a week to learn because you have to memorize these and internalize this stuff. Okay, so now week 2. So that's the end of week 1. That's 5 examples. So week 2, we start throwing in the 7th chords. Okay, let me see if there's any questions. No questions so far. I guess people are just like like what I'm talking about and don't have any questions. Okay, so the next thing is so now we'll do this 1-6-2-5 progression. Okay, so you should know how to do that this way. Okay, so you should be able to do that. Then a reharmonization for that is basically replacing the 1 with the 6, with the 3rd, excuse me. So you make 3 E minor to A minor to D minor to G7. Okay, that's a very common replacement for the C major 7. It could be the 3rd. Okay, now the next example, you could just make this the C major 7 to the A minor 7, 1-6. Just make it a dominant. So they call it the 5-7 or the 2, which is D minor. These are very, very common chord progressions that you see in jazz. Okay, and that you could just reharmonize. What we like to do is instead of playing like the 1-6-2-5, the die kind of chords, we could just go all dominant. We could just do an A7 there, and then go D minor to D7, or you can make it all dominant. So they all lead to the next chord, okay, and go back to the 1. And then of course you go back to the 3rd, E minor, and go A7, D minor 7, G7. So that's very common. So if I'm doing a song like I Got Rhythm, so I made a comment. Oh, let me see who said that. Can we go down here? I can't figure out how to go down. So someone made a comment about benefits. Let me see. Let me go live chat. See live chat. I can't see them. Oh yeah, Patreon. Just so you know, Patrons, you will get a dedicated discount code for use on discovery calls and tangible benefits, and additional live workshop every month for DIY music marketing, etc. Okay, so we'll talk about that too. So you can read about that in comments after. So when you're doing a song like "I Got Rhythm," so the typical progression is 165, C major 7, E minor 7, D minor 7, G7. But what we do is we kind of mix it up now. I'll replace the C major 7 with this. Or then. So what happens when you start reharmonizing and putting these extra chords in, you have more of an arsenal to take a solo with. So I can just go. And so we reharmonize. That's why we reharmonize. So we can just, instead of doing that, we can go. I change it around or. Okay? So basically that's what jazz musicians reharmonized and spice up their chords and playing and notes so they can spice up their solos. That's what they really want to do at the end. Okay? Then you can also do dominant 7th on the E minor now instead. And then do this thing called tritone substitution where you replace, instead of playing the A7, I play an E flat 7. Now, I don't want to talk too much about tritone substitution because we can talk about that for one lesson. Tritone is basically just a tritone, which is like a flatted 5th or sharp 4 away from the chord that you want to play. So an A7 would be E flat, and they share the same 3rd and 7th. Okay, so instead of doing that, we can go. I'm just replacing this chord and this chord with this chord. And it sounds weird. It's really symmetrical. Back to the C. So that's a very common progression. So with the tritone, okay? And I actually show that in example 12. So the 3rd and 7th are the same. These notes are the same. It sounds like a song. So I do that a lot in my walking bass lines too. I mix them up. Etc. Okay. Now, example number also we can do this too. What I did is we can do the C major 7 and do the tritone substitution of the A. Do the A, E flat instead. The D minor 7 to the D flat. Now, if I'm losing you guys, please ask me any questions about all these tritone substitutions because I'm getting lost talking about them too. I mean, I know what's going on, but if I was watching this, I'd be going, "Whoa, that's going by fast," and I go by pretty fast because we're gonna finish at 3. So, now example 4 is just you just instead of playing like the straight C major 7, you can just put a 9 in there. Okay, to make it more interesting. So I'm playing a C major 9, like that, and then I'm doing, or you can do this one on the D minor 7. You can play a C major 9 like that too. Only thing about the C major 9, there's no 3rd to make it sound like it's a major, that defines if it's minor or major. It's a nice sounding chord. Okay. So that's example number 15 of week 3. I'm just skipping by here to go get through this quicker. And the thing is now, instead of playing dominant 7th with just like a straight 7th, you can spice it up by putting like a 13 and 9 like this. That's a really nice chord. Okay. I did that. I actually did. Sorry. And then this is a C13 flat 9, and then in playing E over G, which is actually what we call also in jazz. Let me see this one to make sure I'm playing it right. It's also called a G7, 13, flat 9. Okay, and then you can. Then I'm doing a G minor 7, a D minor 7 to that chord. So basically I did a 2-5-1 with all these fancy reharmonizations now. You play like this. Instead of going, sounds boring, you could do this. So there's a D minor 7, G, E over G, they call it, or G7, 13, flat 9, to C major 9. Okay, now that's example number 16. Number 17 is just a C dominant like this. Now to spice it up that chord, I can just put a flat 5 or a sharp 5. So that's very common, and you can just resolve to F major 7. Now the F major 7, example number 18, to make it sound more interesting, you could just put a major 7 sharp 11 or sharp 5. So this is the note you're changing. So just so you know, I'm going by quick here. You're just changing notes in the chord. So if I'm playing a C7, the 5, I can just make a flat 5 to make it sound cooler. Or I can take that note and raise it up one note to a sharp 5. The major 7, just change that note. The C, F major 7 to sharp 11 or sharp 5. So you have to really know your chord tones to be able to play all these fancy chords I'm playing. And also, if you're playing like a regular C chord, these are actually called line cliches, just so you know. Like, so if I'm playing this next example, example 19, and I go to the I can just raise the G, make it augmented, and make that a 6 and go back down. And you hear that a lot in songs, everybody. Like, I believe the children are our future. Da, 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 da. You know, it's like a very common progression. There's a lot of songs like that. But what about this? If I do that in minor, you know what that is. James Bond. So those are called line cliches. So a lot of jazz musicians like to spice up their chords like that, because when they're taking a solo, they'll use that line in their solo. They'll go like this. I'm trying to throw that note in like a solo. It's kind of weird. So it's very important to know these lines and chord shapes just to be able to do cool reharmonizations. And then, of course, you get to the major 7th one like this. That's example number 20. And the example 21 is a common one. You know, My Funny Valentine, My Fun, or Stairway to Heaven. This is the same line. From Stairway to Heaven, it's the same minor major 7, minor 7, minor 6. And then this one I showed you earlier. Example 22. Okay, so that's my adding flavor. So we're going over my book here, everybody. And just so you know, I think I have a code still. If you want to get on my website, you save 20% off. If you're, you know, I think a lot of people bought my book on sale. You'll save 20% off. You go to my website if you use the code Sunday. I think it's still valid. Use code Sunday, and you get an autographed copy. Now, the last week, I'm going to try to go through this kind of quick, is we harmonized like Chet Atkins. He was one of my favorite guitar players. I used to know Les Paul, and Chet Atkins was like a great, you know, guitar player that knew how to harmonize and do fingerstyle stuff. So this basically, you know, you take a simple melody in the beginning, and you start reharmonizing it and making it more and more fancy. So we take a melody like this. Let me play it for you. Oh. Mary had a little lamb. Okay, Mary had a little lamb. Okay, so you could just do some things. All of we basically just make it into a chord melody thing. So we're gonna go like. See what it is. See? Now, it'd be easier if I use my fingers because there's so many notes. That's the good thing about fingers. You don't have to worry about the notes in between. So I would go. This is example number 2. Oh, let me see. There's a comment here. Ooh, a comment. I'm looking for your comments, guys. Let me see. Oh, London Bridge or Mary had a little lamb. Mary had a little lamb. Actually, I'm getting hungry. Ronnie wants a little ham. So, sorry about that, guys. I have dumb jokes. But anyway, yeah. So that's London Bridge. Now, here's what we can do next. In this exercise, we start really harmonizing this song in chords. So we do this now. Watch this. Example 3. I'm using triads. Different kinds of triads. I'm sorry reading this. I don't know this by heart. See what I did? So you should be able to do that with your melodies in general. Especially diatonic thirds that I'm doing right now. That's what I just did. Okay? And then the next page, it gets really, really fancy here. I'm trying to do this quick. So now what happens is I start doing this. Watch this. If I do this slowly, it goes like this. We look at this carefully. Now this gets much harder. Watch this. Watch this. See, what happens is now we start putting the notes in different places, okay? So we're going to go. Now watch this. Okay, now example number 5. We're going to go to this part. Watch this. So the melody notes everywhere now. So what happens there, everybody? The melody notes on the bottom now. Now the first example number 4, just so you know, you don't always need to play the melody on top of the chord. The melody note in example number 4 is actually below the root, so it's like this. So it's hard to get that. You got to make sure you have that melody note come out when you're playing it in the middle. So that's example number 4. You hear the melody in between? I'm trying to play that melody note right in between. So, and the example number 5, we're going to put the melody note at the bottom. Watch this. It's really interesting. And I actually like this exercise because I got to work on it myself. So it's like this. So everything's on the bottom now. Now watch this. Oh, let me see. There's a question here. Hey, Dan. Hi. Oh, so yeah, Dan said hi. Okay, good. So you see what I did? I learned this from like hanging out with Bucky Picciarelli also, and they all knew each other. Bucky and Howard Alden, another great 7-string guitar player. I actually had him on my Sunday evening jazz show a couple weeks ago, and what you could put a melody in between the notes of the chord, on the bottom of the chord, on top of the chord. They don't have to be on top of the chord all the time. That's what I'm saying. That's how you really get into chord melody. Really deep into it. Oh, someone's asking a question. Let me see. Okay, live chat. Let me go back to this question here. So Dan, let me see. Is this voice leading? Is this voice leading, or you misunderstand the concept? So lame fire. So what's happening is I took a melody like Mary Had a Little Lamb. Okay, and what we did was in this weekly workout. It's the last weekly workout in the book that I have called Chords at Your Fingertips. If you don't have the book, because this is like from the owners of my book, like a workshop, also for my Patreon, so you can learn some new stuff too, and about reharmonization and all this stuff is in my book. You could take a melody like that and you could harmonize it with chords, and then start harmonizing, then putting the chords under each melody note. You can do it different ways, and then you can start putting the melody note in between the chords. So I put the melody note in between each. I have it actually. This part I have it in the middle. I mean, one note below the root. So see, I'm playing the chord like this. Now I'm putting the melody note not on top this time. Now that's really hard to do, everybody. See, the melody note's still in there. Can you hear the melody notes? Okay, the next part is okay. Hear that? Hear that? Now, next one. So what I'm doing is, now you can put the melody note on the bottom too. Now watch this. So the point is to be able to play the melody on top, middle, or the bottom of the chord. Here's the next one. See what I'm doing? Melody notes on the bottom. See what I did? So I can do it like this now. Let me start again. It's tricky. So this is out of the book. It's called Harmonizing Like Chet Atkins. Okay, page 65, and that was example. That was week 2 example number 5. So week 3, we take a melody like this, and here B flat, and goes like this. Which is called Billy Boy, okay? And we start doing a reharmonization. This is a really hard one now. We're going to start reharmonizing that whole song into like one big chord melody thing. So it looks like this. Let me play it for you. Okay, so that's Billy Boy. So basically, I'm doing a chord melody. I took the melody and I just started doing the 1-6-2-5 progression. Put the chord changes under this. So this is the whole goal of you playing chord melody in my book, is to be able to do all this stuff. Let me see if there's any other questions here. So I'm trying to see the chain here. For any game theories, I'm pretty sure the background Zelda Palace's theme is good. Oh, okay. Dan said interesting comment. I don't quite understand. We'll talk about that later. Let me see what's on live chat. Great. You should be able to harmonize a song with a melody on any string. Yes, that's the whole point. Just so you guys know. Okay. I'm going to go over the last one exercise before I finish up. So if there's any questions, please. Someone had a question here. Let me see. Okay, good. So now in week 4, now this is a really hard exercise. In week 4 of the book here, it's like you do the complete chord melody harmonization of this song. And I haven't played this in a while, so I'm going to try it for you. So we're going to do, this is like a real complete chord reharmonization. So you should be able to do chord melody and build up to this. This is like the finale of the book, my piece. So it's going to sound like this. And I actually have this videotaped in professionally in the book for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. So let me drink a little coffee before I play this. So watch this. I'm going to play it for you. I'm going to use my fingers to make it a little easier. So this is week 4, and I'm going to be basically sight reading this. It's going to be like this. I don't even look at the tabs. I always look at the notes because I know how to read notation, and that's pretty hard. Then it goes. Then I go. Then I go like this. Oh, I like this. perfect. So I basically played almost reharmonized every melody note on that piece for the very last exercise. So that's pretty complicated to do. So watch this. There's some parts here like let me try it one more time. I'm going to show you some specific parts before I finish up. So I start off with a minor 9. Then I do a C diminished. And then I kind of do like that implies F7, so you know. Then I use a sharp 2 diminished, B diminished, C minor. Then I do a 6 chord, okay, F6. Then I do a passing chord. I like doing this. Then I use a minor 7 flat 5 instead. Then I do like a little G major 7, G flat major 7 reharmonization. Then I do so I did like a passing, chromatic passing, descending chord progression like this: B flat major 7, A7, A flat 13, G13, G flat 13. Okay, no G13. Sorry, G7 flat 13. A lot of chords right by here. So it goes like this. So I did a chromatic chord going through that melody. Then I went like this. I did a line cliche. Then I did this cool thing. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of inversions here. Then I went. I like a lot of these passing chords going down. So that was the finale of the book, Chords at Your Fingertips. And you learn how to reharmonize all kinds of different things. And there's also kinds of other great exercises from great writers in this book too. So that's my second Saturday live lesson. Now, if you enjoyed this, and you're not a Patreon already, please join my Patreon. I have all kinds of lessons related to this and all kinds of other new arrangements that I have that aren't as fancy as this, but they're simpler and easier to play. And so if there's any questions, please let me know. Send me an email at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, which you probably have. If you want to study with me, let me know privately. Also, there's some tiers on Patreon that are cheaper than studying with me privately because it's pretty expensive to study with me privately. You get less hours, but you get all the benefits, and get all the music through Patreon. You pay a higher price, but it's a better deal than studying with me privately if you want to go that route. But if there's any questions, let me know. Thanks for watching. I'm just trying to see if there's anything missing here. And I really appreciate you guys on Patreon and everybody else and everybody that's been following me. Reggie, my great student who's studying with me for a couple of years. Dan Olivo, a new student and used to be a former student, now another student. All these great people watching. I appreciate you guys. And if there's any questions, let me know. So these are my 3 lessons out of my book called Chords at Your Fingertips. I got to work on this too. Just kidding. Always have to work on something. Because, some of these lessons I wrote, like maybe 6-7 years ago, at least. So, it's always good to go back and relearn things. And I'm always studying anyway. So thank you everybody for watching, and keep in touch. If you want to join my Patreon, it's www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. I have it written here. Let me see. Let me just show you real quick. It's right here. Just join my Patreon right there. I think it's the right direction. And also, I'm having a sale. Because it's my 20th anniversary. I mean, my 1 year anniversary of my show. You could buy the book and everything here, and other sheet music there. Use code Sunday and CDs and everything else. Use code Sunday on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay. Thank you everybody for watching. And there's a playback on this too. So before I release it to the public, the playback's gonna last for a couple of months. Okay, and or at least a month. And thank you again. I'll be posting more stuff on Patreon as well this week, coming week. I do 1 or 2 posts at least a week. Okay, and thank you everybody for watching. I'll see you guys very soon. Have a great day. Bye-bye. This is a song that I wrote for people who walk down the street in New York City, maybe even San Francisco. I think San Francisco could be just like that too. And someone's walking behind you, and what do you do usually? You walk fast. That could happen anywhere, though. Let me see. Here we go.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson here, and I'm live at Inglewood Hospital. So, let me see what's going on here. Yeah, definitely. Let me get started. Turn this way a little bit. So I'm going to get started in a second. Solo guitar here at Inglewood Hospital. How you doing? So let me get started here. If you want to send me a comment or something, let me know. I'll put it back a little bit more. There's a piano in the way. How you doing?
Well, how are you?
Good. So I'm live. I'm live. And if there's any super chats or kind of any comments, please make them. Hey. Oh. Okay, good. How's everybody doing? So this is solo guitar here. I do this every week when I'm in town. A solo 7-string guitar gig. So I don't know if you can hear me, but that's what I do every week at Inglewood Hospital in Inglewood, New Jersey. So let me see if anybody sent me any messages here. Let me see. Let me go to my my videos right now and see what's going on here. Okay. You go to my dashboard. I'm actually live right now, and let me see who's watching. Okay. Okay, good. So let me continue now. Another song. Let me take this stuff out of my pocket. I have too many things in my pocket. Let me see. Here we go. Yeah. Send me a chat if you can hear me, guys. I'm live. Let me see all messages. Let me see. Oh, hey. Hey, Ron, any tips for beginners? Learn bebop? Oh, cool. Hey. Oh, let me see what's going on here, guys. Sorry, I missed the messages. Playing some Eddie Van Halen ain't talking about love. You know, ain't tips for. It's so unusual in that music. No. So you know, 7-string was used in jazz before rock. Just so you guys know. Okay. So yes, 7-string's been around for quite a while, and you know, if you enjoy what you're doing, you know, I have a super chat here. Let me see if I can make a comment. Let me see. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me see. Let me see if I can do something here. Oh, okay. Chat messages are visible. Let me see if I can make a chat, reply to some of these comments. Okay, guys. I can't really talk too much here. And, because, yeah, okay, yeah, so unusual. So let me continue, guys. Because, I'm on a gig, solo guitar, 7-string guitar. And if I can chat with you guys, I'll try to chat on my phone right here. Send me the questions. And if you want to give me a super chat or anything like that, that would be great. Let me see. Let me go to my channel right now to see what's going on. Okay, hold on. Right now, let me go. So let me go to my channel. Because we're live. Yes, let me see this right now. I gotta turn the volume down. Oh yeah, I can do that. If you're enjoying this, you enjoy this. There is super chat. Let's see, super chat. Okay, I'm just writing this down. Let me see, yes. Let me continue, guys. Let me continue, guys. Okay. I haven't done a boss in a while. So I'm going to use my 8. thank you everybody for watching, man. This is great. I do a live stream, and you guys are really cool. So I'm gonna take a break soon because it's solo guitar, and I appreciate all the people watching right now on YouTube, all my live streamers. I gotta go live more often. So I'm gonna take a little break right now and come right back, okay? So we'll talk, guys. Let me go and come back and watch this a little later, okay? Okay? Bye-bye. I'm gonna go back live in about 10 minutes. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson. And how's everybody doing? This is a Patreon only and lesson for my students. I'm gonna have a few guests up today. So my Patreon account is an exclusive account where I give lessons like sheet music, all kinds of stuff like this that students can actually watch, and they can actually download these lessons. They come with tabs, exercises for jazz improvisation, and the cool thing now is I usually just like I'll do a live lesson every month, just broadcasting my lesson just to Patreon. But now I use StreamYard. So today I'm going to be inviting some people that are on my Patreon. If they show up, I know a couple people are going to show up at about 2:30. And if they want to go live with me, I sent you guys the link already. My patrons and my students, you should have got the email last night.
and then you could actually just go hit that link and you can go live with me. So please do that if you can. So I'm just going to be basically teaching about jazz improvisation today. So what I do is I do very basic lessons that are very important for your fundamental skills in jazz improvisation. And all these lessons in my Patreon account are all about that. Like this lesson right here is about playing over a blues. Okay? Now, a jazz blues. So in the key of C, you know, the chords in the jazz blues are basically like a C7 chord. Okay, C dominant 7 for 1 bar, 2, 3. These are the chords I played for you. Now this is a jazz blues, so the chords are a little different. I'm sure you see this a million times on YouTube. So today, I'm only going to be taking questions and comments from my patrons themselves, because this workshop is usually just my patrons and once a month, or my students or special guests I invite that they've won a contest to be able to become to come on my live lesson. So any patrons that got my link by email, you can actually join me now. Hit the StreamYard link, and you'll go live with me, and everybody can watch you on YouTube as well. So today is public, okay? So when I teach somebody a blues, like a C blues, you know, the blues chords are C7, 2, 3, 4, F7, C7, G minor 7, C7, F7, F sharp diminished 7, C7, E minor 7, A7, D minor 7, G7, then C7, A7, D minor 7, G7. So that's how you actually play a jazz blues. You know, the jazz blues actually is just the history. You know, back in the old days when the blues started, it's just an evolution of the very first blueses that came out. I heard that the first blues was just one chord. I got the blues, yeah. I got the blues all day long. You know, whatever. And then when they get to the F chord, they never changed. I got the blues, yeah. And someone said, man, you gotta throw an F chord in there. I got the blues, yeah. And then, you know, when you get to the 5 chord, I'm just shortening it. I'm just making it shorter. I got the blues. But before all that, they actually just played the same chord I heard until they started making it more complicated. Then they made the traditional blues, which is the 1-4-5 blues, which most guitar players know. And then some guitar players know the jazz blues, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 5 of the 4, 4, sharp 4 diminished 7, 1, 1, 7, then 2, 5 of the 2, 2, 5 of the 1, then a 1, 6, or 5, 7 of the 2, 2 minor, 5, 7, 1. So that's the traditional jazz blues. So when I teach improvisation, I teach you how to play over changes. Now, jazz is all about playing the changes, they call it, okay? So in this workshop today, it's all about learning how to play the changes. And also, this workshop is for my patrons and my students usually, but I have this open for the public today, so you can all watch, okay? So these are the things I teach my patrons and my students, and my private students online, and my patrons get all the sheet music about learning how to do this stuff, okay? So you can just, you know, if you're interested in my Patreon, just go here to patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. It's just like my YouTube channel and all my channels, okay? So I'm going to be taking questions only from my patrons who are going to be on later and who are watching if they want to send me a comment. Also, I'm going to have a guest with his son. He's a jazz guitar student. I don't know exactly how old he is, but his son is about 8. He just turned 8. And he's a guitar student. He's going to be a great guitar player by the time he turns 18 because he's studying with me right now. He started when he was 7. So you're going to see him. His name is Morrissey, and it's going to be Malachi, his father. So, they're really great people. And also, this is what I use with my students too. This book is called Chords at Your Fingertips, okay? It's a very popular book. I've sold many copies here on YouTube. And a lot of my students who are my actual students on Patreon have this book, actually. So I'll talk about this book a little bit today. So learning how to do walking bass lines, chord melody, all kinds of stuff, okay? And also, right now you can get this book discounted. You'll see the link on my description here. You can get this book at 20% off because I'm actually doing an Indiegogo for my new album. So you can actually get this book 20% off if you get it right now while it lasts, okay? Right now I have about 20 copies. I'm going to have to reorder some more if I run out here on Indiegogo on my campaign. So just hit that over there. And hey, Glenn, okay. Glenn is one of my patrons. Let me show this right now. How you doing, Glenn? If you want to join me, Glenn? Well, I don't know. Actually, I don't know if you are one of my patrons. You're welcome, Glenn. But thank you. You're welcome. I'm here to show this to the public. Glenn, if you want to support me, definitely be a patron. This is mainly for my patrons, but also I'm doing that campaign for my new album. So you can actually, see the link. Someone's going to post a link probably soon about that too on the comment chain here. Okay. And so let's talk about playing chord changes. Yeah. So for example, if I'm playing changes over a blues, you have to be able to play the scale through it. So one of the exercises I like to use that I teach all my students is just playing eighth notes to scale on each chord like this: 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and, or 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and end on 4 and going up the scale. So this is on a C7 chord. It's a C dominant scale, or mixolydian we call it. Some scales have 2 names, okay, or more. Sometimes some scales have more than 2 names. So on a C7, I play a C dominant scale. So it's very important, everybody. When you play the guitar, you just don't play up and down the scale like this in the same octave. You got to be able to play this all the way across the neck, up and down the neck. Watch it. Because you're going to be very limited. See what I'm doing? So now, somebody would say to me, look, Mr. Jackson, is this just a F major scale starting on the C? Yes, it is. But you can't think like that if you're playing jazz. You're going to have to actually use, make sure that you're actually playing the scale. You have to know which note to change to make it a flat set. So you have to be able to play it up and down all over the neck, It's a very good idea to really learn the neck. So if I'm playing a C7 here, I'm playing all these different C7s. So when I'm actually playing over each chord, I'm actually thinking of the scale for each chord. That's what jazz musicians call playing over the changes. So it's very important to learn how to play over the changes and know what scale you're playing. Okay. So I'm only taking comments and questions from my patrons today. I'm doing this open to the public. So Look at this. So when I get to the F7 chord, I'll play the F dominant again. See, I'm playing it everywhere. Oh, Tom is one of my. Tom, thank you for joining me. Tom is actually one of my patrons. How are you doing, Tom? Hi. He's watching on his other YouTube account. Just switch so you can see. Just thanks for the invite. Sadly, I don't have a mic or webcam at the moment. We'll enjoy the stream though. Cheers. Okay. Oh, that's too bad, Tom. It would have been great to have you on the live stream. Okay. Now, Tom is actually one of my patrons, and I appreciate you, Tom. For, right now it's been very busy, Tom. If you look very carefully on my Patreon, I'm doing an Indiegogo campaign trying to raise money for my new album. And Tom is one of my longtime patrons, really great guy, and I really appreciate him. And please, if go to my my link in my description here, and you can actually support my Patreon account, where you can actually get this book that a lot of my patrons have and my students called Chords at Your Fingertips at a very reduced price. And you can take guitar lessons with me very cheap on my new, on my campaign to help support my new album. Okay, so you just go to the link here. Just go to Indiegogo / Ron's new album. So let's keep talking about this. And let me see this right here. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Oh, nice. So now let me go. So when I'm playing chord changes through a blues, I'll go like this. So if I'm playing a C7, 1, 2, 3, 4 to F7, then I'm doing the C7, then I'm doing the G minor 7 to C7, going to the 4 chord. So I'll play the scales for each one. Watch this. Now, what I did was I played through all the chords of an F blues, okay? And what I did was, I'm going to move over here a little bit so you can see my neck better. What I did was I played through all the chords, all the scales, and that's a really great exercise to learn how to improvise, everybody. So, but you have to be able to you can't just play it in one area. You can't just start on the root. You have to be able to go like this. What I did was I played the same exact thing, but I did it in a different position. So now I'm going to do it here.